This is Section 0 of Mark Twain speaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mark Twain Speaking by Mark Twain. Project Introduction. Editors and compilers of Mark Twain's speeches have faced a dismaying problem through the years, since, while manuscripts of his speeches, one would assume, should represent what he intended to say, there's no way to be sure because no recording devices existed, and he was famous for going off script. As a result, the editor of this collection of speeches, Paul Fathout, says he combined the best parts of available texts into these composite versions of each speech. In many cases, these composite versions partially duplicate speeches already recorded in another public domain recording, Mark Twain's Speeches, available at LibriVox.org. But the unrecorded sections of these composites deserve to be remembered also, and so are included here. In his introduction to his work, the editor, Paul Fathout, describes Twain's presentations as inimitable. With that in mind, no attempt to approximate Twain's inflections of speech, cadence, or drawl were made for this recording. Recorded by John Greenman. Section 1 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Presentation Speech. Maguire's Opera House, San Francisco, June 12, 1864. Read by John Greenman. Major Perry, permit me, sir, on the part of your countless friends, the noble sons of the forest, the Diggers, the Paiutes, the Washoes, the Shoshones, and the numberless and nameless tribes of aborigines that roam the deserts of the Great Basin to the eastward of the snowy mountains further north, to present you this costly and beautiful cane, reared under their own eyes and fashioned by their own inspired hands. The red men whom I represent, although visibly black from the wear and tear of outdoor life, from contact with the impurities of the earth, and from the absence of soap and their natural indifference to water, admire the unblemished virtue and the spotless integrity which they find in you, albeit these dusty savages are arrayed in rabbit skins, and their princely blood is food for the very vermin they cherish and protect. They still respect you, because your repugnance to graybacks, either in the way of food or society, and your antipathy to the skins of wild beasts as raiment, is bold, undisguised, and honest. Finally, although these dingy warriors see no blood upon your hands, no human bones about your neck, no scalps suspended from your belt, they behold in you a brave whom they delight to honor, for they see you, in fancy, on the war-path, in the 3 fights on the Bull's Run field, again in the historic 7 days' struggle before Richmond, and again sweeping down the lines with McClellan, in the fire and smoke and thunder of battle at Antietam, with a wound in your leg and blood in your eye. And they honor you as they would a High-U muckamuck of many tribes, with crimson blankets and 100 squaws. I am charged to say to you that if you will visit the campoodies of the nomads of the desert, you shall fare sumptuously upon crickets and grasshoppers and the fat of the land. The skin of the wild coyote shall be your bed, and the daughters of the chiefs shall serve you. Receive the cane kindly, cherish it in memory of your savage friends in San Francisco, and bear in mind always the lesson it teaches. Its head is formed of a human hand clasping a fish. The hand will cling to the fish through good or evil fortune, until one or the other is destroyed. And the moral it teaches is this: when you undertake a thing, stick to it through storm and sunshine. Never flinch, never yield an inch, never give up. Hold your grip till you bust. You have been a citizen of San Francisco 4 months, Major Perry. You came to raise the Aquila with Captain Merritt, and you did it, and did it well. She rides at anchor in the bay. You held your grip. The consciousness of your success will be half your reward, and the other half will be duly paid in greenbacks by the government. Your labors finished, you are now about to leave us tomorrow for your old home across the seas, and we are here to bid you Godspeed and a safe voyage. In the name of Winnemucca, War Chief of the Paiutes, Sioux Sioux, Chief of the Washoes, Buckskin Joe, Chief of the Pit Rivers, Buffalo Jim, Chief of the Bannocks, Washakie, Grand Chief of the Shoshones, and further, in the names of the lordly chiefs of all the swarthy tribes that breathe the free air of the hills and plains of the Pacific coast, I salute you. Behold, they stand before you, thirsty. End of presentation speech, read by John Greenman. This is Section 2 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sandwich Islands Lecture, October 2nd, 1866. Given intermittently afterwards until December 8th, 1873. Read by John Greenman. Ladies and gentlemen, the next lecture in this course will be delivered this evening by Samuel L. Clemens, a gentleman whose high character and unimpeachable integrity are only equaled by his comeliness of person and grace of manner, and I am the man. I was obliged to excuse the chairman from introducing me because he never compliments anybody, and I knew I could do it just as well. The Sandwich Islands will be the subject of my lecture when I get to it, and I shall endeavor to tell the truth as nearly as a newspaper man can. If I embellish it with a little nonsense, that makes no difference. It won't mar the truth. It is only as the barnacle ornaments the oyster by sticking to it. That figure is original with me. I was born back from tidewater, and don't know as the barnacle does stick to the oyster. Unfortunately, the first object I ever saw in the Sandwich Islands was a repulsive one. It was a case of Oriental leprosy, of so dreadful a nature that I have never been able to get it out of my mind since. I don't intend that it shall give a disagreeable complexion to this lecture at all, but inasmuch as it was the first thing I saw in those islands, it naturally suggested itself when I proposed to talk about the islands. It is a very hard matter to get a disagreeable object out of one's memory. I discovered that a good while ago. When I made that funeral excursion in the Quaker City, they showed me some very interesting objects in the cathedral, and I expected to recollect every one of them, but I didn't. I forgot every one of them, except one, and that I remembered because it was unpleasant. It was a curious piece of ancient sculpture. They don't know where they got it, nor how long they have had it. It is a stone figure of a man without any skin, a freshly skinned man, showing every vein, artery, and tissue. It was the heaviest thing, and yet there was something fascinating about it. It looked so natural. It looked as if it was in pain, and you know a freshly skinned man would naturally look that way. He would, unless his attention was occupied with some other matter. It was a dreadful object, and I have been sorry many a time since that I ever saw that man. Sometimes I dream of him. Sometimes he is standing by my bedpost. Sometimes he is stretched between the sheets, touching me, the most uncomfortable bedfellow I ever had. I can't get rid of unpleasant recollections. Once, when I ran away from school, I was afraid to go home at night, so I crawled through a window and laid down on a lounge in my father's office. The moon shed a ghastly light in the room, and presently I descried a long, dark, mysterious shape on the floor. I wanted to go and touch it, but I didn't. I restrained myself. I didn't do it. I had a good deal of presence of mind, tried to go to sleep, kept thinking of it. By and by, when the moonlight fell upon it, I saw that it was a dead man lying there with his white face turned up in the moonlight. I never was so sick in all my life. I never wanted to walk so bad. I went away from there. I didn't hurry, simply went out of the window and took the sash along with me. I didn't need the sash, but it was handier to take it than to leave it. I wasn't scared, but I was a good deal agitated. I've never forgotten that man. He had fallen dead in the street, and they brought him in there to try him, and they brought him in guilty, too. I am losing time. What I have been saying don't bear strictly on the Sandwich Islands, but one reminiscence leads to another, and I am obliged to bring myself down in this way on account of that unpleasant thing that I first saw there. It is not safe to come to any important matter in an entirely direct way. When a young gentleman is about to talk to a young lady about matrimony, he don't go straight at it. He begins by talking about the weather. I have done that many a time. My next remarks will refer to the Sandwich Islands. Now, if an impression has gotten abroad in the land that the Sandwich Islands are in South America, that is an error I wish to attack. That is the error I wish to combat. To cut the matter short, the Sandwich Isles are 2,000 miles southwest from San Francisco, but why they were put away out there in the middle of the Pacific, so far away from any place and in such an inconvenient locality, is no business of ours. It was the work of Providence, and is not open to question. The subject is a good deal like many others we should like to inquire into, such as what mosquitoes were made for, etc., but under the circumstances we naturally feel a delicacy about doing it. The islands are a dozen in number, and their entire area is not greater, I suppose, than that of Rhode Island and Connecticut combined. They are of volcanic origin, of volcanic construction, I should say. There is not a spoonful of legitimate dirt in the whole group, unless it has been imported. 8 of the islands are inhabited, and 4 of them are entirely girdled with a belt of mountains comprising the most productive sugar lands in the world. The sugar lands in Louisiana are considered rich, and yields from 500 to 1,700 pounds per acre. A 200-acre crop of wheat in the States is worth $20,000 or $30,000. A 200-acre crop of sugar in these islands is worth $200,000. You could not do that in this country unless you planted it with stamps and reaped it in bonds. I could go on talking about the sugar interest all night, and I have a notion to do it. But I will spare you. It is very interesting to those who are interested in it, but I'll drop it now. You will find it all in the Patent Office reports, and I can recommend them as the most placid literature in the world. These islands were discovered some 80 or 90 years ago by Captain Cook, though another man came very near discovering them before, and he was diverted from his course by a manuscript found in a bottle. He wasn't the first man who has been diverted by suggestions got out of a bottle. When these islands were discovered, the population was about 400,000, but the white man came and brought various complicated diseases, and education, and civilization, and all sorts of calamities, and consequently the population began to drop off with commendable activity. 40 years ago they were reduced to 200,000, and the educational and civilizing facilities being increased, they dwindled down to 55,000, and it is proposed to send a few more missionaries and finish them. It isn't the education or civilization that has settled them, it is the imported diseases, and they have all got the consumption and other reliable distempers, and to speak figuratively, they are retiring from business pretty fast. When they pick up and leave, we will take possession as lawful heirs. There are about 3,000 white people in the islands. They are mostly Americans. In fact, they are the kings of the Sandwich Islands. The monarchy is not much more than a mere name. These people stand as high in the scale of character as any people in the world, and some of them who were born and educated in those islands don't even know what vice is. A Kanaka, or a native, is nobody unless he has a princely income of $75 annually, or a splendid estate worth $100. The country is full of office holders and office seekers. There are plenty of such noble patriots. Of almost any party of 3 men, 2 would be office holders and 1 an office seeker. In a little island half the size of one of the wards of St. Louis, there are lots of noblemen, princes, and men of high degree, with grand titles, holding big offices, receiving immense salaries, such as ministers of war, secretaries of the Navy, secretaries of state, and ministers of justice. They make a fine display of uniforms, and are very imposing at a funeral. That's the country for a petty hero to go to. He would soon have the conceit taken out of him. There are so many of them that a nobleman from any other country would be nobody. They only lionize their own people, and therefore they lionize everybody. In color, the natives are a rich dark brown, a sort of black and tan, a very pleasing tint. The tropical sun and the easy-going ways inherited from their ancestors have made them rather idle. But they are not vicious at all. They are good people. The native women in the rural districts wear a loose, magnificent curtain calico garment, but the men don't. Upon great occasions the men wear an umbrella, or some little fancy article like that. Further than this they have no inclination toward gorgeousness of attire. In the old times the king was absolute. His person was sacred, and if even the shadow of a common Kanaka fell upon him, the Kanaka had to die. There was no help for him. Whatever the king tabooed, it was death to touch or speak of. After the king came the high priests, who sacrificed human victims. After them came the great feudal chiefs, and then the common Kanakas, who were the slaves of all, and wretchedly oppressed. Away down at the bottom of this pyramid were the women, the abject slaves of the whole party. They did all the work, and were cruelly mistreated. It was death for a woman to sit at table with her husband, or to eat of the choice fruits of the islands at any time. They seemed to have had a sort of dim knowledge of what came of women eating fruit in the Garden of Eden, and they didn't feel justified in taking any more chances. And it is wisdom, unquestionably it is wisdom. Adam wasn't strict enough. Eve broke the taboo, and hence comes all this trouble. Can't be too particular about fruit with women. They were a rusty set all round, those Kanakas. By and by the American missionaries came, and they struck off the shackles from the whole race, breaking the power of the kings and chiefs. They set the common man free, elevated his wife to a position of equality, and gave a spot of land to each to hold forever. The missionaries taught the whole nation to read and write with facility in the native tongue. I don't suppose there is today a single uneducated person above 8 years of age in the Sandwich Islands. It is the best educated country in the world, I believe, not excepting portions of the United States. That has all been done by the American missionaries, and in a large degree it was paid for by the American Sunday school children with their pennies. We all took part in it. True, the system gave opportunities to bad boys. Many a bad boy acquired the habit of confiscating pennies of the missionary cause, but it is one of the proudest recollections of my life that I never did that, at least not more than once or twice. I know that I contributed. I have had nearly $2 invested there for 30 years, but I don't mind it. I don't care for the money if it has been doing good. I don't say this in order to show off, but just mention it as a gentle, humanizing fact that may possibly have a benevolent and beneficent effect upon some members of this audience. These natives are very hospitable people indeed, very hospitable. If you want to stay a few days and nights in a native's cabin, you can stay and welcome. They will do everything they possibly can to make you comfortable. They will feed you on baked dog, or poi, or raw fish, or raw salt pork, fricasseed cats, all the luxuries of the season. Everything the human heart can desire they will set before you. Perhaps, now, this isn't a captivating feast at first glance, but it is offered in all sincerity, and with the best motives in the world, and that makes any feast respectable, whether it is palatable or not. But if you want to trade, that's quite another matter. That's business. And the Kanaka is ready for you. He is a born trader, and he will swindle you if he can. He will lie straight through, from the first word to the last. Not such lies as you and I tell, but gigantic lies, lies that awe you with their grandeur, lies that stun you with their imperial impossibility. He will sell you a molehill at the market price of a mountain, and will lie it up to an altitude that will make it cheap at the money. If he is caught, he slips out of it with an easy indifference that has an unmistakable charm about it. One peculiarity of these Kanakas is that nearly every one of them has a dozen mothers, not natural ones. I haven't got down yet where I can make such a statement as that, but adopted mothers. They have a custom of calling any woman mother they take a liking to, no matter what her color or politics. And it is possible for one native to have 1,000 mothers if his affections are liberal and stretchy, and most of them are. This custom breeds some curious incidents. A California man went down there and opened a sugar plantation. One of his hands came and said he wanted to bury his mother. He gave him permission. Shortly after, he came again with the same request. "I thought you buried her last week," said the gentleman. "This is another one," said the native. "All right," said the gentleman, "go and plant her." Within a month the man wanted to bury some more mothers. "Look here," said the planter, "I don't want to be hard on you in your affliction, but it appears to me that your stock of mothers holds out pretty well. It interferes with business. So clear out, and never come back until you have buried every mother you have in the world." They are an odd sort of people, too. They can die whenever they want to. That's a fact. They don't mind dying any more than a jilted Frenchman does. When they take a notion to die, they die, and it don't make any difference whether there is anything the matter with them or not, and they can't be persuaded out of it. When one of them makes up his mind to die, he just lays down and is just as certain to die as though he had all the doctors in the world hold of him. A gentleman in Hawaii asked his servant if he wouldn't like to die and have a big funeral. He said yes, and looked happy, and the next morning the overseer came and said, "That boy of yours laid down and died last night, and said you were going to give him a fine funeral." They are very fond of funerals. Big funerals are their main weakness. Fine grave clothes, fine funeral appointments, and a long procession are things they take a generous delight in. Years ago a Kanaka and his wife were condemned to be hanged for murder. They received the sentence with manifest satisfaction, because it gave an opening for a funeral, you know. It makes but little difference to them whose it is. They would as soon attend their own funeral as anybody else's. This couple were of consequence, and had landed estates. They sold every foot of ground they had, and laid it out in fine clothes to be hung in. And the woman appeared on the scaffold in a white satin dress and slippers and feathers of gaudy ribbon, and the man was arrayed in a gorgeous vest, blue claw-hammer coat, and brass buttons and white kid gloves. As the noose was adjusted around his neck, he blew his nose with a grand theatrical flourish, so as to show his embroidered white handkerchief. I never knew of a couple who enjoyed hanging more than they did. They are very fond of dogs, these people. Not the great Newfoundland or the stately Mastiff, but a species of little, mean, contemptible cur that a white man would condemn to death on general principles. There is nothing attractive about these dogs. There is not a handsome feature about them, unless it is their bushy tails. A friend of mine said if he had one of these dogs he would cut off the tail and throw the rest of the dog away. They feed this dog, pet him, take ever so much care of him, and then cook and eat him. I couldn't do that. I would rather go hungry for 2 days than devour an old personal friend in that way. But many a white citizen of those islands throws aside his prejudices and takes his dinner off one of those puppies, and after all it is only our cherished American sausage with the mystery removed. A Kanaka will eat anything he can bite, a live fish, scales and all, which must be rather annoying to the fish, but the Kanaka doesn't mind that. It used to be said that the Kanakas were cannibals, but that was a slander. They didn't eat Captain Cook, or if they did it was only for fun. There was one instance of cannibalism. A foreigner from the South Pacific Islands set up an office and did eat a good many Kanakas. He was a useful citizen, but had strong political prejudices, and used to save up a good appetite for just before election, so that he could thin out the Democratic vote. At this point in my lecture, in other cities, I usually illustrate cannibalism, but I am a stranger here and don't feel like taking liberties. Still, if any one in the audience will lend me an infant, I will illustrate the matter. But it is of no consequence. It don't matter. I know children have become scarce and high, owing to the inattention they have received since the women's rights movement began. I will leave out that part of my program, though it is very neat and pleasant. Yet it is not necessary. I am not hungry. Well, that foreign cannibal after a while got tired of Kanakas, as most anybody would, and thought he would like to try white man with onions. So he captured and devoured a tough old whale ship captain, but it was the worst thing he ever did. Of course he could no more digest that old whaler than a keg of nails. There is no telling how much he suffered, with this sin on his conscience and the whaler on his stomach. He lingered for a few days, and then died. Now, I don't believe this story myself, and have only told it for its moral. You don't appear to see the moral, but I know there is a moral in it, because I have told it 30 or 40 times, and never got a moral out of it yet. With all these excellent and hospitable ways, these Kanakas have some cruel instincts. They will put a live chicken in the fire just to see it hop about. In the olden times they used to be cruel to themselves. They used to tear their hair and burn their flesh, shave their heads, knock out an eye or a couple of front teeth, when a great person or a king died, just to testify to their sorrow. And if their grief was so sore that they couldn't possibly bear it, they would go out and scalp their neighbor, or burn his house down. It was an excellent custom, too, for it gave everyone a good opportunity to square up old grudges. Pity we didn't have it here. They would also kill an infant now and then, bury him alive sometimes. but the missionaries have annihilated infanticide. For my part, I can't see why. The ladies of the Sandwich Islands have a great many pleasant customs, which I don't know but we might practice with profit here. The women all ride like men. I wish to introduce that reform in this country. Our ladies ought, by all means, to ride like men. These side saddles are so dangerous. When women meet each other in the road, they run and kiss and hug each other, and they don't blackguard each other behind each other's backs. I would like to introduce that reform also. I don't suppose our ladies do it, but they might. But I believe I am getting on dangerous ground. I won't pursue that any further. These people do nearly everything wrong and first. They buckle the saddle on the right side, which is the wrong side. They mount a horse from the wrong side. They turn out on the wrong side to let you go by. They use the same word to say good-bye and good morning. They use yes when they mean no. The women smoke more than the men do. When they beckon to you to come toward them, they always motion in the opposite direction. The only native bird that has handsome feathers has only two, and they are under its wings, instead of on top of its head. Frequently a native cat has a tail only 2 inches long, and has got a knot tied in the end of it. The native duck lives on the dry tops of mountains 5,000 feet high. The natives always stew chickens instead of baking them. They dance at funerals and sing a dismal, heartbroken dirge when they are happy. And with atrocious perverseness they wash your shirts with a club and iron them with a brickbat. In their playing of the noble American game of 7-up, that's a game, well, I'll explain that by and by. Some of you, perhaps, know all about it, and the rest must guess. But in their playing of that really noble and intellectual game, the dealer deals to his right instead of to his left, and what is insufferably worse, the 10 always takes the ace. Now, such abject ignorance as that is reprehensible, and for one I am glad the missionaries have gone there. Now, you see what kind of voters you will have if you take those islands away from these people, as we are pretty sure to do some day. They will do everything wrong and first. They will make a deal of trouble here, too. Instead of fostering and encouraging a judicious system of railway speculation and all that sort of thing, they will elect the most incorruptible men to Congress. Yes, they will turn everything upside down. In Honolulu they are the most easy-going people in the world. Some of our people are not acquainted with their customs. They started a gas company once, and put the gas at $13 1,000 feet. They only took in $16 the first month. They all went to bed at dark. They are an excellent people. I speak earnestly. They do not even know the name of some of the vices in this country. A lady called on a doctor. She wanted something for general debility. He ordered her to drink porter. She called him again. The porter had done her no good. He asked her how much porter she had taken. She said a tablespoon in a tumbler of water. I wish we could import such blessed ignorance into this country. They don't do much drinking there. When they have paid the tax for importing the liquor, they have got nothing left to purchase the liquor with. They are very innocent and drink anything that is liquid. Kerosene, turpentine, hair oil. In one town, on the 4th of July, an entire community got drunk on a barrel of Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup. The chief glory of the Sandwich Islands is their great volcano. The volcano of Kilauea is 17,000 feet in diameter, and from 700 to 800 feet deep. Vesuvius is nowhere. It is the largest volcano in the world, shoots up flames tremendously high. You witness a scene of unrivaled sublimity, and witness the most astonishing sights. When the volcano of Kilauea broke through a few years ago, lava flowed out of it for 20 days and 20 nights, and made a stream 40 miles in length, till it reached the sea, tearing up forests in its awful fiery path, swallowing up huts, destroying all vegetation, rioting through shady dells and sinuous canyons. Amidst this carnival of destruction, majestic columns of smoke ascended and formed a cloudy, murky pall overhead. Sheets of green, blue, lambent flames were shot upward, and pierced the vast gloom, making all sublimely grand. The natives are indifferent to volcanic terrors. During the progress of an eruption they ate, drank, bought, sold, planted, builded, apparently indifferent to the roar of consuming forests, the startling detonations, the hissing of escaping steam, the rending of the earth, the shivering and melting of gigantic rocks, the raging and dashing of the fiery waves, the bellowings and unearthly mutterings coming up from a burning deep. They went carelessly on, amid the rain of ashes, sand, and fiery scintillations, gazing vacantly at the ever-varying appearance of the atmosphere, murky, black, livid, blazing, the sudden rising of lofty pillars of flame, the upward curling of 10,000 columns of smoke, and their majestic roll in dense and lurid clouds. All these moving phenomena were regarded by them as the fall of a shower or the running of a brook, while to others they were as the tokens of a burning world, the departing heavens, and a coming Judge. There, I'm glad I've got that volcano off my mind. I once knew a great tall, gawky country editor near Sacramento, to whom I sent an ode on the sea, starting with "The long green swell of the Pacific." The country editor sent back a letter and stated I couldn't fool him, and he didn't want any base insinuations from me. He knew who I meant when I wrote "The long green swell of the Pacific." There is one thing characteristic of the tropics that a stranger must have, whether he likes it or not, and that is the boo-hoo fever. Its symptoms are nausea of the stomach, severe headache, backache, and bellyache, and a general utter indifference whether school keeps or not. You can't be a full citizen of the Sandwich Islands unless you have had the boo-hoo fever. You will never forget it. I remember a little boy who had it once there. A New Yorker asked him if he was afraid to die. He said, "No, I am not afraid to die of anything except the boo-hoo fever." The climate of these islands is delightful. It is beautiful. In Honolulu the thermometer stands at about 80 or 82 degrees pretty much all the year round. Don't change more than 12 degrees in 12 months. In the sugar districts the thermometer stands at 70 and does not change at all. Any kind of thermometer will do. One without any quicksilver is just as good. 80 degrees by the seashore and 70 degrees farther inland, and 60 degrees as you ascend the slope of the mountain, and as you go higher, 50 degrees, 40, 30, and ever decreasing in temperature, till you get to the top, where it's so cold that you can't speak the truth. I know, for I've been there. The climate is wonderfully healthy, for white people in particular, so healthy that white people venture on the most reckless imprudence. They get up too early. You can see them as early as 7:30 in the morning, and they attend to all their business and keep it up till sundown. It don't hurt 'em, don't kill 'em, and yet it ought to do so. I have seen it so hot in California that greenbacks went up to 142 in the shade. These sandwichers believe in a superstition that the biggest liars in the world have got to visit the islands some time before they die. They believe that because it is a fact. Oh, you misunderstand. I mean that when liars get there, they stay there. They have several specimens they boast of. They treasure up their little perfections, and they allude to them as if the man was inspired from below. They had a man among them named Morgan. He never allowed anyone to tell a bigger lie than himself, and he always told the last one, too. When someone was telling about the Natural Bridge in Virginia, he said he knew all about it, as his father had helped to build it. Someone was bragging of a wonderful horse he had. Morgan told them of one he had once. While out riding one day, a thunder shower came on and chased him for 18 miles, and never caught him. Not a single drop of rain dropped onto his horse, but his dog was swimming behind the wagon the whole of the way. Once, when the subject of mean men was being discussed, Morgan told them of an incorporated company of mean men. They hired a poor fellow to blast rock for them. He drilled a hole 4 feet deep, put in the powder, and began to tamp it down around the fuse. I know all about tamping, as I have worked in a mine myself. The crowbar struck a spark and caused a premature explosion, and that man and his crowbar shot up into the air, and he went higher and higher till he didn't look bigger than a boy, and he kept on going higher and higher until he didn't look bigger than a dog, and he kept on going higher and higher until he didn't look bigger than a bee. And then he went out of sight, and presently he came in sight again, looking no bigger than a bee, and he came further and further until he was as big as a dog, and further and further and further until he was as big as a boy, and he came further and further until he assumed the full size and shape of a man, and he came down and fell right into the same old spot and went to tamping again. And would you believe it, concluded Morgan, although that poor fellow was not gone more than 15 minutes, yet that mean company docked him for loss of time. The land that I have tried to tell you about lies out there in the midst of the watery wilderness, in the very heart of the almost soilless solitudes of the Pacific. It is a dreamy, beautiful, charming land. I wish I could make you comprehend how beautiful it is. It is a land that seems ever so vague and fairy-like when one reads about it in books, peopled with a gentle, indolent, careless race. It is Sunday land, the land of indolence and dreams, where the air is drowsy, and things tend to repose, and peace, and to emancipation from the labor and turmoil and weariness and anxiety of life. End of Sandwich Islands lecture, read by John Greenman. This is Section 3 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concluding Remarks, San Francisco, December 10th, 1866. Read by John Greenman. My friends and fellow citizens, I have been treated with extreme kindness and cordiality by San Francisco, and I wish to return my sincerest thanks and acknowledgments. I have also been treated with marked and unusual generosity, forbearance, and good fellowship by my ancient comrades, my brethren of the press, a thing which has peculiarly touched me, because long experience in the service has taught me that we of the press are slow to praise but quick to censure each other, as a general thing. Wherefore, in thanking them, I am anxious to convince them at the same time that they have not lavished their kind offices upon one who cannot appreciate or is insensible to them. I am now about to bid farewell to San Francisco for a season, and to go back to that common home we all tenderly remember in our waking hours, and fondly revisit in dreams of the night, a home which is familiar to my recollection, but will be an unknown land to my unaccustomed eyes. I shall share the fate of many another longing exile who wanders back to his early home to find gray hairs where he expected youth, graves where he looked for firesides, grief where he had pictured joy, everywhere change, remorseless change where he had heedlessly dreamed that desolating time had stood still, to find his cherished anticipations a mockery, and to drink the lees of disappointment instead of the beaded wine of a hope that is crowned with its fruition. And while I linger here upon the threshold of this, my new home, to say to you, my kindest and my truest friends, a warm good-bye, and an honest peace and prosperity attend you, I accept the warning that mighty changes will have come over this home also, when my returning feet shall walk these streets again. I read the signs of the times, and I, that am no prophet, behold the things that are in store for you. Over slumbering California is stealing the dawn of a radiant future. The great China mail line is established. The Pacific Railroad is creeping across the continent. The commerce of the world is about to be revolutionized. California is crown princess of the new dispensation. She stands in the center of the grand highway of the nations. She stands midway between the old world and the new, and both shall pay her tribute. From the Far East and from Europe, multitudes of stout hearts and willing hands are preparing to flock hither, to throng her hamlets and villages, to till her fruitful soil, to unveil the riches of her countless mines, to build up an empire on these distant shores that shall shame the bravest dreams of her visionaries. From the opulent lands of the Orient, from India, from China, Japan, the Amur, from tributary regions that stretch from the Arctic Circle to the equator, is about to pour in upon her the princely commerce of a teeming population of 450 million souls. Half the world stands ready to lay its contributions at her feet. Has any other state so brilliant a future? Has any other city a future like San Francisco? This straggling town shall be a vast metropolis. This sparsely populated land shall become a crowded hive of busy men. Your waste places shall blossom like the rose, and your deserted hills and valleys shall yield bread and wine for unnumbered thousands. Railroads shall be spread hither and thither, and carry the invigorating blood of commerce to regions that are languishing now. Mills and workshops, yea, and factories shall spring up everywhere, and mines that have neither name nor place today shall dazzle the world with their affluence. The time is drawing on apace when the clouds shall pass away from your firmament, and a splendid prosperity shall descend like a glory upon the whole land. I am bidding the old city and my old friends a kind but not a sad farewell, for I know that when I see this home again, the changes that will have been wrought upon it will suggest no sentiment of sadness. Its estate will be brighter, happier, and prouder 100-fold than it is this day. This is its destiny, and in all sincerity I can say, so mote it be. End of concluding remarks, read by John Greenman. This is Section 4 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in a public domain. Address to the Czar, Yalta, Russia, August 25, 1867. Read by John Greenman. Your Imperial Majesty, we are a handful of private citizens of America, traveling simply for recreation and unostentatiously, as becomes our unofficial state, and therefore we have no excuse to tender for presenting ourselves before your Majesty, save the desire of offering our grateful acknowledgments to the Lord of a realm which, through good and evil report, has been the steadfast friend of the land we love so well. We could not presume to take a step like this did we not know well that the words we speak here, and the sentiments wherewith they are freighted, are but the reflex of the thoughts and feelings of all our countrymen, from the green hills of New England to the shores of the far Pacific. We are few in number, but we utter the voice of a nation. One of the brightest pages that has graced the world's history since written history had birth was recorded by your Majesty's hand when it loosed the bonds of 20 million serfs, and Americans can but esteem it a privilege to do honor to a ruler who has wrought so great a deed. The lesson that was taught us then we have profited by, and are free in truth today, even as we were before in name. America owes much to Russia, is indebted to her in many ways, and chiefly for her unwavering friendship in seasons of our greatest need. That friendship may still be hers in times to come, we confidently pray. That she is and will be grateful to Russia and to her sovereign for it, we know full well. That she will ever forfeit it by any premeditated, unjust act or unfair course, it were treason to believe. End of Address to the Czar, read by John Greenman. This is Section 5 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pilgrim Life. San Francisco, April 14th and 15th, 1868. Read by John Greenman. In conclusion, I will observe that, even galloping as we did about the world, we learned something. The lesson of the excursion was a good one. It taught us that foreign countries are excellent to travel in, but that the best country to live in is America after all. We found no soap in the hotels of Europe, and they charged us for candles we never burned. We saw no ladies anywhere that were as beautiful as our own ladies here at home, and especially in this audience. We saw none anywhere that dressed with such excellent taste as do our ladies at home here. I am not a married man, but I would like to be. I only mention it in the most casual way, though, and do not mean anything personal by it. We saw no government on the other side like our own, not just like our own. The Sultan's was a little like it. One of his great officers came into office without a cent, and went out in a few years and built himself a palace worth $3,000,000. It brought tears to my eyes in that far foreign land. It was so like home. The Sultan confiscated it. He said he liked to see a man prosper, but he didn't like to see him get wealthy on $2,000 a year and no perquisites. We saw no energy in the capitals of Europe like the tremendous energy of New York, and we saw no place where intelligence and enterprise were so widely diffused as they are here in our country. We saw nowhere any architectural achievement that was so beautiful to the eye as the national capital of America at Washington, and we saw nowhere any building that was just like our own Washington Monument. We saw no people anywhere so self-denying and patriotic and prompt in collecting their salaries as our own members of Congress. We saw nothing in Europe, Asia, or Africa to make us wish to live there, and when the voyage was done, and it was a very, very pleasant one, take it altogether, we were glad to get back to our own country, where moral and religious freedom prevail, where politicians are incorruptible, where accident policies are cheap, and where the chances to get your money back are good on all the railroads. I had rather live here than in Turkey, in Constantinople, with its beggars, its dogs, its ugly overpraised mosques, its sultan who has 800 wives and yet isn't happy. It is a perfectly unanswerable argument against matrimony. If a man can't be happy with 800 wives, what chance is there for him with only one? None in the world. People tell me that it makes a man happy to have a woman love him, and I used to be innocent enough to believe it before I went to Constantinople. Theorizing is all very well, but facts and figures are better. If the love of just one woman could make a man so happy, what ought to be the natural result if he had the love of 800 of them? Why, he just simply couldn't stand so much bliss, that is all. He couldn't live through it. Such a deluge of deliciousness as that would be bound to swamp him. He couldn't contain all that sweetness any more than a 1-gallon jug could contain 800 gallons of sugar-house molasses. Sentiment is all very well, but sentiment can't stand the test of mathematics. Travel hath made me wise, and I warn the youth of to beware of matrimony. It is a delusion and a snare. I have seen it under its most favorable aspect, and I ought to know whereof I speak. It is my deliberate judgment that a man wouldn't be happy with 40,000 wives. The Sultan of Turkey talked to me like a father. He saw that I sympathized with him, and he opened his heart and told me all his troubles. He said, "Why, Governor, you can't imagine the expense and the bother that all those women cost me. Why, it isn't 15 minutes ago since my ugliest wife, and she is a spectacle to look at, number 642, I have forgotten her other name, was in here trying to get me to buy her $100,000 worth of jewelry. Oh, an ugly woman hasn't got any effrontery, you know. And another one, number 422, came right after her with a black eye. She'd had a fight with number 764 and got the worst of it. And then," he said, "this great fat regiment of wives—" The manuscript breaks off here. End of Pilgrim Life, read by John Greenman. This is Section 6 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introductory Remarks. Mercantile Library, San Francisco, July 2, 1868. Read by John Greenman. Ladies and gentlemen, if anyone in San Francisco has a just right this evening to feel gratified, more to feel proud, it is I who stand before you. The compliment of your attendance here I thoroughly appreciate. It is a greater compliment than I really deserve, perhaps, but for that matter I have always been rather better treated in San Francisco than I actually deserved, I am willing to say that. I appreciate your attendance here tonight all the more because there was such a wide spread, such a furious, such a determined opposition to my lecturing upon this occasion. Pretty much the entire community wrote petitions imploring me not to lecture, to forbear, to have compassion upon a persecuted people. I never had such a unanimous call to leave before. But I resisted, and am here, and I am glad that I am privileged to address a full house, instead of having to pour out this cataract of wisdom upon empty benches. I do not exactly propose to instruct you this evening, but rather to tell you a good many things which you have known very well before, no doubt, but which may have grown dim in your memories. For the multifarious duties and annoyances of daily life are apt to drive from our minds a large part of what we learn, and that knowledge is of little use which we cannot recall. So I simply propose to refresh your memories. I trust this will be considered sufficient apology for making this lecture somewhat didactic. I don't know what didactic means, but it is a good, high-sounding word, and I wish to use it, meaning no harm whatever. End of surviving text from that lecture. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 7 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The American Vandal Abroad. Lyceum Season, November 17, 1868 to March 3, 1869. Read by John Greenman. I am to speak of the American Vandal this evening, but I wish to say in advance that I do not use the term in derision or apply it as a reproach, but I use it because it is convenient, and duly and properly modified, it best describes the roving, independent, free and easy character of that class of traveling Americans who are not elaborately educated, cultivated, and refined, and gilded and filigreed with the ineffable graces of the first society. The best class of our countrymen who go abroad keep us well posted about their doings in foreign lands, but their brethren Vandals cannot sing their own praises or publish their adventures. The American Vandal goes everywhere, and is always at home everywhere. He attempts to investigate the secrets of the harems. He views the rock where Paul was let down in a basket, and seriously asks where the basket is. He will choke himself to death trying to smoke a Turkish pipe, and swears it is good. He will go into ecstasies over the insufferable horrors of the Turkish bath, though he is thinking the while that he may never come out alive. He learns to ride a camel. He packs his trunk with figs and other little vegetables. He looks picturesque when beholding Rome from the dome of St. Peter's. His soul is full of admiration. He rises above earthly cares. He is proud and looks proud. His countenance is beaming. He does not fail to let the public know that he is an American. This is not a fault. It is commendable. I have seen him in the company of kings and queens, lords and popes. He is always self-possessed, always untouched, unabashed, even in the presence of the Sphinx. The American Vandal gallops over England, Scotland, Spain, and Switzerland, and finally brings up in Italy. He thinks it is the proper thing to visit Genoa, the stately old city of palaces, whose vast marble edifices almost meet together over streets so narrow that 3 men can hardly walk abreast in them, and so crooked that a man generally comes out of them about the same place he went in at. He only stays in Genoa long enough to see a few celebrated things and get some fragments of stone from the house Columbus was born in, for your genuine Vandal is an intolerable and incorrigible relic-gatherer. It is estimated that if all the fragments of stone brought from Columbus's house by travelers were collected together, they would suffice to build a house 14,000 feet long and 16,000 feet high, and I suppose they would. Next he hurries to Milan and takes notes of the Grand Cathedral, for he is always taking notes. Oh, I remember Milan and the noble cathedral well enough, that marble miracle of enchanting architecture. I remember how we entered and walked about its vast spaces and among its huge columns, gazing aloft at the monster windows all aglow with brilliantly colored scenes in the life of the Savior and his followers, and I remember the side shows and curiosities there, too. The guide showed us a coffee-colored piece of sculpture which he said was considered to have come from the hand of Phidias, since it was not possible that any other man of any epoch could have copied nature with such faultless accuracy. The figure was that of a man without a skin, with every vein, artery, muscle, every fiber and tendon and tissue of the human frame represented in minute detail. It looked natural because it looked somehow as if it were in pain. A skinned man would be likely to look that way, unless his attention were occupied by some other matter. It was a hideous thing, and yet there was a fascination about it somewhere. I am very sorry I saw it, because I shall always see it now. I shall dream of it sometimes. I shall dream that it is resting its corded arms on the bed's head, and looking down on me with its dead eyes. I shall dream that it is stretched between the sheets with me, and touching me with its exposed muscles and its stringy cold legs. They have many holy relics in the Cathedral of Milan. The priest showed us 2 of St. Paul's fingers, and 1 of St. Peter's, and a bone of Judas Iscariot. It was a black one, and bones and little vessels of blood of St. John, St. Mark, and several other of the disciples. They keep these relics in vials, in a glass case, and have them labeled as we often see geological specimens. And they showed us a handkerchief in which the Savior had left the impression of his face. We saw another in Rome afterward. And a piece of the stone the angels rolled away from the door of the Holy Sepulchre. We saw the whole of the stone afterward in Jerusalem. And a part of the real crown of thorns. We saw a whole one at Notre Dame in Paris. And a fragment of the purple robe worn by the Savior, a nail from the true cross, and a picture of the Virgin and Child painted by the veritable hand of St. Luke. In every cathedral into which the American Vandal wanders, all over Europe, and especially Italy, he finds repetitions of these same relics, until finally he becomes so accustomed to them, and so attached to them, that a cathedral that hasn't a pretended splinter of the cross, or piece of a saint, or fragment of a martyr to show, has no charm for him. I knew one of these gentry. A simple-minded, innocent Vandal he was, and very vulgar, who had a perfect passion for these things. Whenever he went into a great cathedral, when everybody was going into ecstasies over the grand architecture and paintings and such things, he'd beckon to a priest and say, "Here, friend, Stuffy, trot out your relics." He didn't mean any disrespect, but that was his way, you know. The Vandal goes to see the ancient and most celebrated painting in the world, the Last Supper. We all know it in engravings, the disciples all sitting on one side of a long plain table, and Christ with bowed head in the center. All the Last Suppers in the world are copied from this painting. It is so damaged now by the wear and tear of 300 years that the figures can hardly be distinguished. The Vandal goes to see this picture, which all the world praises, looks at it with a critical eye, and says it's a perfect old nightmare of a picture, and he wouldn't give $40 for a million like it, and I share his opinion. And then he is done with Milan. He paddles around the Lake of Como for a few days, and then takes the cars. He is bound for Venice, the oldest and the proudest and the princeliest republic that ever graced the earth. We put on a good many airs with our little infant republic of a century's growth, but we grow modest when we stand before this gray, old, imperial city that was a haughty, invincible, magnificent republic for 1,400 years. The Vandal is bound for Venice. He has a long, weary ride of it. But just as the day is closing he hears someone shout, "Venice!" and puts his head out of the window, and sure enough, afloat on the placid sea, a league away, lies the great city with its towers and domes and steeples drowsing in a golden mist of sunset. Have you been to Venice, and seen the winding canals and the stately edifices that border them all along, ornamented with the quaint devices and sculptures of a former age? And have you seen the great Cathedral of St. Mark's, and the giant staircase, and the famous Bridge of Sighs, and the great Square of St. Mark's, and the ancient pillar, with the winged lion of St. Mark that stands on it, whose story and whose origin are a mystery, and the Rialto, where Shylock used to loan money on human flesh and other collateral? And have you seen the gondolas, and heard the romantic gondolier sing, as only the romantic gondolier can sing, according to the romances? I have heard the romantic gondoliers sing. We had just entered Venice at 8 in the evening and were floating away toward the hotel. We were poking dismally around in the shadows among long rows of towering, untenanted buildings, and were very sad and disheartened and disappointed, for this was not the Venice we had expected. It was at such a time as this that this ragged, barefooted gutter-snipe turned up and began to sing, true to the traditions of his race. I stood it for about 5 minutes, and then I said, "Look here, Roderigo Gonzales, Michael Angelo Smith, I am a pilgrim, and I am a stranger, but I'm not going to stand any such caterwauling as that. If this thing goes on, one of us has got to take water. It is enough that my cherished dreams of Venice have been blighted forever, without taxing your talents to make the matter worse. Another yelp out of you, and overboard you go." I had begun to feel that the old Venice of song and story had departed forever, but I was too hasty. In a few minutes we swept gracefully out into the Grand Canal, and under the mellow moonlight the Venice of poetry and romance stood revealed. Right from the water's edge rose stately palaces of marble. Gondolas were gliding swiftly hither and thither, and disappearing suddenly through unsuspected gates and alleys. Ponderous stone bridges threw their shadows athwart the glittering waves. There was life and motion everywhere, and yet everywhere there was a hush, a stealthy sort of stillness, that was suggestive of secret enterprises of bravos and of lovers, and, clad half in moonbeams and half in mysterious shadows, the grim old mansions of the Republic seemed to have an expression about them of having an eye out for just such enterprises as these at that moment. Music came stealing over the waters. Venice was complete. The gondola is an institution, but it seems queer, ever so queer, this thing of a boat doing duty as a private carriage. In Venice we see business men come to the front door, portly fellows with their portliness gauged according to their incomes, step into a gondola instead of a street car, and go off downtown to the counting-house. We see young ladies out visiting stand on the stoop and laugh, chatter, and flirt their fans, and kiss good-bye, and say, "Come soon, Maria, now do. You've been just as mean as ever you could, and mother's dying to see you, and so's the poodle and the cat and everybody, and oh, we've moved into the new house, and oh, it's such a love of a place, so convenient to the post office and the church and the Y.M.C.A., and we do have such fishing and such carrying on and such swimming matches in the back yard. Oh, you must come. No distance at all, and if you go down through by St. Mark's and the Bridge of Sighs, and out through the alley, and come up by Santa Maria del Frari and into the Grand Canal, there isn't a bit of current. Now do come, Sally Maria. Bye-bye." And then the little humbug trips down the steps, jumps into the gondola, says under her breath, "Disagreeable old thing, I hope she won't come," goes skimming away around the corner, and the other girl slams the street door and says, "Well, that infliction's over, anyway, but I suppose I've got to go and see her. Tiresome stuck-up thing." Ah, human nature is just the same all over the world, and girls are just the same everywhere. The girls in Venice are just like the girls in Cleveland. They wear their dresses cut bias, certainly, and put the most gorgeous gussets on 'em, and gores and all that sort of thing, and wad up their hair behind so bewitchingly, and prop it up with a crupper, and they keep a pet kangaroo so as they can see how to do the Grecian bend right. Ah, the girls in Venice are precisely like the girls in Pittsburgh. A Venice girl is as much like a Pittsburgh girl as one blessed angel is like another. And that was a close place, but I rubbed through. And we see the diffident young man, mild of mustache, affluent of hair, indigent of brain, elegant of costume, drive up in his gondola to her father's mansion, tell his hackman to "bail out and wait," start fearfully up the steps, and meet the old man right on the threshold, hear him ask what street the new British Bank is in, as if that were what he came for, and then bounce into his boat and scurry away with his coward heart in his boots. See him come sneaking around the corner again directly, with a corner of the gondola curtain open toward the old gentleman's disappearing gondola, and then out scampers his Susan with a flock of little Italian endearments fluttering from her lips, and goes to drive with him in the watery avenues away down toward the Rialto. We see the ladies go out shopping, in the most natural way, and flit from street to street and from store to store, just in the good old fashion, except that they leave the gondola instead of a private carriage waiting for them a couple of hours at the curbstone, waiting while they make the nice young clerks pull down tons and tons of silks and velvets and bombazine and bobbinet and moire antiques and solferino and all those splendid fabrics, and then they buy a paper of pins and go paddling up the canal to confer a portion of their disastrous patronage on the other stores, and they always have their purchases sent home just in the good old way. Ah, human nature is very much the same all over the world, and it was so like my dear native home to see a lady buy 10 cents worth of blue ribbon and have it sent home in a scow. Ah, these little touches of nature move one almost to tears in those far-off foreign lands. Human nature is just the same all over the world. Blessed woman, her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. I love the whole sex. My own mother was a woman. And we see little girls and boys go out for an airing with their nurses in the gondola, when they've been good and haven't stolen any jam, nor told any lies they couldn't substantiate. I never had any trouble about going out for an airing when I was young, because I never stole jam when I could get my little brother to steal it for me, and I always made it a point to be just as particular about telling a lie as if I were telling the truth. I'd rather have a sound judgment than talent. And we see staid families with prayer book and beads enter the gondola, dressed in their Sunday best, and float solemnly away to church. At midnight we see the theater break up and discharge its swarm of chattering youth and beauty, hear the cries of the hackmen gondoliers, and behold the struggling crowd jump aboard the black multitude of boats and go skimming down the moonlit avenues. We see them branching off here and there and disappearing up divergent streets. We hear the faint sounds of laughter, of shouted farewells floating up out of the distance, and then, the strange pageant being gone, we have lonely stretches of glittering water, of stately buildings, of blotting shadows, of weird stone faces creeping into the moonlight, of deserted bridges, of motionless boats at anchor, and over all broods that mysterious stillness, that stealthy quiet, that befits so well this old dreaming Venice. Opposite this passage in the manuscript is a marginal note by Mark Twain, very slow. Our Vandals hurried away from Venice and scattered abroad everywhere. You could find them breaking specimens from the dilapidated tomb of Romeo and Juliet at Padua, and infesting the picture galleries of Florence, and risking their necks on the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and snuffing sulphur fumes on the summit of Vesuvius, and burrowing among the exhumed wonders of Herculaneum and Pompeii, and you might see them with spectacles on and blue cotton umbrellas under their arms, benignantly contemplating Rome from the venerable arches of the Colosseum. And finally we sailed from Naples, and in due time anchored before the Piraeus, the seaport of Athens in Greece. But the quarantine was in force, and so they set a guard of soldiers to watch us, and would not let us go ashore. However, I and 3 other Vandals took a boat, and muffled the oars, and slipped ashore at 11:30 at night, and dodged the guard successfully. Then we made a wide circuit around the slumbering town, avoiding all roads and houses, for they'd about as soon hang a body as not, for violating the quarantine laws in those countries. We got around the town without any accident, and then struck out across the Attic plain, steering straight for Athens, over rocks and hills and brambles and everything, with Mount Helicon for a landmark. and so we tramped 5 or 6 miles. The Attic plain is a mighty uncomfortable plain to travel in, even if it is so historical. The armed guards got after us 3 times and flourished their gleaming gun barrels in the moonlight, because they thought we were stealing grapes occasionally. And the fact is we were, for we found by and by that the brambles that tripped us up so often were grapevines. But these people in the country didn't know that we were quarantine blockade runners, and so they only scared us and jawed Greek at us, and let us go instead of arresting us. We didn't care about Athens particularly, but we wanted to see the famous Acropolis and its ruined temples, and we did. We climbed the steep hill of the Acropolis about 1 in the morning, and tried to storm that grand old fortress that had scorned the battles and sieges of 3,000 years. We had the garrison out, mighty quick, 4 Greeks, and we bribed them to betray the citadel and unlock the gates. In a moment we stood in the presence of the noblest ruins we had ever seen, the most elegant, the most graceful, the most imposing. The renowned Parthenon towered above us, and about us were the wreck of what were once the snowy marble temples of Hercules, and a second Minerva, and another whose name I have forgotten. Most of the Parthenon's grand columns are still standing, but the roof is gone. As we wandered down the marble-paved length of this mighty temple, the scene was strangely impressive. Here and there in lavish profusion were gleaming white statues of men and women, propped against blocks of marble, some of them armless, some without legs, others headless, but all looking mournful and sentient and startlingly human. They rose up and confronted the midnight intruder on every side. They stared at him with stony eyes from unlooked-for nooks and recesses. They peered at him over fragmentary heaps far down the desolate corridors. They barred his way in the midst of the broad forum, and solemnly pointed with handless arms the way from the sacred fane. And through the roofless temple the moon looked down, and banded the floor and darkened the scattered fragments and broken statues with the slanting shadows of the columns. What a world of ruined sculpture was about us! Stood up in rows, stacked up in piles, scattered broadcast over the wide area of the Acropolis, were hundreds of crippled statues of all sizes and of the most exquisite workmanship, and vast fragments of marble that once belonged to the entablatures, covered with bas-reliefs representing battles and sieges, ships of war with 3 and 4 tiers of oars, pageants and processions, everything one could think of. We walked out into the grass-grown, fragment-strewn court beyond the Parthenon. It startled us, every now and then, to see a stony white face stare suddenly up at us out of the grass with its dead eyes. The place seemed alive with ghosts. We half expected to see the Athenian heroes of 20 centuries ago glide out of the shadows and steal into the old temple they knew so well, and regarded with such boundless pride. The full moon was riding high in the cloudless heavens now. We sauntered carelessly and unthinkingly to the edge of the lofty battlements of the citadel, and looked down, and lo, a vision, and such a vision! Athens by moonlight. All the beauty in all the world combined could not rival it. The prophet that thought the splendors of the New Jerusalem were revealed to him surely saw this instead. It lay in the level plain right under our feet, all spread abroad like a picture, and we looked down upon it as we might have looked from a balloon. We saw no semblance of a street, but every house, every window, every clinging vine, every projection was as distinct and sharply marked as if the time were noonday, and yet there was no glare, no glitter, nothing harsh or repulsive. The silent city was flooded with the mellowest light that ever streamed from the moon, and seemed like some living creature wrapped in peaceful slumber. On its further side was a little temple whose delicate pillars and ornate front glowed with a rich luster that chained the eye like a spell, and nearer by the palace of the king reared its creamy walls out of the midst of a great garden of shrubbery that was flecked all over with a random shower of amber lights, a spray of golden sparks that lost their brightness in the glory of the moon, and glinted softly upon the sea of dark foliage like the pallid stare of the Milky Way. Overhead the stately columns, majestic still in their ruin; underfoot the dreaming city; in the distance the silver sea. Not on the broad earth is there another picture half so beautiful. We got back to the ship safely, just as the day was dawning. We had walked upon pavements that had been pressed by Plato, Aristotle, Demosthenes, Socrates, Phocion, Euclid, Xenophon, Herodotus, Diogenes, and 100 others of deathless fame, and were satisfied. We got to stealing grapes again on the way back, and half a dozen rascally guards with muskets and pistols captured us, and marched us in the center of a hollow square nearly to the sea, till we were well beyond all the graperies. Military escort! Ah, I never traveled in so much state in all my life. I leave the Vandal here. I have not time to follow him further, nor our Vandals to Constantinople and Smyrna and the Holy Land, Egypt, the islands of the sea, and to Russia and his visit to the Emperor. But I wish I could tell of that visit of our gang of Quaker City Vandals to the grandest monarch of the age, America's stanch, old, steadfast friend, Alexander II, autocrat of Russia. The Emperor is a man of noble presence, tall and spare, has a kind blue eye, looks great and good, and every inch an emperor. It was a novel sensation to stand in the presence of this man, chatting easily and pleasantly, like an ordinary mortal, and so simply dressed, yet whose slightest word is law to 70 million of human beings; who could open his lips, and ships would fly through the waves, locomotives would speed over the plains, couriers would hurry from village to village, 100 telegraphs would flash the word to the four corners of an empire that stretches its vast proportions over a seventh part of the habitable globe, and a countless multitude of men would spring to do his bidding. If this man sprained his ankle, 1,000,000 miles of telegraph would carry the news over mountains, valleys, under the trackless sea, and 10,000 newspapers would prate of it. If he were grievously ill, all the nations would know it before the sun rose again. If he dropped lifeless where he stood, the effect might be felt in the furthest lands of Christendom. Yet where I stood, worm of the dust as I am, I could have overturned this god, I could have knocked this colossus down with my feeble fist. But I restrained myself. If there is a moral to this lecture, it is an injunction to all Vandals to travel. I am glad the American Vandal goes abroad. It does him good. It makes a better man of him. It rubs out a multitude of his old unworthy biases and prejudices. It aids his religion, for it enlarges his charity and his benevolence, and it broadens his views of men and things. It deepens his generosity and his compassion for the failings and shortcomings of his fellow creatures. Contact with men of various nations and many creeds teaches him that there are other people in the world besides his own little clique, and other opinions as worthy of attention and respect as his own. He finds that he and his are not the most momentous matters in the universe. Cast into trouble and misfortune in strange lands, and being mercifully cared for by those he never saw before, he begins to learn the best lesson of all, that one which culminates in the conviction that God puts something good and something lovable in every man. His hands create, that the world is not a cold, harsh, cruel prison-house, stocked with all manner of selfishness and hate and wickedness. It liberalizes the Vandal to travel. You never saw a bigoted, opinionated, stubborn, narrow-minded, self-conceited, almighty mean man in your life, but he had stuck in one place since he was born, and thought God made the world and dyspepsia and bile for his especial comfort and satisfaction. So I say, by all means let the American Vandal go on traveling, and let no man discourage him. Remember, our Vandals in the Quaker City will never regret their pilgrimage. They learned something, matters that were useful, other matters that were only pleasant. Much that they learned, much that they saw, much that they heard, they will forget, but still a store of softly tinted images will remain in their memories, and float through their reveries and dreams for many and many a year to come. They will remember something. End of The American Vandal Abroad, read by John Greenman. This is Section 8 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concluding Remarks. Protestant Orphan Asylum Benefit, Case Hall, Cleveland, January 22, 1869. Read by John Greenman. Ladies and gentlemen, I am well aware of the fact that it would be a most gigantic fraud for you to pay $1 each to hear my lecture, but you pay your $1 to the Orphan Asylum and have the lecture thrown in. So if it is not worth anything, it does not cost you anything. There is no expense connected with this lecture. Everything is done gratuitously, and you have the satisfaction of knowing that all you have paid goes for the benefit of the orphans. I understand that there are to be other entertainments given week after next for the same object, the asylum being several $1,000s in debt, and I earnestly recommend you all to attend them, and not let your benevolence stop with this lecture. There will be eating to be done. Go there and eat, and keep on eating, and pay as you go. The proprietors of the skating rink have generously offered to donate to the asylum the proceeds of one evening to the amount of $1,000, and when that evening comes, go and skate. I do not know whether you can all skate or not, but go and try. If you break your necks, it will be no matter. It will be to help the orphans. Don't be afraid of giving too much to the orphans, for however much you give, you have the easiest part of the bargain. Some persons have to take care of those 60 orphans, and they have to wash them. Orphans have to be washed, and it's no small job either, for they have only one washtub, and it's a slow business. They can't wash but one orphan at a time. They have to be washed in the most elaborate detail, and by the time they get through with the 60, the original orphan has to be washed again. Orphans won't stay washed. I've been an orphan myself for 25 years, and I know this to be true. There is a suspicion of impurity and imposition about many ostensibly benevolent enterprises, but there is no taint of reproach upon this for the benefit of those little waifs upon the sea of life, and I hope your benevolence will not stop here. In conclusion, I thank you for the patience and fortitude with which you have listened to me. Concluding remarks read by John Greenman. This is Section 9 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Reliable Contraband. New York Press Club Dinner, Delmonico's, June 5, 1869. Delivered by proxy. Mr. President and gentlemen, I thank you most heartily. I am happy in being considered worthy to. In truth, gentlemen, I am unprepared to make a speech. This call is entirely unexpected, I assure you. I did not expect it. That is, I did not expect to be called upon. If I had expected to be called upon, I would have prepared myself, but not being, as I may say, entirely unprepared, and not expecting it, it is entirely unexpected to me, and I am entirely unprepared. But I thank you very kindly, I assure you. However, at this moment a thought occurs to me. I will offer a sentiment and preface it with a few subsequent remarks which I hope to be able to make in the interim, if the theme shall chance to suggest to me anything to say. I beg that you will fill your private memorandum to recollect to take notice at this point whether these fellows are drinking out of gourds, goblets, jugs, or what they are drinking out of, and so not make any stupid blunder and spoil the effect of the speech. And join me in a toast. To one whose eminent services in time of great national peril we gratefully acknowledge, whose memory we revere, whose death we deplore, the journalist's truest friend, the late Reliable Contraband. Mr. President and gentlemen, it is my painful duty to mar these festivities with the announcement of the death of one who was dear to us all, our tried and noble friend, the Reliable Contraband. To the world at large this event will bring no sorrow, for the world never comprehended him, never knew him as we did, never had such cause to love him. But unto us the calamity brings unutterable anguish, for it heralds the loss of one whose great heart beat for us alone, whose tireless tongue vibrated in our interest only, whose fervent fancy wrought its miracles solely for our enrichment and renown. In his time, what did he not do for us? When marvels languished and sensation dispatches grew tame, who was it that laid down the shovel and the hoe and came with healing on his wings? The reliable Contraband. When armies fled in panic and dismay, and the great cause seemed lost beyond all hope of succor, who was it that turned the tide of war and gave victory to the vanquished? The reliable Contraband. When despair hung its shadows about the hearts of the people, and sorrow sat upon every face, who was it that braved every danger to bring cheering and incomprehensible news from the front? The reliable Contraband. Who took Richmond the first time? The reliable Contraband. Who took it the second time? The reliable Contraband. Who took it every time until the last, and then felt the bitterness of hearing a nation applaud the man more who took it once than that greater man who had taken it 6 times before? The reliable Contraband. When we needed a bloodless victory, whom did we look to win it? The reliable Contraband. When we needed news to make the people's bowels yearn and their knotted and combined locks to stand on end like quills upon the fretful porcupine, whom did we look to fetch it? The reliable Contraband. When we needed any sort or description of news upon any sort or description of subject, who was it that stood always ready to steal a horse and bring that news along? The reliable Contraband. My friends, he was the faithfulest vassal that ever fought, bled, and lied in the glorious ranks of journalism. Thunder and lightning never stopped him. Annihilated railroads never delayed him. The telegraph never overtook him. Military secrecy never crippled his knowledge. Strategic feints never confused his judgment. Cannonballs couldn't kill him. Clairvoyance couldn't find him. Satan himself couldn't catch him. His information comprised all knowledge, possible and impossible. His imagination was utterly boundless. His capacity to make mighty statements and so back them up as to make an inch of truth cover an acre of ground without appearing to stretch or tear was a thing that appalled even the most unimpressible with its awful grandeur. The reliable Contraband is no more. Born of the war, and a necessity of the war, and of the war only, he watched its progress, took note of its successes and reverses, manufactured and recorded the most thrilling features of its daily history, and then, when it died, his great mission was fulfilled. His occupation gone, and he died likewise. No journalist here present can lay his hand upon his heart and say he had not cause to love this faithful creature over whose unsentient form we drop these unavailing tears. For no journalist among us all can lay his hand upon his heart and say He ever lied with such pathos, such unction, such exquisite symmetry, such sublimity of conception, and such felicity of execution, as when he did it through and by the inspiration of this regally gifted marvel of mendacity, the lamented, reliable Contraband. Peace to his ashes. End of Reliable Contraband, read by John Greenman. This is Section 10 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Artemus Ward Lecture, Lecture Season 1871-72. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask leave to introduce to you the lecturer of the evening, Mr. Charles F. Clemens, otherwise known as Mark Twain, a gentleman, I may say, whose devotion to science, aptness in philosophy, historical accuracy, and love of truth are in perfect harmony with his majestic and imposing appearance. I refer indirectly to myself. It is not, I know, customary to introduce a lecturer after having the amount of advertising that I have had, but as the management desired that the introduction should be made, I preferred making it myself, being sure by this means of getting in all the facts. My lecture is about Artemus Ward, who was one of the great humorists of our age. When I first started out on this missionary tour, it was my intention to touch in my lecture upon a number of other uncommonplace characters I have met, Bunyan, Martin Luther, Milton, and a few others, but I find that to mention all these old fellows, the companions of my childish hours, takes a great deal too much time, and therefore I confine myself to the single great man whom I have named. It is my purpose to show that Artemus Ward was America's greatest humorist, not manufactured or bogus, but a born humorist, and I will give you a skeleton outline (I have not time for more) of his life. In this outline I shall not load you down with historic facts to such an extent that you will be unable to get home with them, nor will I even make for you any of my philosophical deductions. This last promise is, on my part, a sacrifice, for I admire my philosophical deductions as I admire few other things on earth. Strange as it may seem, I have always found that the effect produced by them upon an audience was that of intense and utter exasperation. Artemus Ward was a humorist from the cradle to the grave. We cannot indeed go back to his cradle, but very early in life we find him perpetrating a witticism. The circumstances were these. When Artemus Ward was very young, he and a companion got hold of a pack of cards and learned to play euchre. Artemus was perfectly fascinated with the game, and played it as often as he had an opportunity. But it had to be done on the sly, and he had to hide his cards from his parents. So, when he was looking around for a place to hide them, the boys thought the safest place where they could put the cards was in the pocket of the minister's black gown, under the very aegis of the church. I don't know what aegis means, but it's a good word, and I suppose it's all right. Well, the old minister was called on to baptize a convert, and as he went down into the water wearing the gown, the cards began to come up to the surface and float off. The boys, who were on the bank watching, though in great fear, kept their eyes on the cards. As it happened, there came up first 2 bowers and 3 aces. Of course the boys were thrashed, and an old aunt of Artemus's proceeded to lecture him on the enormity of his crime. "Why," said she, "just imagine how the poor man must have felt when he saw the cards coming up. I should have thought he would have fainted, and I don't see how he got out." "Well," said Artemus, "I don't see how he could help going out on such a hand." Artemus Ward's real name, as most of you are probably aware, was Charles F. Brown. He was born in Waterford, Maine, in 1834. His personal appearance was not like that of most Maine men. He looked like a glove-stretcher. His hair, red, and brushed well forward at the sides, reminded one of a divided flame. His nose rambled on aggressively before him, with all the strength and determination of a cow-catcher, while his red mustache, to follow out the simile, seemed not unlike the unfortunate cow. He was of Puritan descent, and prided himself not a little on being derived from that stern old stock of people who had left their country and home for the sake of having freedom on a foreign shore to enjoy their own religion, and, at the same time, to prevent other folks from enjoying theirs. I don't know whether it is treasonable to speak in this way about those reverend old chaps, the Pilgrim Fathers. I am a Puritan father myself. At least, I am descended from one. One of my ancestors cut a conspicuous figure in the Boston Massacre, fighting first on one side and then on the other. He wasn't a man to stand fooling around while a massacre was going on. Why, to hear our family talk, you'd think that not a man named anything but Twain was in that massacre, and when you came to hear all about it, you'd wish that such was the case. Then I had another ancestor in the Battle of Bunker Hill. He was everything that an ancestor of mine was: killed, wounded, and missing. He was a prompt, businesslike fellow, and to make sure of being the last of the 3, he did it first of all, did it well, too. He was prompt that way, before a shot was fired. Why, I could stand here for a week and tell you of my distinguished ancestors, and I think I'll do it. On second thoughts, I think I won't, but go back to my subject. Ward never had any regular schooling. He was too poor to afford it, for one thing, and too lazy to care for it, for another. He had an intense, ingrained dislike for work of any kind. He even objected to see other people work, and on one occasion went so far as to submit to the authorities of a certain town an invention to run a treadmill by steam. Such a notion could not have originated with a hard-hearted man. Ward was a dutiful man, and his first act, when money began to come in on him from his lectures, was to free from encumbrance the old homestead in his native town and settle it upon his aged mother. Besides having wit and brilliant scintillations of happy fancies, Artemus possessed genuine humor. He once took an old Queen Anne musket and loaded it according to directions given by a hired man. The directions were to put in a handful of powder or so, a handful of bullets or so, a handful of nails or so. Ward did as he was told, only he had to take out a few of the bullets to make room for the nails. The gun being loaded, the boy went into the woods to shoot it off. But, soon as his hand got to the trigger, his courage failed, and finally he came home with the gun unfired, and handed it in that state to his father. The father, sighted a sapling, and let drive. The result was a small earthquake. Old Mr. Ward was laid up for a week. The senile gentleman, upon recovering, asked his son to come forward. He questioned him about the loading of the fowling piece, why he didn't make a report. The precocious youth replied he supposed that the gun would report for itself, and so it did. That was enough. While still young, he apprenticed himself to a printer in Skowhegan. Artemus was pleased with the place, and used often to pronounce the name. It reminded him so much of the names of old Spain and Portugal, because it was so different. About the age of 16 he went to Boston, and got on Mrs. Partington's carpet-bagger. Then it was that he wrote his first piece, and dropped it stealthily into the office, and how proud he felt next day when they gave it to him to set up. Then he commenced to write, and write generally. He touched everything. He even wrote a column of a scientific essay, entitled "Is Cats Useful?" and sent it to the Smithsonian Institute. He tired of settled life and poor pay in Boston, and wandered off over the country to better his fortune, obtaining a position in Cleveland as a reporter at $12 a week. It was while in Cleveland that he wrote his first badly spelled article, signing it Artemus Ward. He did not think much of it at the time of writing it, but it gave him a start that speedily sent him to the top of the ladder without touching a single run. Here he made himself well known in his particular line. Alluding to a very slow railroad, he said that the railroad was a breeder of injustice. He told of a convict who was started to the jail at the end of the road, but got so old while going he did not answer the description when he got there. Speaking of this same road, he once told the conductor the cowcatcher should be at the other end. There the danger lay. "You can't," said he, "overtake a cow, but what's to hinder one walking in the back door and biting the passengers?" The wit of Mr. Ward was very lively. He was a great humorist, nevertheless. True, he must not be compared with Holmes or Lowell. These men have a refinement that he did not possess. But this does not detract from the great showman's ability to create fun for the million. The flood tide of his popularity soon bore Artemus to New York, where, for a time, he infused new life into the columns of Vanity Fair, a comic journal published in that city. The quickening was but for a time, and the paper had already entered upon that rapid decline which every American comic journal seems destined to, even in its early youth. Artemus watched Vanity Fair in its death agonies, saw it expire, and said above its grave that he had always been of the opinion that an occasional joke improved a comic paper. Some of the best things attributed to Artemus Ward were not his. Indeed, his celebrated expression, "It would be $10 in Jeff Davis's pocket if he had never been born," I found in an English author who wrote some 50 years ago. Pounds were substituted for dollars, and some other name appeared in the place of Jeff Davis. Again, in one of his lectures, Ward used to say that to be attached to anything did not argue good feeling toward it, for he knew of a horse being attached to a dray, and yet being down on that dray. A Western journalist told me that this witticism was not original with Artemus Ward, but that he himself was the author of it. But in spite of this, Ward must not be regarded as a plagiarist. It is possible for a man to write what he thinks is a creation, but which is in fact only a memory. and it is also possible for two minds at different times to happen on the same idea. Holmes bears witness to this in The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table. I myself have written what I thought was my own, have imagined that I have created something clever and really good, and found out afterwards that the whole thing had been filched from me years and years before by Josephus. The idea of lecturing then occurred to Artemus. The success of this new employment, although not great at first, soon exceeded his most sanguine expectations, and he adopted it as a permanent profession. The lectures which Ward delivered with so much success all over the country were without form or consistence or sequence. His first one he called "The Babes in the Wood," but "My Seven Grandmothers," the name he originally intended to give it, would have been equally appropriate for anything there was in the lecture. At Christmas time in 1861 he opened his Babes in New York, and subsequently in California and elsewhere. His profits during that season amounted to something like $30,000 or $40,000, a very considerable sum for that day, but a gas fitter on the New York courthouse does better than that now. His success as a lecturer depended even more on the manner than on the matter. His inimitable way of pausing and hesitating, of gliding in a moment from seriousness to humor without appearing to be conscious of so doing, cannot be reproduced, so that many of his best things read flat and tame in consequence. It was unkind to report him. There was more in his pauses than in his words, and so no reporter's pen could do him justice. Having lectured for 3 months in California, Artemus went over to England, and opened with his Panorama in Egyptian Hall, London, and lectured to the nobility as well as common people. His success was so great that he threatened at one time to compel the royal family to remain away from his exhibition. Some of the pictures in his exhibition were most wretchedly painted. Of one of the pictures, that of some impossible animal, he assured his audience that some of the greatest artists in the city came to the hall every morning before daybreak with lanterns to inspect it. They say they never saw anything like it before, and hope they never will again. He was always tender-footed in matters of criticism. He said that some people found fault and slurred at him for not saying things like Edward Everett. "Why are they so one-sided?" he asked. "Edward Everett ought to be slurred some, I think, because he can't make a speech like me." In England Ward was heartily received, and his efforts to please were very successful, but the climate of cold and fog seemed to have the effect of eating away his life, and although he struggled hard, he had to relinquish his vocation. He lectured until his health was in such condition that he was nightly attended by his physician at the theater. One night in January, 4 years ago, the people found the doors of Egyptian Hall closed against them. When he knew that he must die, his only desire was to get home, but this was denied him. He got as far as Southampton, but his physician peremptorily forbade his attempting the sea voyage, and at Southampton, on the 6th of March, 1867, in the 34th year of his age, he died. Death at any time is sad, but under such circumstances as these it wrings the sigh of pity from every heart. Artemus Ward. Is he gone to the land of no laughter? this man that made mirth for us all? Proves death but a silence hereafter from the sounds that delight or appall? Once closed, have the lips no more duty, no more pleasure the exquisite ears? Has the heart done o'erflowing with beauty, as the eyes have with tears? Nay, if aught be sure, what can be surer than that earth's good decays not with earth? And of all the heart's springs none are purer than the springs of the fountain of mirth. He that sounds them has pierced the heart's hollows, the place where tears are and sleep. For the foam flakes that dance in life's shallows are wrung from life's deep. He came with a heart full of gladness, from the glad-hearted world of the West, won our laughter, but not with mere madness, spake and joked with us, not in mere jest, for the pain in our hearts lingered after, when the merriment dies from our ears, and those that were loudest in laughter are silent in tears. Ladies and gentlemen, my subject made it necessary for me to allude to death at all times solemn, and never to be approached with levity. As this is the case, I think it more conducive to your and my own self-respect to stop here than to end my remarks by a flippant or ill-timed jest or jibe. Thanking you all very kindly for your presence and marks of approbation, I bid you a good night. End of Artemus Ward lecture, read by John Greenman. This is section 11 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Roughing It Lecture. Lecture Season 1871-1872. England, 1873. Read by John Greenman. Ladies and gentlemen, by request of the chairman of the committee, who has been very busy, and is very tired, I suppose, I ask leave to introduce to you the lecturer of the evening, Mr. Clemens, otherwise Mark Twain, a gentleman whose great learning, whose historical accuracy, whose devotion to science, and whose veneration for the truth are only equaled by his high moral character and his majestic presence. I refer, in these vague and general terms, to myself. I am a little opposed to the custom of ceremoniously introducing a lecturer to an audience, partly because it seems to me that it is not entirely necessary where a man has been pretty well advertised, and partly because it makes a lecturer feel uncomfortably awkward. But where it is necessary I would much rather make it myself. Then I can get in all the facts. But it is not really the introduction that I care for. I don't care about that. That don't discommode me. But it's the compliments that sometimes go with it. That's what hurts. It would hurt anybody. The idea of a young lady being introduced into society as the sweetest singer or the finest conversationalist. You might as well knock her in the head at once. She could not say a word the rest of the evening. I never had but one public introduction that seemed to me just exactly the thing, an introduction brimful of grace. Why, it was a sort of inspiration, and yet the man who made it wasn't acquainted with me. But he was sensible to the backbone, and he said to me, "Now, you don't want any compliments?" I said he was exactly right. I didn't want any compliments. And when he introduced me, he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I shan't fool away any unnecessary time in this introduction. I don't know anything about this man. At least, I know only two things. One is that he has never been in the penitentiary, and the other is I don't know why." Such an introduction as that puts a man at his ease right off. Now, when I first started out on this missionary expedition, I had a lecture which I liked very well, but by and by I got tired of telling that same old stuff over and over again, and then I got up another lecture, and after that another one, and I am tired of that, so I just thought tonight I would try something fresh, if you are willing. I don't suppose you care what a lecturer talks about, if he only tells the truth, at intervals. Now, I have got a book in press. It will be out pretty soon, over 600 octavo pages, and illustrated after the fashion of The Innocents Abroad. Terms, however, I am not around canvassing for the work. I should like to talk a little of that book to you tonight. It is very fresh in my mind, as it is not more than 3 months since I wrote it. Say 30 or 40 pages, or if you prefer it, the whole 600. 10 or 12 years ago I crossed the continent from Missouri to California in the old overland stage-coach, a good while before the Pacific Railway was built. Over 1,900 miles. It was a long ride, day and night, through sagebrush, over sand and alkali plains, wolves and Indians, starvation and smallpox, everything to make the journey interesting. Had a splendid time, a most enjoyable pleasure trip in that old stagecoach. We were bound for Nevada, which was then a brand new territory nearly or about as large as the state of Ohio. It was a desolate, barren, sterile, mountainous, unpeopled country, sagebrush and deserts of alkali. You could scarcely cast your eye in any direction but your gaze would be met by one significant object, and that was the projecting horns of a dried, shrunken carcass of an ox, preaching eloquent sermons of the hardships suffered by those emigrants, where a soil refused to clothe its nakedness, except now and then a little rill, or as you might call it, a river, goes winding through the plain. Such is the Carson River, which clothes the valley with refreshing and fragrant hayfields. However, hay is a scant crop, and with all the importations from California, the price of that article has never come under $300 a ton. In the winter the price reaches $800, and once went up to $1,200 per ton, and then the cattle were turned out to die, and it is hardly putting the figures too strong to say that the valleys were paved with the remains of these cattle. It is a land where the winters are long and rigorous, where the summers are hot and scorching, and where not a single drop of rain ever falls during 11 tedious months, where it never thunders and never lightens, where no river finds its way to the sea or empties its waters into the great lakes that have no perceptible outlet, and whose surplus waters are spirited through mysterious channels down into the ground. A territory broad and ample, but which has not yet had a population numbering 80,000, yet a country that produced $20 million of silver bullion in the year 1863, and produces $12 million to $16 million every year. Yet the population has fallen away until now it does not number more than 15,000 or 18,000. Yet that little handful of people vote just as strongly as they do anywhere, are just as well represented in the Senate of the United States as Michigan or the great state of New York with her 3 million or 4 million of people. That is equality in representation. I spoke of the sagebrush. That is a particular feature of the country out there. It's an interesting sort of shrub. You see no other sort of vegetable, and clear from Pike's Peak to California's edge, the sagebrushes stand from 3 to 6 feet apart, one vast greenish-gray sea of sagebrush. It was the emigrant's fast friend, his only resource for fuel. In its appearance it resembles a venerable live oak, with its rough bark and knotty trunk, everything twisted and dwarfed, covered with its thick foliage. I think the sagebrush are beautiful. One at a time is, anyway. Of course, when you see them as far as the eye can reach, 7 days and a half in the week, it is different. I am not trying to get up an excitement over sagebrush, but there are many reasons why it should have some mention from an appreciative friend. I grant you that as a vegetable for table use sagebrush is a failure. Its leaves taste like our ordinary sage. You can make sage tea of it, but anybody in this audience who has ever been a boy or a girl, or both, in a country where doctors were scarce and measles and grandmothers plenty, don't hanker after sage tea. And yet, after all, there was a manifest providence in the creation of sagebrush, for it is food for the mules and donkeys, and therefore many emigrant trains are enabled to pull through with their loads where ox teams would lie down and die of starvation. That a mule will eat sagebrush don't prove much, because I know a mule will eat anything. He don't give the toss-up of a copper between oysters, lead pipe, brick dust, or even patent office reports. He takes whatever he can get most of. In our journey we kept climbing and climbing for I don't know how many days and nights. At last we reached the highest eminence, the extreme summit of the great range of the Rocky Mountains, and entered the celebrated South Pass. Now the South Pass is more suggestive of a straight road than a suspension bridge hung in the clouds, though in one place it suggests the latter. One could look below him on the diminishing crags and canyons lying down, down, down away to the vague plain below, with a crooked thread in it, which was the road, and tufts of feathers in it, which were trees, the whole country spread out like a picture, sleeping in the sunlight, and darkness stealing over it, blotting out feature after feature under the frown on a gathering storm. Not a film or shadow to mar the spectator's gaze. I could watch that storm break forth down there, could see the lightnings flash, the sheeted rain drifting along the cannon's side, and hear the thunder crash upon crash, reverberating among 1,000 rocky cliffs. This is a familiar experience to traveling people. It was a miracle of sublimity to a boy like me, who could hardly say that he had ever been away from home a single day in his life before. We visited Salt Lake City in our journey. Carson City, the capital of Nevada, had a wild harum-scarum population of editors, thieves, lawyers, in fact all kinds of blacklegs. Its desperadoes, gamblers, and silver miners were armed to the teeth, every one of them dressed in the roughest kind of costumes, which looked strange and romantic to me, and I was fascinated. Everybody rode horseback in that town. I never saw such magnificent horsemanship as that displayed in Carson streets every day, and I did envy them, though I was not much of a horseman. But I had soon learned to tell a horse from a cow, and was burning with impatience to learn more. I was determined to have a horse and ride myself. Whilst this thought was rankling in my mind, the auctioneer came scouring through the plaza on a black beast that was humped like a dromedary, and fearfully homely. He was going at $22 for horse, saddle, and bridle. A man standing near me, whom I didn't know, but who turned out to be the auctioneer's brother, noticed the wistful look in my eye and observed that that was a remarkable horse to be going at such a price, let alone the saddle and bridle. I said I had half a notion to bid. Now, he says, I know that horse. I know him well. You are a stranger, I take it. You might think he is an American horse, but he is not anything of the kind. He is a Mexican plug. That's what he is, a genuine Mexican plug. But there was something else about that man's way of saying it that made me just determined that I would own a genuine Mexican plug if it took every cent I had, and I said, "Has he any other advantages?" He hooked his forefinger in the pocket of my army shirt and led me to one side, and in a low tone, so that no one else could hear, said, "Shh, don't say a word. He can outbuck any horse in America. He can outbuck any horse in the world." Just then the auctioneer came along. $24 for the horse, saddle, and bridle. I said, 27. Sold. I took the genuine Mexican plug, paid for him, put him in a livery stable, let him get something to eat and get rested, and then in the afternoon I brought him out in the plaza, and some of the citizens held him by the head, and others held him down to the earth by the tail, and I got on him. As soon as those people let go, he put all his feet in a bunch together, let his back sag down, and then he arched it up suddenly and shot me 180 yards, and I came down again, straight down, and lighted in the saddle, and went up again, and when I came down the next time I lit on his neck and seized him, and slid back into the saddle and held on. Then he raised himself straight up in the air on his hind feet and just walked around a while like a member of Congress, and then he came down and went up the other way and just walked around on his hands, just as a schoolboy would. Then he came down on all fours again, with the same old process of shooting me up in the air, and the third time I went up I heard a man say, "Oh, don't he buck!" So that was bucking. I was very glad to know it. Not that I was enjoying it, but then I had been taking a general sort of interest in it, and had naturally desired to know what the name of it was, and whilst I was up somebody hit the horse a whack with a strap, and when I came down again the genuine bucker was gone. While this performance was going on, a sympathizing crowd had gathered around, and one of them remarked to me, "Stranger, you have been taken in. That's a genuine Mexican plug." And another one says, "Think of it, you might have bought an American horse, used to all kinds of work, for a very little more money." Well, I didn't want to talk. I didn't have anything to say. I was so jolted up, so internally, externally, and eternally mixed up, gone all to pieces. I put my hand on my forehead and the other on my stomach, and if I had been the owner of 16 hands I could have found a place for every one of them. Now, if you would see the noblest, loveliest inland lake in the world, you should go to Lake Tahoe. It is just on the boundary line between California and Nevada. I have seen some of the world's celebrated lakes, and they bear no comparison with Tahoe. There it is, a sheet of perfectly pure, limpid water, lifted up 6,300 feet above the sea, a vast oval mirror framed in a wall of snow-clad mountain peaks above the common world. Solitude is king, and in that realm calm silence is brooding always. It is the home of rest and tranquillity, and gives emancipation and relief from the griefs and plodding cares of life. Could you but see the morning breaking there, gilding those snowy summits, and then creeping gradually along the slopes until it sets the lake and woodlands free from mist, all agleam, you would see old Nature, the master artist, painting those dissolving views on the still water, and finally grouping all these features into a complete picture. Every little dell, the mountains with their dome-turned pinnacles, the cataracts and drifting clouds, are all exquisitely photographed on the burnished surface of the lake, suffused with the softest and richest color. This lake is 10 miles from Carson City, and in company with a friend we used to foot it out there, taking along provisions and blankets, camp out on the lake shore 2 or 3 weeks at a time. Not another human being within miles of us. We used to loaf about in the boat, smoke and read, sometimes play 7-up to strengthen the mind. It's a sinful game, but it's mighty nice. We'd just let the boat drift and drift wherever it wanted to. I can stand a deal of such hardship and suffering when I'm healthy. And the water was so wonderfully clear. Where it was 80 feet deep, the pebbles on the bottom were just as distinct as if you held them in your hand, and in that clear white atmosphere it seemed as if the boat was drifting through the air. Out in the middle it was a deep, dark indigo blue, and the official measurement made by the state geologist of California shows it to be 1,525 feet deep in the center. You can imagine that it would take a great many churches and steeples piled one upon another before they would be perceptible above its surface. You might use up a great deal of ecclesiastical architecture in that way. Now, notwithstanding that lake is lifted so high among the clouds, surrounded by the everlasting snow-capped mountain peaks, with its surface higher than Mount Washington in the east, and notwithstanding the water is pretty shallow around the edges, Yet the coldest winter day in the recollection of humanity was never known to form ice upon its surface. It has no feeders but the little mountain rills, yet it never rises nor falls. Donner Lake, close by, freezes hard every winter. Why Lake Tahoe does not is a question which no scientist has ever been able to explain. If there are any consumptives here, I urge them to go out there, renew their age, make their bodies hale and hearty in the pure, magnificent air of Lake Tahoe. If it don't cure them, I will bury them. I shall be glad to do it. I will give them a funeral that will be a comfort to them as long as they live. But it will cure them. I met a man there. He had been a man once. Now he was nothing but a shadow, and a very poor shadow at that. And that man had come there deliberately to die. And what a sickly failure he made of it. He was in dead earnest. He had heard that this air was easy and soothing to breathe, as God knows it is. And he had simply come out there to have what comfort he might whilst life ebbed away. And he had brought along a plan of his private graveyard, and pictures and drawings of different kinds of coffins and hearses and such things. And he never did anything but sit around and study that graveyard, and figure at coffins and such things, trying to make up his mind which kind he liked best, or which kind would be most becoming. Well, I met that man 3 months afterward. He was chasing mountain sheep over mountains 7 miles high with a Sharp's rifle. He didn't get them, but he was chasing them just the same. He had used up his graveyard plans and things for wadding, and had sent home for some more. Such a cure as that was! Why, when I first saw that man his clothes fitted him about as a circus tent fits the tent pole. Now they were snug to him. They stuck to him like postage stamps. And he weighed a ton. Yes, he weighed more than a ton. But I will throw in the odd ounces. I'm not particular about that. 11, I think it was. I know what I am talking about, for I took him to a hay scales and weighed him myself. A lot of us stood on there with him. But really, that was a remarkable cure. I have exaggerated it a little. You might not have noticed it. But still it was a cure, and a very remarkable one. I wish you would not heed my nonsense, but simply take note of my earnest word. I think if I could only persuade one invalid to go out there, I should feel as if I had done one thing worth having accomplished. I am really sincere about that. And if there is a sportsman in this audience, I say to him, shoulder your gun and go out there. It is the noblest hunting ground on earth. You can hunt there a year and never find anything, except mountain sheep, but you can't get near enough to shoot one. You can see plenty of them with a spyglass. Of course you can't shoot mountain sheep with a spyglass. It is our American chamois. I believe that is the way the word is pronounced. I don't know. With enormous horns, inhabiting the roughest mountain fastnesses, so exceedingly wild that it is impossible to get within rifle shot of it. There was no other game in that country when I was there except 7-up, though one can see a California quail now and then, a proud, stately, beautiful bird, with a curved and graceful plume on top of its head. But you can't shoot one. You might as well try to kill a cast-iron dog. They don't mind a mortal wound any more than a man would mind a scratch. I had supposed, in my innocence, that silver mining was nice, easy business, and that, of course, silver lay around loose on the hillsides, and that all you had to do was to pick it up, and that you could tell it from any other substance on account of its brightness and its white metallic look. Then came my disappointment, for I found that silver was merely scattered through quartz rock. Gold is found in cement veins, in quartz veins, loosely mingled with the earth, in the sand in beds of rivers, but I never heard of any other house or home for silver to live in than quartz rock. This rock is of a dull whitish color, faintly marked with blue veins. A fine powder of silver ore makes these blue veins, and this yields $30 in bullion. A little dab of silver that I could crowd in my mouth came out of this 2,000 pounds of solid rock. I found out afterward that $30 rock was mighty profitable. Then they showed me some more rock, which was a little more clouded. That was worth $50 a ton. The bluer and darker the rock, the richer it was. Sometimes you could find it worth $400, $500, and $600 a ton. At rare intervals, rock can be found that is worth $1,500 and $2,000 per ton. And at rarer intervals you would see a piece of quartz that had a mass of pure silver in its grip, large as a child's head. More than pure, because it always has a good deal of gold mixed up in its composition. The wire silver is nature's aristocratic jewelry. The quartz crystallizes and becomes perfectly clear, just as clear and faultless as the diamond, and almost as radiant in beauty. Nature, down there in the depths of the earth, takes one of these quartz rocks, shapes a cavity, and right in its heart imprisons a delicate little coil of serpentine, pure white, aristocratic silver. It was uphill work, this silver mining. There were plenty of mines, but it required a fortune to work one, for tons of worthless rock must be ground to powder to get at the silver. I was the owner of 100 silver mines, yet I realized that I was the poorest man on earth, couldn't sell to anybody, couldn't pay my board. So I had to go to work in a quartz mill at $10 a week. A nice place, truly, for the proprietor of 100 silver mines. I was glad to get that berth, but I couldn't keep it. I don't know why. I was the most careful workman they ever had. They said so. I took more pains with my work than anybody else. I was shoveling sand, tailings as they call it. It is silver-bearing rock that has been ground up and worked over once. It is then saved and worked over again. I was so particular about it that I have sat still for 1 hour and a half and studied about the best way to shovel that sand. And if I couldn't cipher it out in my mind just so, I wouldn't go shoveling around recklessly. I would leave it alone until the next day. Many a time when I have been carrying sand from one pile to another, 30 or 40 feet apart, I would get started with a pailful when a splendid idea would strike me, and I would carry that sand right back and sit down and think about it. Like as not, I would get so absorbed in it as to go to sleep. I almost always go to sleep when I am excited. Why, I always knew there must be some tip-top, first-rate way to move that sand. At last I discovered it. I went to the boss and told him that I had got just the thing, the very best and quickest way to get that sand from one pile to the other, and he says, "I'm awful glad to hear it." You never saw a man so uplifted as he was. It appeared to take a load off his breast, a load of sand, I suppose. And I said, What you want now is a cast-iron pipe about 13 or 14 feet in diameter and say 40 feet long, and you want to prop one end of that pipe up about 35 or 40 feet off the ground, and then you want a revolving belt. Just work it with the waste steam from the engine. A revolving belt with a revolving chair in it. I am to sit in that chair, and have a Chinaman down there to fill up the bucket with sand and pass it up as I come around, and I am just to soar up there and tilt it into that pipe, and there you are. It is as easy as rolling off a log." You never saw a man so overcome with admiration, so overwhelmed. Before he knew what he was about, he discharged me. He said I had too much talent to be fooling away my time in a quartz mill. If you will permit me, I would like to illustrate the ups and downs of the fortune in the mining country with just a little personal experience of my own. I had a cabin mate by the name of Higbee, a splendid good fellow. One morning the camp was thrown into a fearful state of excitement, for the Wide West had struck a lead black with native silver and yellow with gold. The butcher had been dunning us a week or two. Higbee went up and brought a handful away, and he sat studying and examining it, now and then soliloquizing in this manner: "That stuff never came out of the Wide West in the world." I told him it did, because I saw them hoist it out of the shaft. Higbee went away by himself, and came back in a couple of hours, perfectly overcome with excitement. He came in, closed the door, went and looked out of the window to make sure there was nobody in the neighborhood, and said to me, "We are worth $1,000,000. The Wide West be hanged. That's a blind lead." Said I, "Higbee, are you really in earnest? Say it again. Say it strong, Higbee." He replied, "Just as sure as I am standing here, it's a blind lead. We're rich." Poverty had vanished, and we could buy that town and pay for it, and 6 more just like it. A blind lead is one that doesn't crop out above the ground, like an ordinary quartz lead. The Wide West had simply tapped it in their shaft, and we had discovered it. It belonged to us. It was our property, and there wouldn't anybody in the camp dispute that fact. We took into partnership the foreman of the Wide West, and the Wide West had to stop digging. We were the Lions of Esmeralda. People wanted to lend us money. Other people wanted to sell us village lots on time, and the butcher brought us meat enough for a barbecue, and went away without his pay. Now, there is a rule that a certain amount of work must be done on a new claim within the first 10 days, or the claim is forfeited to anyone who may first take it up. Now, I was called away to nurse an old friend who was dangerously ill at the 9-Mile Ranch, and I just wrote a note and threw it into the window, telling Higbee where I was gone. The fellow I went to nurse was an irascible sort of fellow, and while carrying him from the vapor bath I let my end of him fall. We had a quarrel, and I started for home. When I reached there I saw a vast concourse of people over at the claim, and the thought struck me that we were richer than ever, probably worth $2 million certain. Presently I met Higbee looking like a ghost, and says I, "What on earth is the matter?" "Well," he says, "you didn't do the work on the mine. I depended on you. The foreman's mother dying in California, he didn't do the work. Our claim is forfeited, and we are ruined. We haven't a cent." We went home to the cabin. I looked down at the floor. There was my note, and beside it was a note from Higbie, telling me that he was going away to look for another mine which wouldn't have amounted to anything, even if he had found it, in comparison with our claim. It don't seem possible that there could be three as big fools in one small town, but we were there, and I was one of them. For once in my life I was absolutely a millionaire for just 10 days by the watch. I was just ready to go into all kinds of dissipation, and I am really thankful that this was a chapter in the history of my life, although at the time, of course, I did a great deal of weeping and gnashing my teeth. When I lost that million, my heart was broken, and I wanted to pine away and die, but I couldn't borrow money to live on while I did so, and I had to give that up. Everything appeared to go against me. Of course, I might have suicided, but that was kind of disagreeable. I had written a few letters for the press, and just in the nick of time I received a letter from the Virginia City Daily Enterprise offering me $25 a week to go and be a reporter on that paper. I couldn't hardly believe it, but this was no time for foolishness, and I was in for anything. I never had edited anything, but if I had been offered the job of translating Josephus from the original Hebrew, I should have taken it. If I had translated Josephus, I would have thrown in as many jokes as I could for the money, and made him readable. I would have had a variety if I had to write him all up new. Well, I walked that 130 miles in pretty quick time, and took the berth. Have you ever considered what straits reporters are sometimes pushed to in furnishing the public with news? Why, the first day items were so scarce I couldn't find an item anywhere, and just as I was on the verge of despair, as luck would have it, there came in a lot of emigrants with their wagon trains. They had been fighting with the Indians, and got the worst of it. I got the names of their killed and wounded, and then by and by there was another train came in. They hadn't had any trouble, and of course I was disappointed, but I did the best I could under the circumstances. I cross-questioned the boss emigrant and found that they were going right on through and wouldn't come back to make trouble, so I got his list of names and added to my killed and wounded, and I got ahead of all the other papers. I put that wagon train through the bloodiest Indian fight ever seen on the plains. They came out of that conflict covered with glory. The chief editor said he didn't want any better reporter than I was. I said, "You just bring on your Indians and fetch out your emigrants, leave me alone, and I will make the fur fly. I will hang a scalp on every sagebrush between here and the Missouri border." That was all first rate, but by and by items got low again, and I was downhearted. I was miserable, because I couldn't strike an item. At last fortune favored me again. A couple of dear, delightful desperadoes got into a row right before me, and one of them shot the other. I stepped right up there and got the victim to give me his last words, exclusively for the Enterprise, and I added some more to them so as to be sure to get ahead of the other papers. And then I turned to the desperado. Said I, "You are a stranger to me, sir. but you have done me a favor which I can never sufficiently thank you for. I shall ever regard you as a benefactor." And I asked him if he could lend me a $50. We always borrowed a piece whenever we could. It was a public custom. The thought then struck me that I could raise a mob and hang on to the other desperado, but the officers got ahead of me and took him into custody. They were down on us and would always do any little mean thing like that to spite us. And so I was fairly launched in literature, in the business of doing good. I love to do good. It is our duty. I think when a man does good all the time his conscience is so clear. I like to do right and be good, though there is a deal more fun in the other thing. Now, you see, by my sort of experience, a man may go to bed at night not worth a cent and wake up in the morning to find himself immensely wealthy, and very often he is a man who has a vast cargo of ignorance. To illustrate my point, I will give you a story about a couple of those fresh nabobs whose names are Colonels Jim and Jack. Colonel Jim had seen considerable of the world, but Colonel Jack was raised down in the backwoods of Arkansas. These gentlemen, after their good luck, determined on a pleasure trip to New York. So they went to San Francisco, took a steamer, and in due time arrived in the great metropolis. While passing along the street, Colonel Jack's attention was distracted by the hacks and splendid equipage he saw, and he says, "Well, I've heard about these carriages all my life, and I mean to have a ride in one. I don't care what it costs." So Colonel Jim stepped to the edge of the sidewalk and ordered a handsome carriage. Colonel Jack says, "No, you don't. None of your cheap turnouts for me. I'm here to have a good time, and money's no object. I'm going to have the best rig this country affords. You stop that yellow one there with the pictures on it." So they got into the empty omnibus and sat down. Colonel Jack says, "Well, ain't it gay? Ain't it nice? Windows and pictures and cushions till you can't rest. What would the boys think of this if they could see us cut such a swell in New York? I wish they could see us. What is the name of this?" Colonel Jim told him it was a barouche. After a while he poked his head out in front and said to the driver, "I say, Johnny, this suits me. We want this shebang all day. Let the horses go." The driver loosened the strap and passed his hand in for the fare. Colonel Jack, thinking that he wanted to shake hands, shook him heartily and said, "You understand me. You take care of me and I'll take care of you." He put a $20 gold piece into the driver's hand. The driver says, "I can't change that." Colonel Jack replied, "Put it into your pocket. I don't want any change. We're going to ride it out." In a few minutes the bus stopped and a young lady got in. Colonel Jack stared at her. Pretty soon she got out her money to pay the driver. Colonel Jack says, "Put up your money, miss. You're perfectly welcome to ride here just as long as you want to. But this barouche is chartered, and we can't let you pay." Soon an old lady got in. Colonel Jack told her to sit down. Don't be at all uneasy. Everything is paid for, and as free as if you were in your own turnout, but you can't pay a cent. Pretty soon 2 or 3 gentlemen got in, and ladies with children. Colonel Jack says, "Come right along, don't mind us, free blowout." By and by the crowd filled all the seats and were standing up, while the others climbed up on top. He nudged the Colonel Jim and says, "Colonel, what kind of cattle do they have here? If this don't bang anything I ever saw. Ain't they friendly, and so awful cool about it? But they ain't sociable." But I have related enough of that circumstance to illustrate the enormous simplicity of those unfledged biddies of fortune. I reported on that morning newspaper 3 years, and it was pretty hard work, but I enjoyed its attractions. Reporting is the best school in the world to get a knowledge of human beings, human nature, and human ways. A nice, gentlemanly reporter (I make no references) is well treated by everybody. Just think of the wide range of his acquaintanceship, his experience of life and society. No other occupation brings a man into such familiar sociable relations with all grades and classes of people. The last thing at night, midnight, he goes browsing around after items among police and jailbirds in the lockup, questioning the prisoners and making pleasant and lasting friendships with some of the worst people on earth. And the very next evening he gets himself up regardless of expense, puts on all the good clothes his friends have got, goes and takes dinner with the governor, or the commander-in-chief of the district, the United States senator, and some more of the upper crust of society. He is on good terms with all of them, and is present at every public gathering, and has easy access to every variety of people. Why, I breakfast almost every morning with the governor, dined with the principal clergyman, and slept in the station house. A reporter has to lie a little, of course, or they would discharge him. That is the only drawback to the profession. This is why I left it. I am different from Washington. I have a higher and grander standard of principle. Washington could not lie. I can lie, but won't. Reporting is fascinating, but then it is distressing to have to lie so. Lying is bad. Lying is very bad. Every individual in this house knows that by experience. I think that for a man to tell a lie when he can't make anything by it is wrong. When I finished reporting on that paper they made me chief editor. I lasted just a week. I edited that paper 6 days, and then I had 5 duels on my hands. I wouldn't have minded that if it had been the custom for those other people to challenge me. Then I would have simply declined with thanks. But it was not so. If you abused a man in the paper, if you called him names, they had no rights there such as we have. If the man didn't like it, you had to challenge him and shoot him. Of course, I didn't want to do this, but the publisher said it was the custom. Society must be protected. If I could not do the duties of my position, he would have to hire somebody else. I didn't mind the first 3 or 4 men, but the other man, I was after him. I knew he didn't want to fight, so I was going to make all the reputation out of him I could. He got touched at something I said about him. I don't know what it was. I called him a thief, perhaps. He fought very shy of me at first, and so I plied him with bloodthirsty challenges all the more. At last he began to take an interest in this thing. It seemed as though he really was going to enter into it at last. All our boys were delighted at the prospect, but I was not. This was not a turn I was expecting in things. I had taken for my second a fiery, peppery little fellow named Steve, full of fight and anxious to have this thing fixed up right away. He took me over into a little ravine beyond the town to practice. It was the custom to fight with Colt's heavy revolvers at 5 steps. We borrowed a stable door for a mark from a gentleman who was absent. We set up that stable door, and then we propped a fence rail up against the middle to represent my antagonist, and put a squash on it to represent his head. He was a very light, thin man, very thin, the poorest kind of material for a duel. You could not expect to do anything with a scattering shot at all. But he made a splendid line shot, and it was the line that I practiced on principally. And there was no success about it. I could not hit the rail, and there was no need that I should hit the rail. The rail did not really represent him. It was a little too thin and narrow. But the squash was all right. Well, I could not hit the rail, and I could not hit the squash, and finally, when I found I could not hit the door either, I got a little discouraged. But when I noticed that I crippled one of the boys occasionally, I thought it was not so bad. I was dangerous with a pistol, but not reliable. Finally we heard some shooting going on over in the other ravine. We knew what that meant. The other party was practicing. I didn't feel comfortable. They might straggle over the ridge and see what was going on, and when they saw no bullet hole in the barn door, it would be too much encouragement for them. Just then a little bird, a little larger than a sparrow, lit on the sagebrush near by. Steve whipped out his revolver and shot its head off. The boys picked up the bird, and we were talking about it, when the other dueling party came over the ridge, came down to see what was going on. When the second saw the bird, he said, "How far off was it?" Steve said about 30 steps. "Who did that?" "Why, Twain, man, of course." "Did he indeed? Can he do that often?" "Well, he can do that about 4 times in 5." I knew that little rascal was lying, but I didn't like to tell him so. I was one of those kind of men that don't like to be too frank or too familiar in a matter like that, so I didn't say anything. But it was a comfort to see those fellows' underjaws drop, to see them turn blue about the gills and look sick. They went off and got their man and took him home. And when I got home I found a little note from those parties peremptorily declining the fight. How sore the boys were! How indignant they were! And so was I. But I was not distressed about it. I thought I could stand it, perhaps. Well, I was out of that scrape, and I didn't want to get into any more of them. I turned the other 4 duels over to Steve, who wanted them. But when those people found out afterward that he did that shooting, he didn't get any good out of his duels. They wouldn't fight him. All that was in my younger days, when I didn't know much, which I do now. I didn't know any better then, but now I am bitterly opposed to dueling. I think that dueling is immoral and has a bad tendency, and I think it is every man's duty to frown down and discourage dueling. I do. I discourage it on all occasions. If a man were to challenge me now, I would go and take that man by the hand and lead him to a quiet private room and kill him. Ladies and gentlemen, after thanking you heartily for the attention you have given me this evening, I desire to wish you a very pleasant good night, and at the same time assure you earnestly that I have told nothing but the truth, and I have hardly exaggerated that. Alternate conclusion, following the story of Colonel Jack and Colonel Jim. When I told the chairman of the society this evening that I wanted to change my subject, he said it was a little risky. He didn't know about it. But I pleaded so hard and said the only reason was I didn't want to talk that Artemus Ward lecture because it had been printed in the papers. I told him that I would put in a little scrap from the Artemus Ward lecture, just enough to cover the advertisement, and then I wouldn't be telling any lies. Besides, this anecdote had a moral to it. Well, that moral got him. As nearly as I can cipher it out, the newspaper reporter has got us lecturers at a disadvantage. He can either make a synopsis or do most anything he wants to. He ought to be generous, and praise us or abuse us, but not print our speeches. Artemus Ward was bothered by a shorthand reporter, and he begged him not to do him the injustice to garble his speech. He says, "You can't take it all down as I utter it." The reporter said, "If you utter anything I can't take down, I will agree not to print the speech." Along in the lecture he tipped the reporter a wink, and he told the following anecdote: "Whistle wherever the stars occur. If you can't, get somebody that can." He said that several gentlemen were conversing in a hotel parlor, and one man sat there who didn't have anything to say. By and by the gentlemen all went out except one of the number and the silent man. Presently the man reached out and touched the gentleman and says, "I think, sir, I have seen you somewhere before. I am not sure where it was or when it was, but I know I have seen you." The gentleman says, "Very likely, but what do you whistle for?" "I'll tell you all about it. I used to stammer fearfully, and I courted a girl, and she wouldn't have me because I was afflicted with such a infirmity. I went to a doctor, and he told me that every time I went to stammer that I must whistle, which I did, and it completely cured me. But don't you know that girl wouldn't have me at last, for she said that she wouldn't talk to a man that whistled as I did. She'd as soon hold a conversation with a wheelbarrow that wanted greasing. Ladies and gentlemen, for 3 or 4 days I have had it in my mind to throw away that other lecture, but I never had the pluck to do it until tonight. The audience seemed to look friendly, and as I had been here before, I felt a little acquainted. I thought I would make the venture. I sincerely thank you for the help you have given me, and I bid you good night. End of Roughing It lecture, read by John Greenman. This is Section 12 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On Governor Nye, Steinway Hall, New York, January 24, 1872. Read by John Greenman. He was a real father to those poor Nevada Indians. He gave them, without regard to their sex or age, blankets and hoop-skirts. You could see an Indian chief with a string of blacking boxes around his neck, and over his red blanket 4 or 5 of those hoop-skirts, walking the streets as happy as a clam, with his hands sticking out of the slats. And yet, notwithstanding all the efforts and civilizing kindness of the good governor, those Indians didn't step out of their savage condition. They were just as degraded as if they had never seen a hoop-skirt. End of On Governor Nye, read by John Greenman. This is Section 13 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dinner Speech. The Aldine Dinner, St. James Hotel, New York, early February 1872. Read by John Greenman. Gentlemen, I would rather address a stag dinner party than any other assemblage in the world, for the reason that when you make a point, those who have been listening always applaud, and those who have been talking to each other and did not hear it, applaud louder than anybody else, and if I only had a speech prepared for this occasion, I would take genuine delight in delivering it. But I got the notification to be present at this dinner this evening at 11:30 this morning, to pay what I owe to the Aldine establishment, and I had to leave an hour after that in order that I might take the trip, so I had no opportunity to prepare a speech, and I am not one of those geniuses who can make a speech impromptu. I have made a great many happy impromptu speeches, but I had time to prepare them. Now, it is singular, and I suppose that, but for circumstances that happened when I was 14 years of age, I might have rushed blindly into real impromptu speeches and injured myself a good deal. This circumstance, which happened when I was 14 years of age, has always protected me against anything of that kind, and it has led me to think a good deal. Now, I don't think a good deal, generally, of what may probably be the moving springs of human nature. I put that in merely because it is a good expression. I mean, it has led me to question in my own mind what may probably have been the incidents in a man's life which have remained with him longest, whether they are important incidents or whether they are merely trivial ones. I have almost come to the conclusion that the things that stay longest by man and shape his action in after life are really things of trivial importance. Now, I call your attention to the fact, in support of this argument, that Newton, when he was, well, I don't know what he was doing now. I make no insinuations against Newton. I don't know what he was doing in the apple orchard, but you know he saw the apple fall, and that suggested the idea of the attraction of gravitation. I call your attention again to that expression, and then again, one of the greatest inventors that ever lived, I'm sorry for your instruction, I cannot tell his name, was led into this matter of gravitation by having to wait upon his mother while she was hearing confession, and seeing the pendulum move back and forward, there was nothing else for him to contemplate, and that set him into this matter of looking at mechanics, and he invented a great many things. I don't know what they were. Now it was trivial, you know. And Galileo, loafing around in the cathedral at Pisa, not knowing what he was there for, or how he was putting in his time, but he saw and took note of the gentle vibration of the chandelier to and fro, and through that invented the pendulum, which is understood to have made a revolution in mechanics, and I suppose it has. I take these learned things for granted. All these are trivial matters, but they brought about vast results. Now, the thing that made the deepest impression on my mind, and has lasted until this moment, was a matter itself essentially trivial. It occurred when I was a boy, and it has protected me, up to this time, against making a speech when I hadn't a speech prepared. It was a remark made by a friend. He said, "I could have ketched them cats if I had on a good ready." Now, at first glance, that didn't appear to convey an idea, but it does, and the meat of it is this: don't do anything unless you are prepared to do it. Therefore, until this moment, I never made a speech unless I had that speech all set down and ready. This incident is of no consequence to you at all, and yet I never made a speech in my life unless I tried to inculcate a moral, unless I tried to convey instruction. And if I can make you better men than you are, it is not for me to say there is room for it, though I suppose there is. If I can make you wiser than you are, or if I can protect you in after life as I have been protected, let me do it here, even if I perish on the spot. Now, this thing occurs in this wise. As trivial as it is a matter to be treasured, I think, and remembered. When I was 14, as I remarked before, I was living with my parents, who were very poor and correspondingly honest. We had a youth living with us by the name of Jim Wolfe. He was an excellent fellow, 17 years old and very diffident. He and I slept together, virtuously, and one very bitter winter's night, a cousin Mary of mine, she's married now and gone, gave what they called a candy-pulling in those days in the West, and they took the saucers of hot candy outside of the house into the snow under a sort of old bower that came out from the eaves. It was a sort of an L then, all covered with vines, to cool this hot candy in the snow. And they were all sitting around there, and in the meantime we were gone to bed. We were not invited to attend this party. We were too young. All these young ladies and gentlemen assembled there, and Jim and I were in bed. There was about 4 inches of snow on this L, and our window looked out onto it, and it was frozen hard. A couple of tomcats, it is possible one of them might have been the other sex, were assembled on the chimney in the middle of this L, and they were growling at a fearful rate, and switching their tails about and going on, and we couldn't sleep at all. Finally Jim said, for 2 cents I'd go out and snake them cats off that chimney. So I said, of course you would. Well, he said, well, I would. I have a mighty good notion to do it. Says I, of course you have. Certainly you have. You have a great notion to do it. I hoped he might try it, but I was afraid he wouldn't. Finally I did get his ambition up, and he raised the window and climbed out on that icy roof, with nothing on but his socks and a very short shirt. He went climbing along on all fours on the roof towards this chimney where the cats were. In the meantime these young ladies and gentlemen were enjoying themselves down under the eaves, and when Jim got almost to that chimney he made a pass at the cats, and his heels flew up, and he shot down and crashed through those vines, and lit in the midst of the ladies and gentlemen, and sat down in those hot saucers of candy, and there was a general stampede, of course, and he came upstairs dropping pieces of chinaware and candy all the way up, and when he got up there, and now anybody in the world would have gone into profanity or something calculated to relieve the mind under such circumstances, but he didn't. He scraped the candy off his legs, nursed his blisters a little, and said, I could have ketched them cats if I had on a good ready. Now, I say this, that if the opportunity had so fallen out that I could have had ample opportunity to get up a speech, I could have gotten up a speech that would have sent you all home happy or otherwise. I could have gotten up a speech that would have done honor to this occasion, and to me, but under the circumstances I have had no opportunity, and I could not get up such a speech. But as long as you live, if you remember the circumstances at all, you will remember that if I had on a good ready, I would have caught these literary cats here present. Now, I won't bore you any further, but I will simply say that I am glad to be present here, glad to help to celebrate this occasion, the new era of enlarged prosperity for the Aldine, and also the calling to the editorial chair of a gentleman of culture like Mr. Stoddard, and I am glad to be able to sit with so bright a company as this, and hope you will excuse further remarks from yours truly. End of dinner speech read by John Greenman. This is section 14 of Mark Twain speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dinner speech, Whitefriars Club, London, circa October 1872. Read by John Greenman. Gentlemen, I thank you very heartily indeed for this expression of kindness toward me. What I have done for England and civilization in the arduous affairs which I have engaged in, that is good. That is so smooth that I will say it again and again. What I have done for England and civilization in the arduous part I have performed, I have done with a simple-hearted devotion and no hope of reward. I am proud, I am very proud, that it was reserved for me to find Dr. Livingstone, and for Mr. Stanley to get all the credit. I hunted for that man in Africa all over 75 or 100 parishes, thousands and thousands of miles in the wilds and deserts, all over the place, sometimes riding negroes and sometimes traveling by rail. I didn't mind the rail or anything else, so that I didn't come in for the tar and feathers. I found that man at Ujiji, a place you may remember if you have ever been there, and it was a very great satisfaction that I found him just in the nick of time. I found that poor old man deserted by his niggers and by his geographers, deserted by all of his kind except the guerrillas, dejected, miserable, famished, absolutely famishing. But he was eloquent. Just as I found him, he had eaten his last elephant, and he said to me, "God knows where I shall get another." He had nothing to wear except his venerable and honorable naval suit, and nothing to eat but his diary. But I said to him, "It's all right. I have discovered you, and Stanley will be here by the 4 o'clock train, and will discover you officially, and then we will turn to and have a regular good time." I said, "Cheer up, for Stanley has got corn, ammunition, glass beads, hymn books, whiskey, and everything which the human heart can desire. He has got all kinds of valuables, including telegraph poles, and a few cartloads of money. By this time communication has been made with the land of Bibles and civilization, and property will advance." And then we surveyed all that country from Ujiji through Unanogo and other places to Unyanembe. I mention these names simply for your edification, nothing more. Do not expect it, particularly as intelligence to the Royal Geographic Society. And then, having filled up the old man, we were all too full for utterance, and departed. We have since then feasted on honors. Stanley has received a snuff-box, and I have received considerable snuff. He has got to write a book and gather in the rest of the credit, and I am going to levy on the copyright and to collect the money. Nothing comes amiss to me, cash or credit, but seriously, I do feel that Stanley is the chief man, and an illustrious one, and I do applaud him with all my heart, whether he is an American or a Welshman by birth, or one or both, matters not to me. So far as I am personally concerned, I am simply here to stay a few months and to see English people and to learn English manners and customs and to enjoy myself. So the simplest thing I can do is to thank you for the toast you have honored me with and for the remarks you have made, and to wish health and prosperity to the Whitefriars Club, and to sink down to my accustomed level. End of dinner speech, read by John Greenman. This is section 15 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After dinner speech, Meeting of Americans, London, July 4th, 1873. Read by John Greenman. Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the compliment which has just been tendered me, and to show my appreciation of it, I will not afflict you with many words. It is pleasant to celebrate in this peaceful way, upon this old mother soil, the anniversary of an experiment which was born of war with this same land so long ago, and wrought out to a successful issue by the devotion of our ancestors. It has taken nearly 100 years to bring the English and Americans into kindly and mutually appreciative relations, but I believe it has been accomplished at last. It was a great step when the two last misunderstandings were settled by arbitration instead of cannon. It is another great step when England adopts our sewing machines without claiming the invention as usual. It was another when they imported one of our sleeping cars the other day, and it warmed my heart more than I can tell yesterday when I witnessed the spectacle of an Englishman ordering an American sherry cobbler of his own free will and accord. And not only that, but with a great brain and level head, reminding the barkeeper not to forget the strawberries. With a common origin, a common literature, a common religion, and common drinks, what is longer needful to the cementing of the two nations together in a permanent bond of brotherhood? This is an age of progress, and ours is a progressive land. A great and glorious land, too, a land which has developed a Washington, a Franklin, a William M. Tweed, a Longfellow, a Motley, a Jay Gould, a Samuel C. Pomeroy, a recent Congress which has never had its equal, in some respects, and a United States Army which conquered 60 Indians in 8 months by tiring them out, which is much better than uncivilized slaughter, God knows. We have a criminal jury system which is superior to any in the world, and its efficiency is only marred by the difficulty of finding 12 men every day who don't know anything and can't read. And I may observe that we have an insanity plea that would have saved Cain. I think I can say, and say with pride, that we have some legislatures that bring higher prices than any in the world. I refer with effusion to our railway system, which consents to let us live, though it might do the opposite, being our owners. It only destroyed 3,070 lives last year by collisions, and 27,260 by running over heedless and unnecessary people at crossings. The companies seriously regretted the killing of these 30,000 people, and went so far as to pay for some of them, voluntarily, of course, for the meanest of us would not claim that we possess a court treacherous enough to enforce a law against a railway company. But thank heaven, the railway companies are generally disposed to do the right and kindly thing without compulsion. I know of an instance which greatly touched me at the time. After an accident, the company sent home the remains of a dear, distant, old relative of mine in a basket, with the remark, "Please state what figure you hold him at, and return the basket." Now, there couldn't be anything friendlier than that. But I must not stand here and brag all night. However, you won't mind a body bragging a little about his country on the 4th of July. It is a fair and legitimate time to fly the eagle. I will say only one more word of brag, and a hopeful one. It is this: we have a form of government which gives each man a fair chance and no favor. With us, no individual is born with a right to look down upon his neighbor and hold him in contempt. Let such of us as are not dukes find our consolation in that, and we may find hope for the future in the fact that, as unhappy as is the condition of our political morality today, England has risen up out of a far fouler since the days when Charles II ennobled courtesans and all political place was a matter of bargain and sale. Be sure there is hope for us yet. Footnote: At least the above is the speech which I was going to make, but our minister, General Schenck, presided, and after the blessing got up and made a great, long, inconceivably dull harangue, and wound up by saying that inasmuch as speech-making did not seem to exhilarate the guests much, all further oratory would be dispensed with during the evening, and we could just sit and talk privately to our elbow neighbors and have a good sociable time. It is known that in consequence of that remark 44 perfected speeches died in the womb. The depression, the gloom, the solemnity that reigned over the banquet from that time forth will be a lasting memory with many that were there. By that one thoughtless remark General Schenck lost 44 of the best friends he had in England. More than one said that night, "And this is the sort of person that is sent to represent us in a great sister empire?" End of after-dinner speech, read by John Greenman. This is section 16 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The guests. St. Andrew's Society Dinner, London, November 29th, 1873, read by John Greenman. I feel singularly at home in this Scottish society. I have spent so much time in Scotland that everything connected with Scotland is familiar to me. Last summer I spent 5 weeks in that magnificent city of Edinburgh, resting. I needed rest, and I did rest. I did not know anybody. I did not take any letters of introduction at all. I simply rested and enjoyed myself. From my experience with the Scotch, everything belonging to them is familiar, the language, the peculiarities of expression, even the technical things that are national, are simply household words with me. I remember when in Edinburgh I was nearly always taken for a Scotchman. Oh, yes, I had my clothes, some part-colored tartan, and rather enjoyed being taken for a Scotchman. I stuck a big feather in my cap, too, and the people would follow me for miles. They thought I was a Highlander, and some of the best judges in Scotland said they had never seen a Highland costume like mine. What's more, one of those judges fined me for wearing it, out of mere envy, I suppose. But any man may have a noble, good time in Scotland if they only think he's a native. For breakfast you may have oatmeal poultice. I beg pardon, I mean porridge. Then for dinner you have the fine Scotch game, the blackcock, the spatchcock, the woodcock, the moorcock. I have simply to return my acknowledgments and to apologize for not being able to make a speech. But give me fair play, and certainly I can make a speech that will astonish anybody, and nobody more than myself. My present position is a national one, if I may be regarded as representing the United States of America. On that side of the Atlantic there are 40 million of people. They may be respectable, and I will say, in conclusion, that I do hope a brother American will soon cease to be simply a phrase meaning, but will by and by become a reality, when Great Britain and the citizens of America will be brethren indeed. End of The Guests, read by John Greenman. This is section 17 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introducing the Reverend Charles Kingsley, Essex Institute, Salem, Massachusetts, circa February 14th, 1874. Read by John Greenman. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to introduce Mr. Charles Kingsley, the lecturer of the evening, and I take occasion to observe that when I wrote the book called Innocents Abroad, I thought it was a volume which would bring me at once into intimate relation with the clergy. But I could bring evidence to show that from that day to this is the first time that I have ever been called upon to perform this pleasant office of vouching for a clergyman and give him a good unbiased start before an audience. Now that my opportunity has come at last, I am appointed to introduce a clergyman who needs no introduction to America, and although I haven't been requested by the committee to endorse him, I volunteer that because I think it is a graceful thing to do, and it is all the more graceful from being so unnecessary. But the most unnecessary thing I could do in introducing the Reverend Charles Kingsley would be to sound his praises to you, who have read his books and know his high merits as well as I possibly can. So I waive all that, and simply say that in welcoming him cordially to this land of ours, I believe that I utter a sentiment which would go nigh to surprising him or possibly to deafen him, if I could concentrate in my voice the utterance of all those in America who feel that sentiment. And I am glad to say that this kindly feeling toward Mr. Kingsley is not wasted, for his heart is with America, and when he is in his own home the latch spring hangs on the outside of the door for us. I know this from personal experience. Perhaps that is why it has not been considered unfitting that I should perform this office in which I am now engaged. Now, for more than a year, I have been enjoying the hearty hospitality of English friends in England, and this is a hospitality which is growing wider and freer every day toward our countrymen. I was treated so well there, so undeservedly well, that I should always be glad of an opportunity to extend to Englishmen the good offices of our people, and I do hope that the good feeling, the growing good feeling, between the old mother country and her strong, aspiring child will continue to extend until it shall exist over the whole great area of both nations. I have the honor to introduce to you the Reverend Charles Kingsley. End of Introducing the Reverend Charles Kingsley, read by John Greenman. This is section 18 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dinner Speech, Massachusetts Press Association, Boston, February 17, 1874. Read by John Greenman. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know that I have the faculty inborn in Americans which Mr. Kingsley has called your attention to, but if I haven't it, I shall not take this occasion to confess it. And not having ever been to school, I have not the faculty of declamation which the President speaks of, and as I only knew 2 hours ago that I was to be here, I have naturally come with no speech, because I never knew a man who could deliver an impromptu speech with only 2 hours to get it up in. But the presence here of Mr. Kingsley, Canon Kingsley — his title Canon has always been a puzzle to me, but his presence here suggests to me an episode of my own, recently, and as under the old regime — I don't know what the old regime is, but it is something that used to exist before — when called upon, you had the privilege of telling an anecdote or singing a song. Never having sung a song, at least having never succeeded in singing a song, I am still perfectly willing to try now, but I am afraid it would be disagreeable to the audience, so I will tell an anecdote. When I was crossing over from England the other day, there was a youth on board, about 16 years old, whose nationality I will not expose, who occupied his entire time eating, when there was anything to eat, and thinking about the next meal between times. I don't say he put his mind to it, for he didn't seem to have any mind. When sent out from the table, he used to go up into the smoking cabin and lie around there asking foolish questions. This boy never asked a question during the whole voyage that indicated the presence of knowledge of any kind whatever, and he came to be a perfect nuisance to everybody, and we tried all possible ways of crushing him and make him stop asking these questions. But as I said, Canon Kingsley reminds me of one occasion when I came up into the smoking-room in very ill humor, not in the humor a man ought to be in to listen patiently to silly questions. The question the boy began with was aggravating, because everybody knows that the first place a man goes to when he reaches London is Westminster Abbey, and the next place is Shakespeare's burial ground, and that this boy should ask me, deliberately and with such innocence about him as he had, if, when I was in London, I went to Westminster Abbey. That is enough to make a man frantic. I said, "What was it you said? When you were in London, were you at Westminster Abbey?" "No," I said, "I stopped at Langham's Hotel." "But," he said, "it is not a hotel." "Well," I said, "what is it?" "Why, it is a church." I said, "A minute ago you said it was an abbey." "Well," he said, "it is an abbey and a church, too." I said, "I don't know about that. You appear to be getting confused in your statements. How can it be an abbey and a church at the same time?" There was another gentleman sitting there, whose nationality I will not mention, who said it was perfectly true that an abbey and the church were the same thing. I said I was much obliged to him, and asked him, "Where is this place, this church? Is it in London?" "Oh, yes," he says, "of course it is in London. You know where the Parliament buildings are?" "Is it part of the Parliament?" "No," said he. "What has Parliament got to do with it?" I asked. "It has not got anything to do with it. The Abbey is close by it." Said I, "Do you know how far Westminster Abbey is from Langham's Hotel, where I lived?" He said, "I suppose you know it is some distance." Said I, "Of course it is some distance." "5 or 6 miles," said he. "But," said I, "didn't you suppose I knew better than to get up early in the morning and travel 4 or 5 miles to church, when there were plenty of churches all around?" He said, "I didn't expect you to go to church." Said I, "What did you expect me to do?" He said, "Look at the monuments and things. Monuments of everybody that has done anything and is dead. Their bodies are buried there." I said, "Do you mean to say that they actually take up the planks and bury men under the floor?" He said there were no planks there. I said, "Do they bury them right under the seats?" He said, "Of course they do." Said I, "Is that healthy?" "Well," he said, "I don't know whether it was healthy or not. They do it in all the churches." I said it was a curious custom. I had never heard of anything like it. If any of my friends were in Westminster Abbey, I should not want people sitting around on their tombstones. He said, "You didn't hear the canon, then?" "I don't remember," said I. "I am a man of peace, and I don't know anything about artillery, anyway." By this time the boy had not yet waked up, but the rest of the company which had gathered around had, and so we stopped the fun. As there is no moral to the anecdote, I won't attempt to put any to it. But, as I said, in the absence of having a speech to make to you, I thought I would simply tell an anecdote in honor of Canon Kingsley. End of dinner speech. Read by John Greenman. This is section 19 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Curtain Speech, opening of The Gilded Age, Park Theater, New York, September 16, 1874. Read by John Greenman. I thank you for the compliment of this call, and I will take advantage of it to say that I have written this piece in such a way that the jury can bring in a verdict of guilty or not guilty, just as they happen to feel about it. I have done this for this reason. If a play carries its best lesson by teaching what ought to be done in such a case, but is not done in real life, then the righteous verdict of guilty should appear. But if the best lesson may be conveyed by holding up the mirror and showing what is done every day in such a case, but ought not to be done, then the satirical verdict of not guilty should appear. I don't know which is best, strict truth and satire, or a nice moral lesson void of both. So I leave my jury free to decide. I am killing only one man in this tragedy now, and that is bad, for nothing helps out a play like bloodshed. But in a few days I propose to introduce the smallpox into the last act, and if that don't work, I shall close with a general massacre. I threw all my strength into the character of Colonel Sellers, hoping to make it a very strong tragedy part, and pathetic. I think this gentleman tries hard to play it right and make it majestic and pathetic, but his face is against him, and his clothes. I don't think anybody can make a tragedy effect in that kind of clothes. But I suppose he thinks they are impressive. He is from one of the Indian reservations. Oh, I can see that he tries hard to make it solemn and awful and heroic, but really sometimes he almost makes me laugh. I meant that turnip dinner to be pathetic, for how more forcibly could you represent poverty and misery and suffering than by such a dinner? And of course, if anything would bring tears to people's eyes, that would. But this man eats those turnips as if they were the bread of life, and so, of course, the pathos is knocked clear out of the thing. But I think he will learn. He has an absorbing ambition to become a very great tragedian. I hope you will overlook the faults in this play, because I have never written a play before, and if I am treated right, maybe I won't offend again. I wanted to have some fine situations and spectacular effects in this piece, but I was interfered with. I wanted to have a volcano in a state of eruption, with fire and smoke and earthquakes, and a great tossing river of blood-red lava flowing down the mountainside, and have the hero of this piece come booming down that red-hot river in a cast-iron canoe, but the manager wouldn't hear of it. He said there wasn't any volcano in Missouri. As if I am responsible for Missouri's poverty. And then he said that by the laws of nature the hero would burn up. His cast-iron canoe wouldn't protect him. Very well, I said, put him in a patent fireproof safe and let him slide, all the more thrilling, and paint on it, "This safe is from Herring's establishment," same as you would on a piano, and you can pay the whole expense of the volcano just on the advertisement. But the manager objected, though he said heaps of pretty things, among others that I was an ass, and so I had to let the volcano go.
End of curtain speech, read by John Greenman. This is section 20 of Mark Twain speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Curtain speech. 100th performance of the Gilded Age, Park Theatre, New York, December 23, 1874. Read by John Greenman.
I thank you for this call, for it gives me an opportunity to testify my appreciation of the vast compliment which the metropolis has paid to Mr. Raymond and me in approving of our efforts to the very substantial extent of filling this house for us 100 nights in succession. After such praise as this from the first city in the land, it would be useless for me to try to pretend that we are not feeling a good deal set up, so I shall not pretend anything of the kind. We feel a good deal vainer than anybody would want to confess. I learned through the newspapers that I was to make a speech here tonight, and so I went to work, as I always do, to try and do the very best I possibly could on this occasion. I was determined to do it. I went at it faithfully, but when I came to look critically into this matter, I found that I shouldered a pretty heavy contract. I found I shouldered a very heavy contract, because there is only one topic that is proper to be discussed on this platform at this time, and that is this play and these actors and all the success which this play has met. Very well, that is an excellent subject for somebody else. It is right for an outsider, or for somebody not connected with the concern, but for me, the dramatist, to praise these actors of mine, to praise this play of mine, and this success of ours, that would not come gracefully from me. There would be a little egotism in it. Neither can I criticize and abuse the actors, for I don't want to. I could abuse the play, but I have better judgment, and I cannot praise these actors of mine right here in their hearing and before their faces, for that would make anybody with flesh and blood unhappy, and indeed to praise them would be like praising the members of my own family and glorifying the lady who does our washing. And the more I think of this matter, the more I see the difficulty of the position, until I find myself in a condition I once before experienced.
Times. Mr. Twain here recited from his published work, Roughing It, the sketch, A Genuine Mexican Plug.
Through that adventure, through that misfortune, I lost the faculty of speech. For 24 hours I was absolutely speechless, and this is the second time that has occurred.
End of curtain speech, read by John Greenman. This is section 21 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introductory Remarks. Spelling Match. Asylum Hill Congregational Church, Hartford, May 12, 1875. Read by John Greenman.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have been honored with the office of introducing these approaching orthographical solemnities with a few remarks. The temperance crusade swept the land some time ago, that is, that vast portion of the land where it was needed, but it skipped Hartford. Now comes this new spelling epidemic, and this time we are stricken. So I suppose we needed the affliction. I don't say we needed it, for I don't see any use in spelling a word right, and never did. I mean, I don't see any use in having a uniform and arbitrary way of spelling words. We might as well make all clothes alike and cook all dishes alike. Sameness is tiresome. Variety is pleasing. I have a correspondent whose letters are always a refreshment to me. There is such a breezy, unfettered originality about his orthography. He always spells cow with a large K. Now that is just as good as to spell it with a small one. It is better. It gives the imagination a broader field, a wider scope. It suggests to the mind a grand, vague, impressive new kind of a cow. Superb effects can be produced by variegated spelling. Now, there is Blind Tom, the musical prodigy. He always spells a word according to the sound that is carried to his ear, and he is an enthusiast in orthography. When you give him a word, he shouts it out, puts all his soul into it. I once heard him called upon to spell orangutan before an audience. He said, "O, R-A-N-G, orang, G-E-R, ger, oranger, T-A-N-G, tang, oranger tang." Now a body can respect an orangutan that spells his name in a vigorous way like that, but the feeble dictionary makes a mere kitten of him. In the old times people spelled just as they pleased. That was the right idea. You had two chances at a stranger then. You knew a strong man from a weak one by his ironclad spelling, and his handwriting helped you to verify your verdict. Some people have an idea that correct spelling can be taught, and taught to anybody. That is a mistake. The spelling faculty is born in a man, like poetry, music, and art. It is a gift. It is a talent. People who have this gift in a high degree only need to see a word once in print, and it is forever photographed upon their memory. They cannot forget it. People who haven't it must be content to spell more or less like thunder, and expect to splinter the dictionary wherever their orthographical lightning happens to strike. There are 114,000 words in the unabridged dictionary. I know a lady who can spell only 180 of them right. She steers clear of all the rest. she can't learn any more. So her letters always consist of those constantly recurring 180 words. Now and then, when she finds herself obliged to write upon a subject which necessitates the use of some other words, she don't write on that subject. I have a relative in New York who is almost sublimely gifted. She can't spell any word right. There is a game called verbarium. A dozen people are each provided with a sheet of paper, across the top of which is written a long word like kaleidoscopical, or something like that, and the game is to see who can make up the most words out of that in 3 minutes, always beginning with the initial letter of that word. Upon one occasion the word chosen was cofferdam. When time was called, everybody had built from 5 to 20 words, except this young lady. She only had one word, calf. We all studied a moment, and then said, "Why, there is no L in cofferdam." Then we examined her paper. To the eternal honor of that uninspired, unconscious, sublimely independent soul, be it said, she had spelt the word calf. If anybody here can spell calf any more sensibly than that, let him step to the front and take his milk. 2 prizes are offered for this evening's contest, one for the speller that holds out longest, and one for the speller that falls first. The first prize is a choice between Guizot's History of France, 5 octavo volumes, illustrated by de Neuville, the London Art Journal for 1875, profusely illustrated with wood and steel, or a nosegay curiously painted upon a slate, which picture is burned into the slate, and the surface is afterward beautifully polished. This ingenious sort of art is the invention of a New England lady. You can see fine specimens of it at Mr. Glazier's. I have been instructed not to reveal just yet what the prize is which is to be given to that untrammeled spirit who shall succeed in sitting down first. The insurrection will now begin. End of Introductory Remarks, read by John Greenman. This is section 22 of Mark Twain speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Political speech. Republican mass meeting, Allen Hall, Hartford, September 30th, 1876. Read by John Greenman. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel very greatly honored in being chosen to preside at this meeting. This employment is new to me. I never have taken any part in a political canvass before, except to vote. The tribe of which I am the humblest member, the literary tribe, is one which is not given to bothering about politics, but there are times when even the strangest departures are justified, and such a season, I take it, is the present canvass. Someone asked me the other day why it was that nearly all the people who write books and magazines had lately come to the front and proclaimed their political preference, since such a thing had probably never occurred before in America, and why it was that almost all of this strange new band of volunteers marched under the banner of Hayes and Wheeler. I think these people have come to the front mainly because they think they see at last a chance to make this government a good government, because they think they see a chance to institute an honest and sensible system of civil service, which shall so amply prove its worth and worthiness that no succeeding president can ever venture to put his foot upon it. Our present civil system, born of General Jackson and the Democratic Party, is so idiotic, so contemptible, so grotesque, that it would make the very savages of Dahomey jeer, and the very gods of solemnity laugh. We will not hire a blacksmith who never lifted a sledge. We will not hire a schoolteacher who does not know the alphabet. We will not have a man about us in our business life, in any walk of life, low or high, unless he has served an apprenticeship and can prove that he is capable of doing the work he offers to do. We even require a plumber to know something about his business, so that he shall at least know which side of a pipe is the inside. But when you come to our civil service, we serenely fill great numbers of our minor public offices with ignoramuses. We put the vast business of a custom house in the hands of a flathead who does not know a bill of lading from a transit of Venus, never having heard of either of them before. Under a Treasury appointment we pour oceans of money and accompanying statistics through the hands and brain of an ignorant villager who never before could wrestle with a 2 weeks' wash bill without getting thrown. Under our consular system we send creatures all over the world who speak no language but their own, and even when it comes to that, go wading all their days through the blood of murdered tenses and flourishing the scalps of mutilated parts of speech. When forced to it, we order home a foreign ambassador who is frescoed all over with indiscreetnesses, but we immediately send one in his place whose moral ceiling has a perceptible shady tint to it, and then he brays when we supposed he was going to roar. We carefully train and educate our naval officers and military men, and we ripen and perfect their capabilities through long service and experience, and keep hold of these excellent servants through a just system of promotion. This is exactly what we hope to do with our civil service under Mr. Hayes. We hope and expect to sever that service as utterly from politics as is the naval and military service, and we hope to make it as respectable, too. We hope to make worth and capacity the sole requirements of the civil service in the place of the amount of party dirty work the candidate has done. By the time General Hawley has finished his speech, I think you will know why we, in this matter, put our trust in Hayes in preference to any other man. I am not going to say anything about our candidates for state offices, because you know them, honor them, and will vote for them. But General Hawley being comparatively a stranger, I will say a single word in commendation of him, and it will furnish one of the many reasons why I am going to vote for him for Congress. I ask you to look seriously and thoughtfully at just one almost incredible fact. General Hawley, in his official capacity as President of the Centennial Commission, has done one thing which you may not have heard commented upon, and yet it is one of the most astounding performances of this decade. an act almost impossible, perhaps, to any other public officer in this nation. General Hawley has taken as high as $121,000 gate money at the Centennial in a single day, and never stole a cent of it. End of political speech read by John Greenman. This is section 23 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Curtain Speech, opening of Sin, Fifth Avenue Theater, New York, July 31st, 1877. Read by John Greenman. Ladies and gentlemen, in view of this admirable success, it is meet that I try to express to you our hearty thanks for the large share which your encouraging applause has had in producing this success. This office I take upon me with great pleasure. This is a very remarkable play. You may not have noticed it, but I assure you that it is so. The construction of this play was a work of great labor and research and plagiarism. When the authors of this play began their work, they were resolved that it should not lack blood-curdling disasters, accidents, calamities, for these things always help out a play. But we wanted them to be new ones, brilliant, unhackneyed. In a lucky moment we hit upon the breaking down of a stage-coach as being something perfectly fresh and appalling. It seemed a stroke of genius, an inspiration. We were charmed with it, so we naturally overdid it a little. Consequently, when the play was first completed, we found we had had that stage breakdown 7 times in the first act. We saw that wouldn't do. The piece was going to be too stagey. I didn't notice that. That is very good. Yes, the critics and everybody would say this sort of thing argued poverty of invention, and confidentially it did resemble that, so of course we set to work and put some limitations upon that accident, and we threw a little variety into the general style of it, too. Originally the stage-coach always came in about every 7 minutes and broke down at the footlights and spilt the passengers down among the musicians. You can see how monotonous that was to the musicians. But we fixed all that. At present the stage-coach only breaks down once, a private carriage breaks down once, and the horses of another carriage run away once. We could have left out 1 or 2 of these, but then we had the horses and vehicles on our hands, and we couldn't afford to throw them away on a mere quibble. I am making this explanation in the hope that it will reconcile you to the repetition of that accident. This play is more didactic than otherwise. For the instruction of the young, we have introduced a game of poker in the first act. The game of poker is all too little understood in the higher circles of this country. Here and there you will find an ambassador that has some knowledge of the game, but you take the general average of the nation, and our ignorance ought to make us blush. Why, I have even known a clergyman, a liberal, cultivated, estimable, pure-hearted man, and a most excellent husband and father, who didn't value an ace full above 2 pair and a jack. Such ignorance as that is brutalizing. Whoever sees Mr. Parslow in this piece sees as good and natural and consistent a Chinaman as he could see in San Francisco. I think his portrayal of the character reaches perfection. The whole purpose of the piece is to afford an opportunity for the illustration of this character. The Chinaman is going to become a very frequent spectacle all over America by and by, and a difficult political problem, too. Therefore it seems well enough to let the public study him a little on the stage beforehand. The actors, the management, and the authors have done their best to begin this course of public instruction effectively this evening. I will say only one more word about this remarkable play. It is this. When this play was originally completed it was so long and so wide and so deep in places, and so comprehensive that it would have taken 2 weeks to play it, and I thought this was a good feature. I supposed we could have a sign on the curtain to be continued and it would be all right, but the manager said no, that wouldn't do. To play a play 2 weeks long would be sure to get us in trouble with the government, because the Constitution of the United States says you shan't inflict cruel and inhuman punishments. So he set to work to cut it down and cart the refuse to the paper mill. Now that was a good thing. I never saw a play improve as this one did. The more he cut out of it, the better it got, right along. He cut out and cut out and cut out, and I do believe this would be one of the best plays in the world today if his strength had held out, and he could have gone on and cut out the rest of it. With this brief but necessary explanation of the plot and purpose and moral of this excellent work, I make my bow, repeat my thanks, and remark that the scissors have been repaired, and the work of improvement will go on. End of curtain speech, read by John Greenman. This is section 24 of Mark Twain speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dinner speech. Putnam Phalanx Dinner for the Ancient and Honorable Artillery Company of Massachusetts. Allen House, Hartford, October 2, 1877. Read by John Greenman. I wouldn't have missed being here for a good deal. The last time I had the privilege of breaking bread with soldiers was some years ago, with the oldest military organization in England, the Ancient and Honorable Artillery Company of London, somewhere about its 600th anniversary, and now I have enjoyed this privilege with its oldest child, the oldest military organization in America, the Ancient and Honorable Artillery Company of Massachusetts, on this your 240th anniversary. Fine old stock, both of you, and if you fight as well as you feed, God protect the enemy. I did not assemble at the hotel parlors today to be received by a committee as a mere civilian guest. No, I assembled at the headquarters of the Putnam Phalanx, and insisted upon my right to be escorted to this place as one of the military guests, for I, too, am a soldier. I am inured to war. I have a military history. I have been through a stirring campaign, and there is not even a mention of it in any history of the United States or of the Southern Confederacy. To such lengths can the envy and the malignity of the historian go. I will unbosom myself here, where I cannot but find sympathy. I will tell you about it, and appeal through you to justice. In the earliest summer days of the war I slipped out of Hannibal, Missouri, by night with a friend, and joined a detachment of the rebel General Tom Harris's army. I find myself in a great minority here. Up a gorge behind an old barn in Rawls County. Colonel Rawls, of Mexican War celebrity, swore us in. He made us swear to uphold the flag and Constitution of the United States, and to destroy every other military organization that we caught doing the same thing, which, being interpreted, means that we were to repel invasion. Well, you see, this mixed us. We couldn't really tell which side we were on, but we went into camp and left it to the God of battles. For that was the term then. I was made second lieutenant and chief mogul of a company of 11 men who knew nothing about war, nor anything, for we had no captain. My friend, who was 19 years old, 6 feet high, 3 feet wide, and some distance through, and just out of the infant school, was made orderly sergeant. His name was Ben Tupper. He had a hard time. When he was mounted and on the march, he used to go to sleep, and his horse would reach around and bite him on the leg, and then he would wake up and cry and curse and want to go home. The other men pestered him a good deal, too. When they were dismounted they said they couldn't march in double file with him because his feet took up so much room. One night, when we were around the campfire, some fellow on the outside in the cold said, "Ben Tupper, put down that newspaper. It throws the whole place into twilight, and casts a shadow like a blanket." Ben said, "I ain't got any newspaper." Then the other fellow said, "Oh, I see. 'Twas your ear." We all slept in a corn crib, on the corn, and the rats were very thick. Ben Tupper had been carefully and rightly reared, and when he was ready for bed he would start to pray, and a rat would bite him on the heel, and then he would sit up and swear all night and keep everybody awake. He was town-bred, and did not seem to have any correct idea of military discipline. If I commanded him to shut up, he would say, "Who was your nigger last year?" One evening I ordered him to ride out about 3 miles on picket duty, to the beginning of a prairie. Said he, "What, in the night? And them blamed Union soldiers like to be prowling around there any time?" So he wouldn't go, and the next morning I ordered him again. Said he, "In the rain? I think I see myself." He didn't go. Next day I ordered him on picket duty once more. This time he looked hurt. Said he, "What, on Sunday? You must be a damn fool." Well, picketing might have been a very good thing, but I saw it was impracticable. So I dropped it from my military system. We had a good enough time there at that barn, barring the rats and the mosquitoes and the rain. We levied on both parties impartially, and both parties hated us impartially. But one day we heard that the invader was approaching, so we had to pack up and move, of course. And within 24 hours he was coming again, so we moved again. Next day he was after us once more. Well, we didn't like it much, but we moved, rather than make trouble. This went on for a week or 10 days more, and we saw considerable scenery. Then Ben Tupper lost patience. Said he, "War ain't what it's cracked up to be. I'm going home if I can't ever get a chance to sit down a minute. Why do these people keep us a humping around so? Blame their skins, do they think this is an excursion?" Some of the other town boys got to grumbling. They complained that there was an insufficiency of umbrellas, so I sent around to the farmers and borrowed what I could. Then they complained that the Worcestershire sauce was out. There was mutiny and dissatisfaction all around, and of course here came the enemy pestering us again, as much as 2 hours before breakfast, too, when nobody wanted to turn out, of course. This was a little too much. The whole command felt insulted. I detached one of my aides and sent him to the brigadier and asked him to assign us a district where there wasn't so much bother going on. The history of our campaign was laid before him, but instead of being touched by it, what did he do? He sent back an indignant message and said, "You have had a dozen chances inside of 2 weeks to capture the enemy, and he is still at large." Well, we knew that. Feeling bad? Stay where you are this time, or I will court-martial and hang the whole lot of you. Well, I submitted this brutal message to my battalion and asked their advice. Said the orderly sergeant, "If Tom Harris wants the enemy, let him come and get him. I ain't got any use for my share. And who's Tom Harris, anyway, I'd like to know, that's putting on so many frills? Why, I knew him when he wasn't nothing but a darned telegraph operator. Gentlemen, you can do as you choose. As for me, I've got enough of this sashaying around so's you can't get a chance to pray, because the time's all required for cussing. So off goes my war paint. You hear me?" The whole regiment said with one voice, "That's the talk for me." So there and then, on the spot, my brigade disbanded itself and tramped off home with me at the tail of it. I hung up my own sword and returned to the arts of peace, and there were people who said I hadn't been absent from them yet. We were the first men that went into the service in Missouri. We were the first that went out of it anywhere. This, gentlemen, is the history of the part which my division took in the Great Rebellion, and such is the military record of its commander-in-chief, and this is the first time that the deeds of those warriors have been brought officially to the notice of mankind. Treasure these things in your hearts, and so shall the detected and truculent historians of this land be brought to shame and confusion. I ask you to fill your glasses and drink with me to the reverent memory of the orderly sergeant and those other neglected and forgotten heroes, my footsore and travel-stained paladins, who were first in war, first in peace, and were not idle during the interval that lay between. End of dinner speech read by John Greenman. This is section 25 of Mark Twain speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dinner speech. Farewell banquet for Bayard Taylor, Delmonico's, New York, April 4th, 1878. Read by John Greenman. Mr. Chairman, I had intended to make an address of some length here tonight, and in fact wrote out an impromptu speech, but have had no time to memorize it. I cannot make a speech on the moment, and therefore, being unprepared, I am silent and undone. However, I will say this much for the speech that I had written out, that it was a very good one, and I gave it away as I had no further use for it, and saw that I could not deliver it. Therefore I will ask the indulgence of the company here to let me retire without speaking. I will make my compliments to our honored friend Mr. Taylor, but I will make them on board ship, where I shall be a fellow passenger. The following is the speech Mark Twain had prepared. I have been warned, as no doubt have all among you that are inexperienced, that a dinner to our ambassador is an occasion which demands, and even requires, a peculiar caution and delicacy in the handling of the dangerous weapon of speech. I have been warned to avoid all mention of international politics and all criticisms, however mild, of countries with which we are at peace, lest such utterances embarrass our minister and our government in their dealings with foreign states. In a word, I have been cautioned to talk, but be careful not to say anything. I do not consider this a difficult task. Now, it has often occurred to me that the conditions under which we live at the present day, with the revelations of geology all about us, viewing, upon the one hand, the majestic configurations of the Silurian, Olithic, Old Red Sandstone periods, and, upon the other, the affiliations and stratifications and ramifications of the prehistoric, post-Pliocene, ante-penultimate epochs, we are stricken dumb with amazed surprise, and can only lift up our hands and say with that wise but odious Frenchman, "It was a slip of the tongue, sir, and wholly unintentional, entirely unintentional." It would ill become me, upon an occasion like this, purposely to speak slightingly of a citizen of a country with whom we are at peace, and especially great and gracious France, whom God preserve. The subject, however, is a delicate one, and I will not pursue it. But, as I was about to remark, cast your eye abroad, sir, for one pregnant moment, over the vista which looms before you in the mighty domain of intellectual progression, and contemplate the awe-compelling theory of the descent of man. Development, sir, development, natural selection, correlation of the sexes, spontaneous combustion. What gulfs and whirlwinds of intellectual stimulus these magic words fling upon the burning canvas of the material universe of soul! Across the chasm of the ages we take the oyster by the hand and call him brother, and back and still further back we go, and breathe the germ we cannot see, and know in him our truer Adam. And as we stand, dazed, transfixed, exalted, and gaze down the long procession of life, marking how steadily, how symmetrically we have ascended, step by step, to our sublime estate and dignity of humanity, out of one lowly form into a little higher and a little higher forms, adding grace after every change, developing from tadpoles into frogs, frogs into fishes, fishes into birds, birds into reptiles, reptiles into Russians. I beg a million pardons, sir and gentlemen. It was a wholly innocent slip of the tongue, and due only to the excitement of debate. For far be it from me, on such an occasion as this, to cast a seeming slur upon a great nation with which we are at peace, a great and noble and Christian nation, whom God expand. But as I was about to remark, I maintain, and nothing can ever drive me from that position, that the contributions of the 19th century to science and the industrial arts are, but of course they are. There is no need to dwell upon that. You look at it yourself. Look at steam. Look at the steamboat. Look at the railway. Look at the steamship. Look at the telegraph, which enables you to flash your thoughts from world to world, ignoring intervening seas. Look at the telephone, which enables you to speak into affection's remote ear the word that cheers, and into the ear of the foe the opinion which you ought not to risk at shorter range. Look at the sewing machine. Look at the fog horn. Look at the bell punch. Look at the book agent. And, more than all, 1,000 times, look at the last and greatest, the aerophone, which will enable Moody and Sankey to stand on the tallest summit of the Rocky Mountains and deliver their message to listening America. And necessarily it will annul and do away with the pernicious custom of taking up a collection. Look at all these things, sir, and say if it is not a far prouder and more precious boon to have been born in the 19th century than in any century that went before it. Ah, sir, clothed with the all-sufficient grandeur of citizenship in the 19th century, even the wild and arid New Jersey man might— A mistake, sir, a mistake, and entirely unintentional. Of all the kingdoms, principalities, and countries with which it is our privilege to hold peaceful relations, I regard New Jersey as dearest to our admiration, nearest to our heart, the wisest and the purest among the nations. I retire the undiplomatic language and beg your sympathy and indulgence. But as I was about to remark, it has always seemed to me, that is, of course, since I reached a reasoning age, that this much agitated question of future rewards and punishments was one upon which honest and sincere differences of opinion might exist. One individual, with more or less justice, leaning to the radical side of it, whilst another individual, with apparently equal justice, but with infinitely more common sense, more intelligence, more justification, leads to a bitter and remorseless detestation of the pitiless prince of perdition. A slip of the tongue, I do sincerely assure you. I beg you to let me withdraw that unintentional slur upon the character of that great and excellent personage with whom and whose country we are upon the closest and warmest terms, and who— It is no use, sir, I will sit down. I don't seem to have any knack at a diplomatic speech. I have probably compromised the country enough for the present. Nonsense aside, sir, I am most sincerely glad to assist at this public expression of appreciation of Mr. Taylor's character, scholarship, and distinguished literary service. I am sure he was not merely one of the fittest men we had for the place, but the fittest. In so honoring him, our country has conspicuously honored herself. End of dinner speech, read by John Greenman. This is section 26 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Dinner Speech, Anglo-American Club, Banquet, Heidelberg, Germany, July 4, 1878. Read by John Greenman.
Gentlemen, since I arrived a month ago in this old wonderland, this vast garden of Germany, my English tongue has so often proved a useless piece of baggage to me, and so troublesome to carry around in a country where they haven't the checking system for luggage, that I finally set to work last week and learned the German language. Also, es freut mich, dass dies so ist, denn es muss in ein hauptfachlich Degree hauflich sein, dass man auf an occasion like this, sin Red in die Sprache des Landes, worin he boards, aussprechen soll. Dafür habe ich aus rheinischer Vergangenheit, Hauptpflichkeit, aus rheinischer Hauptpflichkeit habe ich resolved to tackle this business in the German language, Gottes Willen. Also, Sie müssen so freundlich sein und verzeiht mich die Interlarding von ein oder zwei englischer Worte hier und da, denn ich finde, dass die Deutsche is not a very copious language, and so when you've really got anything to say, you've got to draw on a language that can stand the strain. Wenn aber man kann nicht meinen Rede verstehen, so werde ich ihm später das Bild übersetzen, wenn solche Dienste verlangen wollen haben werden sollen sein hatte. I don't know what wollen haben werden sollen sein hatte means, but I notice they always put it at the end of a German sentence, merely for general literary gorgeousness, I suppose. This is a great and justly honored day, a day which is worthy of the veneration in which it is held by the true patriots of all climes and nationalities, a day which offers a fruitful theme for thought and speech. Und meinen Freunden, meines Freundes, well, take your choice. They're all the same price. I don't know which one is right. Also, ich habe gehabt worden gewesen sein, as Goethe says in his Paradise Lost. That is to say, but let us change cars. Also, die Anblick so viele großbritannischer und amerikanischer hier zusammengetroffen in brüderlich Concord ist zwar a welcome and inspiriting spectacle. And what has moved you to it? Can the terse German tongue rise to the expression of this impulse? Is it Freundschaftsbezeigungen verordneten Versandlungen Familieneigentümlichkeiten? Nein. Oh, nein. This is a crisp and noble word, but it fails to pierce the marrow of the impulse which has gathered this friendly meeting and produced dieser Anblick, ein Anblick, welcher ist gut zu sehen, gut für die Augen in a foreign land and a far country, ein Anblick solcher als in die gewöhnliche Heidelberger Phrase nennt man ein schönes Aussicht. Ja, freilich, natürlich, wahrscheinlich ebenso wohl. Also, die Aussicht auf dem Königsstuhl mehr größerer ist, aber Gestliche sprechen nicht so schön, lob Gott. Because Sie sind hier zusammengetroffen in bräulichen Concord, ein großer Tag zu feiern, whose high benefits were not for one land and one locality only, but have conferred a measure of good upon all lands that know liberty today and love it. 100 Jahre vorüber waren die Engländer und die Amerikaner Feinde, aber heute sind sie herrlichen Freunde, Gott sei Dank. May this good fellowship endure. May these banners here blended in amity so remain. May they never any more wave over opposing hosts, or be stained with blood which was kindred, is kindred, and always will be kindred, until a line drawn upon a map shall be able to say, "This bars the ancestral blood from flowing in the veins of the descendant."
End of dinner speech, read by John Greenman. This is section 27 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dinner speech, Stanley Club, Paris, circa April 1879. Read by John Greenman.
Mr. Ryan said to me just now that I'd got to make a speech. I said to Mr. Ryan, "The news came too late to save Roger McPherson." It is sad to know that some things always come too late, and when I look around upon this brilliant assembly I feel disappointed to think what a nice speech I might have made, what fine topics I might have found in Paris to speak about among these historic monuments. The architecture of Paris, the towers of Notre Dame, the caves, and other ancient things. Then I might have said something about the objects of which Paris folks are fond: literature, art, medicine, and adultery. But the news came too late to save Roger McPherson. Perhaps you are not as well acquainted with McPherson as I am. Well, I'll explain who McPherson was. When we sailed from New York there came on board a man all haggard, a mere skeleton. He wasn't much of a man, he wasn't, and on the voyage we often heard him say to himself, "The news came too late to save Roger McPherson." I got interested, and I wanted to know about the man, so I asked him who was McPherson, and he said, "I'm McPherson, but the news came too late to save Roger McPherson." "How too late?" I asked. "About 3 weeks too late," he replied. I'll tell you how it happened. A friend of mine died, and they told me I must take his body on the cars to his parents in Illinois. I said I'd do it, and they gave me a card with the address and told me to go down to the depot and put it on a box I'd find there, have the box put on the baggage car, and go right along with it to Illinois. I found the box all right, and nailed the card on it, and put it on the cars. Then I went in the depot and got a sandwich. I was walking around eating my sandwich, and I passed by the baggage room, and there was my box, with a young man walking around looking at it, and he had a card in his hand. I felt like going up to that young man and saying, "Stranger, that's my corpse," but I didn't. I walked on, ate my sandwich, and when I looked in again, the young man was gone, but there was that card nailed right on that box. I went and looked on that card. It was directed to Colonel Jenkins, Cleveland, Ohio. So I looked in the car, and there was my box all right. Just before the train started, a man came into the baggage car and laid a lot of Limburger cheese down on my box. He didn't know what was in my box, you know, and I didn't know what was in his paper. But I found out later it was an awful cold night, and after we started the baggage master came in. He was a nice fellow, Johnson was, and he said, "A man would freeze to death out there. I'll make it all right." So he shut all the doors and all the windows, built a roaring coal fire in the stove, then he took turns fixing the car and poking the fire, till I began to smell something and feel uncomfortable, so I moved as far away from my corpse as I could, and Johnson says to me, "A friend of yours? Did he die lately? This year, I mean?" Says I, "I'll fix it." So I opened a window, and we took turns breathing the fresh air. After a while Johnson said, "Let's smoke. I think that'll fix it." So we lit our cigars and puffed a bit, but we got so sick that we let 'em go out again, and it didn't do any good. We tried the air again. Says Johnson, "He's in no trance, is he? There's doubt about some people being dead, but there's no doubt about him, is there? What did he die of?" We stopped at a station, and when we started off again, Johnson came in with a bottle of disinfector and says, "I've got something now that'll fix it." So he sprinkled it all around, over the box, the Limburger, and over everything, but it wouldn't do. The smells didn't mix well. Johnson said, "Just think of it. We've all got to die, all got to come to this." Then we thought we'd move the box to one end of the car, so we stooped over it. I took one end and he took the other, but we couldn't get it far. Johnson says, "We'll freeze to death if we stay out on the platform. We'll die if we stay in here." So we took hold of it again, but Johnson, he couldn't stand it. He fell right over. I dragged him out on the platform, and the cold air soon brought him to, and we went in the car to get warm. "What are we going to do?" asked Johnson, and he looked ill. "We are sure to have typhoid fever and half a dozen other fevers. We're poisoned, we are." At last we thought it was better to go out on the platform. In an hour and a half I was taken off that platform stiff, nearly frozen to death. They put me to bed, and I had all them fevers that Johnson spoke about. You see, the thing worked on my mind. It didn't do me no good to learn 3 weeks later that there had been a mistake, that my corpse had gone to Colonel Jenkins, Cleveland, and that I'd taken his box of rifles for decent burial to Illinois. The news came too late to save Roger McPherson, about 3 weeks too late. When I'm not prepared to speak, I always apologize, and that's the reason I've told you so much about Roger McPherson.
End of dinner speech, read by John Greenman. This is section 28 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Some Thoughts on the Science of Onanism. Stomach Club Dinner, Paris, Spring 1879. Read by John Greenman.
My gifted predecessor has warned you against the social evil, adultery. In his able paper he exhausted that subject. He left absolutely nothing more to be said on it. But I will continue his good work in the cause of morality by cautioning you against that species of recreation called self-abuse, to which I perceive that you are too much addicted. All great writers upon health and morals, both ancient and modern, have struggled with this stately subject. This shows its dignity and importance. Some of these writers have taken one side, some the other. Homer, in the second book of the Iliad, says with fine enthusiasm, "Give me masturbation or give me death." Caesar, in his commentary, says, "To the lonely it is company, to the forsaken it is a friend, to the aged and impotent it is a benefactor. They that be penniless are yet rich, in that they still have this majestic diversion." In another place this excellent observer has said, "There are times when I prefer it to sodomy." Robinson Crusoe says, "I cannot describe what I owe to this gentle art." Queen Elizabeth said, "It is the bulwark of virginity." Cetwayo, the Zulu hero, remarked that "a jerk in the hand is worth two in the bush." The immortal Franklin has said, "Masturbation is the mother of invention." He also said, "Masturbation is the best policy." Michelangelo and all the other old masters I will remark, is an abbreviation, a contraction, have used similar language. Michelangelo said to Pope Julius II, "Self-negation is noble, self-culture is beneficent, self-possession is manly, but to the truly great and inspiring soul they are poor and tame compared to self-abuse." Mr. Brown here, in one of his latest and most graceful poems, refers to it in an eloquent line which is destined to live to the end of time: "None know it but to love it, none name it but to praise." Such are the utterances of the most illustrious of the masters of this renowned science, and apologists for it. The name of those who decry it and oppose it is legion. They have made strong arguments and uttered bitter speeches against it, but there is not room to repeat them here in much detail. Brigham Young, an expert of incontestable authority, said, "As compared with the other thing, it is the difference between the lightning bug and the lightning." Solomon said, "There is nothing to recommend it but its cheapness." Galen said, "It is shameful to degrade to such bestial use that grand limb, that formidable member, which we votaries of science dub the major maxillary, when they dub it at all, which is seldom. It would be better to decapitate the major than to use him so. It would be better to amputate the os frontis than to put it to such a use." The great statistician Smith, in his report to Parliament, says, "In my opinion, more children have been wasted in this way than in any other." It cannot be denied that the high authority of this art entitles it to our respect, but at the same time I think that its harmfulness demands our condemnation. Mr. Darwin was grieved to feel obliged to give up his theory that the monkey was the connecting link between man and the lower animals. I think he was too hasty. The monkey is the only animal, except man, that practices this science. Hence he is our brother. There is a bond of sympathy and relationship between us. Give this ingenious animal an audience of the proper kind, and he will straightway put aside his other affairs and take a wet, and you will see by the contortions and his ecstatic expression that he takes an intelligent and human interest in his performance. The signs of excessive indulgence in this destructive pastime are easily detectable. They are these: a disposition to eat, to drink, to smoke, to meet together convivially, to laugh, to joke, and tell indelicate stories, and mainly a yearning to paint pictures. The results of the habit are loss of memory, loss of virility, loss of cheerfulness, loss of hopefulness, loss of character, and loss of progeny. Of all the various kinds of sexual intercourse, this has least to recommend it. As an amusement, it is too fleeting. As an occupation, it is too wearing. As a public exhibition, there is no money in it. It is unsuited to the drawing-room, and in the most cultured society it has long since been banished from the social board. It has at last, in our day of progress and improvement, been degraded to brotherhood with flatulence. Among the best bred these two arts are now indulged only in private. Though by consent of the whole company, when only males are present, it is still permissible in good society to remove the embargo upon the fundamental sigh. My illustrious predecessor has taught you that all forms of the social evil are bad. I would teach you that some of those forms are more to be avoided than others. So, in concluding, I say, if you must gamble away your lives sexually, don't play a lone hand too much. When you feel a revolutionary uprising in your system, get your Vendome column down some other way. Don't jerk it down. End of Some Thoughts on the Science of Onanism, read by John Greenman. This is section 29 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introducing General Hawley. Republican Meeting, Elmira, New York, October 16, 1879. Read by John Greenman. I see I am advertised to introduce the speaker of the evening. General Hawley of Connecticut and I see it is the report that I am to make a political speech. Now, I must say, this is an error. I wasn't constructed to make stump speeches, and on that head, politics, I have only this to say. First, see that you vote. Second, see that your neighbor votes. Lastly, see that yourself or neighbor don't scratch the ticket. General Hawley was president of the Centennial Commission. He was a gallant soldier in the war. He has been governor of Connecticut, member of Congress, and was president of the convention that nominated Abraham Lincoln. General Hawley: that nominated Grant. He says it was Grant, but I know better. He is a member of my church at Hartford, and the author of Beautiful Snow. Maybe he will deny that. It is not my province to enlarge upon matters generally. I am here simply to give him a character from his last place. As a fellow townsman and dutiful citizen, I have a high respect for him. As a personal friend of years, I have the warmest regard for him. As a neighbor whose vegetable garden adjoins my own, why, I watch him. But that is nothing. We all do that with any neighbor. General Hawley is a man who keeps his promises. He is a man who always speaks the truth, and not only in private life, but in politics. He is an editor who believes what he says in his own newspaper. As author of Beautiful Snow, he has given us a poem which has added a new pang to winter. The public honor, public money, church property, anything and all things that are strictly public, are safe in his hands. I have watched him many a time as the contribution box went by, and I never saw him take anything out of it. Would that we had more such men in politics. Charity, compassion, benevolence are inborn in General Hawley. He never sends a tramp empty-handed from his door, but always gives him a letter of introduction to me. But above all and beyond all, it can be said with entire sincerity that he is a square, honest man. A square, honest man in politics. Think of that. And I will remark here, in confidence, that he occupies an almighty lonesome position. General Hawley's public aspect is as creditable as his private one. As a member of Congress, he has upheld our excellent President's hands. His voice and his vote have always been for the best good of his country. Considerations of self have never influenced his policy. He has never backed down before a responsibility, nor dodged one. As a citizen of the Republic, he is without reproach. In his faith in her institutions, in his pride in her greatness, in his affection for her and belief in her high destiny, he is an American of the Americans. As President of the Centennial Commission, he carried through and brought to a successful issue an enterprise which has borne the fame of our resources and industries to distant regions, and made our country a respected competitor in markets where her rivalry was of little moment before. As governor of his state, he governed well and righteously. As a soldier, he earned lasting praise and honor. His public trusts have been many, and never in the slightest did he prove unfaithful. Pure, honest, incorruptible, that is Joe Hawley. Such a man in politics is like a vase of attar of roses in a glue factory. It may modify the stench if it doesn't destroy it. And now, in speaking thus highly of the speaker of the evening, I have not meant to flatter, but only to speak the plain and simple truth. I haven't said anything more of him than I would say of myself. Ladies and gentlemen, this is General Hawley.
End of Introducing General Hawley, read by John Greenman. This is section 30 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Impromptu Speech, 13th Reunion, Army of the Tennessee, Haverly's Theater, Chicago, November 12, 1879. Read by John Greenman.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just within a moment heard General Sherman say to a gentleman sitting in my neighborhood that if he would promise not to speak more than 2 minutes, he would let him get up. He didn't say that to me, and I judge by his remarks to me that he wouldn't allow me quite so much. But is that loud enough? I have not listened to a bad speech tonight, and I don't propose to be the one to furnish you with one, and I would, if I had time and permission, go on and make an excellent speech. But I never was happy, never could make a good impromptu speech without several hours to prepare it.
End of impromptu speech, read by John Greenman. This is section 31 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Speech. Atlantic Monthly Breakfast, 70th birthday of Oliver Wendell Holmes, Boston, December 3, 1879. Read by John Greenman.
I would have traveled a much greater distance than I have come to witness the paying of honors to Dr. Holmes, for my feeling toward him has always been one of peculiar warmth. When one receives a letter from a great man for the first time in his life, it is a large event to him, as all of you know by your own experience. You never can receive letters enough from famous men afterward to obliterate that one, or dim the memory of the pleasant surprise it was, and the gratification it gave you. Lapse of time cannot make it commonplace or cheap. Well, the first great man who ever wrote me a letter was our guest, Oliver Wendell Holmes. He was also the first great literary man I ever stole anything from, and that is how I came to write to him, and he to me. When my first book was new, a friend of mine said to me, "The dedication is very neat." Yes, I said, I thought it was. My friend said, "I always admired it, even before I saw it in The Innocents Abroad." I naturally said, "What do you mean? Where did you ever see it before?" "Well, I saw it first some years ago as Dr. Holmes' dedication to his Songs in Many Keys." Of course, my first impulse was to prepare this man's remains for burial, but, upon reflection, I said I would reprieve him for a moment or two, and give him a chance to prove his assertion if he could. We stepped into a bookstore, and he did prove it. I had really stolen that dedication, almost word for word. I could not imagine how this curious thing had happened, for I knew one thing, that a certain amount of pride always goes along with a teaspoonful of brains, and that this pride protects a man from deliberately stealing other people's ideas. That is what a teaspoonful of brains will do for a man, and admirers had often told me that I had nearly a basketful, though they were rather reserved as to the size of the basket. However, I thought the thing out, and solved the mystery. 2 years before, I had been laid up a couple of weeks in the Sandwich Islands, and had read and reread Dr. Holmes' poems till my mental reservoir was filled up with them to the brim. The dedication lay on the top, and handy, so by and by I unconsciously stole it. Perhaps I unconsciously stole the rest of the volume, too, for many people have told me that my book was pretty poetical in one way or another. Well, of course, I wrote Dr. Holmes and told him I hadn't meant to steal, and he wrote back and said, in the kindest way, that it was all right and no harm done, and added that he believed we all unconsciously worked over ideas gathered in reading and hearing, imagining they were original with ourselves. He stated a truth, and did it in such a pleasant way, and salved over my sore spot so gently and so healingly, that I was rather glad I had committed the crime for the sake of the letter. I afterward called on him and told him to make perfectly free with any ideas of mine that struck him as being good protoplasm for poetry. He could see by that there wasn't anything mean about me, and we got along right from the start. I have met Dr. Holmes many times since, and lately he said, "However, I am wandering wildly away from the one thing which I got on my feet to do, that is, to make my compliments to you, my fellow teachers of the great public, and likewise to say that I am right glad to see that Dr. Holmes is still in his prime and full of generous life, and as age is not determined by years, but by trouble and infirmities of mind and body, I hope it may be a very long time yet before anyone can truthfully say he is growing old." End of speech, read by John Greenman. This is section 32 of Mark Twain speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Welcome to General Grant. Hartford, October 16, 1880. Read by John Greenman. General Grant, I also am deputized to welcome you to the sincere and cordial hospitalities of Hartford, the city of the historic and revered Charter Oak, of which the most of this town is built. At first it was proposed to have only one speaker to welcome you, but this was changed because it was feared that, considering the shortness of the crop of speeches this year, if anything occurred to prevent that speaker from delivering his speech, you would feel disappointed. By your example you have killed the hoary fashion of long speeches, and for this you deserve imperishable gratitude. We shall best honor you in honoring the lesson you have taught. As a soldier you proved yourself without a peer, and so we welcome you as the first soldier of the Republic. As President, you inaugurated international arbitration, and so we welcome you as the first to lay the axe to the root of the trade of war, and as the pioneer in the march of the nations toward the last perfection of enlightened government, the substitution of reason for force in the settlement of controversies, and finally as one who, being almost called, and yet not quite, to carry the standard of a great party for the third time in a presidential campaign, has sunk the hero in the patriot, has cast aside all considerations of self, all pique, all narrow feeling, and has devoted his whole heart and the might of his great name to the cause of that party, and through it to the highest and best interest of the country, its progress, and its civilization, we welcome you by the noblest of all the titles you have earned, that of First Citizen of the Republic. I desire at this point to refer to your past history. By years of colossal labor and colossal achievement, you at last beat down a gigantic rebellion and saved your country from destruction. Then the country commanded you to take the helm of state. You preferred your great office of General of the Armies, and the rest and comfort which it afforded, but you loyally obeyed, and relinquished permanently the ample and well-earned salary of the generalship, and resigned your accumulating years to the chance mercies of a precarious existence. By this present fatiguing progress through the land, by the sight of your honored face, by the wisdom of your words, and by the magic of your name, you are contributing a share whose magnitude cannot be overestimated toward saving your country once more, this time from dishonor and shame, and from industrial disaster. You are now a private citizen, but private employments are closed against you because your name would be used for speculative purposes, and you have refused to permit that. But your country will reward you, never fear. When Wellington won Waterloo, a battle about on a level with some dozen of your victories, sordid England tried to pay him for that service with wealth and grandeur. She made him a duke, loaded him with minor and yet great and shining dignities, and gave him a sum of money equivalent, at present values, to $4,000,000. If you had done and suffered for any other country what you have done and suffered for your own, you would have been affronted in the same sordid way. But thank God this vast and rich and mighty republic is imbued to the core with a delicacy which will forever preserve her from so degrading a deserving man. Your country loves you. Your country is proud of you. Your country is grateful to you. Her praises, which have been ringing in your ears all these weeks and months, will never cease while the flag you saved continues to wave. Your country stands ready from this day forth to testify her measureless love and pride and gratitude toward you in every conceivable, inexpensive way. Welcome to Hartford, great soldier, honored statesman, unselfish citizen. End of Welcome to General Grant, read by John Greenman. This is section 33 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Political Speech, Republican Rally, Hartford Opera House, October 26, 1880. Read by John Greenman. Friends say to me, "What do you mean by this? You swore off from lecturing years ago." Well, that is true. I did reform, and I reformed permanently, too. But this ain't a lecture, it's only a speech, nothing but a mere old cut-and-dried impromptu speech, and there's a great moral difference between a lecture and a speech, I can tell you. For when you deliver a lecture, you get good pay, but when you make a speech, you don't get a cent. You don't get anything at all from your own party, and you don't get anything out of the opposition but a noble, good supply of infamous episodes in your own private life, which you hadn't heard of before, a scorching lot of facts about your private rascalities and scoundrelisms, which is brand new to you, all good enough stuff for by and by, when you get ready to write your autobiography. but of no immediate use to you, further than to show you what you could have become if you had attended strictly to business. I have never made but one political speech before this. That was years ago. I made a logical, closely reasoned, compact, powerful argument against a discriminating and iniquitous tax which was about to be imposed by the opposition. I may say I made a most thoughtful, symmetrical, and admirable argument. But a Michigan newspaper editor answered it, refuted it, utterly demolished it, by saying I was in the constant habit of horsewhipping my great-grandmother. I should not have minded it so much. Well, I don't know that I should have minded it at all, a little thing like that, if he had said I did it for her good. But when he said I merely did it for exercise, I felt that such a statement as that was almost sure to cast a shadow over my character. However, I don't mind these things particularly. It is the only intelligent and patriotic way of conducting a campaign. I don't mind what the opposition say of me, so long as they don't tell the truth about me. But when they descend to telling the truth about me, I consider that that is taking an unfair advantage. Why should we be bitter against each other? Such of us, of both parties, as are not ashamed of being Americans. But perhaps I have said enough by way of preface. I am going to vote the Republican ticket myself, from old habit, but what I am here for is to try to persuade you to vote the Democratic ticket, because if you throw the government of this country into the hands of the Republicans, they will unquestionably kill that wood tariff project. But if you throw this government into the hands of the Democrats, the wood tariff project will become the law of the land, and every one of us will reap his share of the enormous benefits resulting from it. There will be nothing sectional about it. Its wholesome generosities are as all-embracing as the broad and general atmosphere. The North, the South, the East, the West will all have their portion of those benefactions. Consider the South's share, for instance. With a tariff for revenue only, and no tariff for protection, she will not be obliged to carry on a trade with us of the North and pay Northern prices. No, she can buy of England duty-free at far cheaper rates. The price of her cotton will remain as before, but the cost of producing will be vastly diminished, and the profit vastly increased. Wealth will pour in on her in such a deluge that she will not know what to do with the money. In time she will be able to buy and sell the North. Will the South cast a solid vote for the wood tariff bill? I am glad to believe, yes, to know, that the South will stand by our Senator Eaton to a man in this great and good cause. And think of our share in the benefits of the wood tariff. Some of our people sit up and cry all night for joy when they think of them. They've raised the rivers here with their tears, joyful tears, and dissipated the malaria. And I wish they'd keep on crying. It is the only efficient sewerage we've ever had. Our first and chiefest benefit from the wood tariff will be that we shan't have any more factory smoke. Statistics on file in the War Department show that more people's eyes are injured by factory smoke in a year than by any other agent. Statistics, I've come loaded with statistics, for I've noticed that a man can't prove anything without statistics. No man can. Senator Eaton himself can't prove anything without statistics, or with them, or whichever it is. I don't remember which it is now, but I know it is one or the other of them, for I had it all thought out once. Statistics. Why, statistics are more precious and useful than any other one thing in this world, except whiskey. I mean hymn books. This comes of trusting to inspiration instead of sticking to the cold text. A man can ruin himself that way making a public speech. Statistics in the Navy Department show that if the factory smoke were done away with, there would be a saving to the North every year of over $200,000 in diminished wash bills alone, and that the washerwoman who is today able to support her husband and children in free-handed plenty at the tub would have to come down to wages that would not only benefit her health and strength by requiring her to work nights as well as days, but would enable you and me to fairly wallow in dissipations which are denied to us now by the grinding tyranny of the weekly wash bill. Statistics in the Interior Department show that factory smoke causes more profanity to the square mile than any other known agent, except the book agent. Statistics in the Department of Justice show that with the departure of factory smoke, the factory workmen would depart also, of necessity, they and their wives and children, and get what they need and what their honest hard work has earned for them, a good, long, soul-satisfying holiday. Nothing in the world to do but lie around in comfort and enjoy themselves. And while they were having holidays and a good time, the rest of the people would be vastly benefited too, for occasionally, when you needed a capable man to do some work for you, you could get him for $half a day. You could have your pick and choice then, but you can't now, for there is more work and money than men. So they are in a position to come or not, just as they please. For a man can be as independent and as much his own master, free and untrammeled, on enough as he can be on 50,000 times enough. It is only when you cut him below enough that he ceases to be independent and can neither ante nor pass the buck, as the prophet says. And so, of course, you raise him and raise him and raise him till you raise him out, as the poet says. And it's no trick for you to do it, because you hold a flush against his 2 pair and a jack. I trust I make myself understood. Yes, you can get men exceeding cheap, then, in the good time that is coming when the Democratic tariff bill goes through. And our architecture will improve, too, for we shall have the stateliest kind of poor houses all around and everywhere. They'll be so thick that the worst marksman here couldn't miss them with an old-fashioned Allen's revolver. and 10% of the population will be in them, and just as comfortable and contented as angels. Why, you can even save on pew rent then. Pew rent will go down to next to nothing, and the poorest sinner can have a place to sleep. And real estate, think of that. You can buy a corner lot then, for less than it costs you to buy a grave now. Of course, you'll need the grave more then, but never mind that. That's a matter of detail. You'll take which you please. I'm not trying to dictate. I'm only using the thing as an illustration. And you can build a house then, cheaper than you can bury a man today. And there's more satisfaction in it, too, unless you can pick your man. You can keep a carriage then, for less than it costs you to keep a wheelbarrow now. And bigamy, think of that. Bigamy will be cheaper then than monogamy is now. There's a million arguments, but I've only got all night to talk in, so I must leave most of them out. The tyrannous unequal values of today will disappear, and real estate on the ground and real estate in a cart will be the same price, 15 cents a cubic yard. And that is right. That is just. Try to make me believe there's differences in dirt, with my familiarity with it, that one kind of dirt is worth more than another kind, that even the best dirt is worth more than 15 cents a yard? No, sir, I think it's high. And in place of the confusion and noise of today and the unsightly mud, the streets of the North will slumber in a soothing Sabbath calm, restful to the weary spirit, and be adorned with soft, rich carpets of grass, a solace to the eye and a satisfaction to the foot. The odious law which today deprives us of the improving, elevating, humanizing society of the tramp will be swept from the statute book by the tramp himself. For we shall all be tramps then, and can outvote anything that can be devised to hamper us, and give the opposition long odds too. Once more we shall see our old ragged tourists moving in eternal procession from house to house, disdaining bread and demanding pie at the butt end of the club. Immigration will cease, the emigration will take its place, and we shall all be benefited, because we shall pack up and go to countries where we can get 55 cents a day and feed on meat 4 times a month. And we can stretch forth a helping hand to revered old England in this her time of heavy distress. She was our enemy in the war days, and did all she could to injure us and cripple us and insult us. But she stands ready to be our friend now, and it is our duty, and should be our pleasure, to forgive and forget, and meet her with the kiss of love and peace. She is ready to be our friend, yes, more than ready, she is eager, she is anxious to be our friend, and all she asks for this is that we shall pass the wood tariff bill, and so give her famishing factories a magnificent new lease of life, and her whole people a rousing prosperity such as they have not known for years, a prosperity which will amply make up for all she is losing through her land troubles in Ireland, and by the generous might of the great Democratic party we will pass this bill and fall weeping upon the grateful bosom of our old suffering motherland. We will say, "You fitted out pirates against us, but we forgive you. You cheated us out of one pirate after we had thrashed him in fair fight and had a just and righteous mortgage on him, but we forgive you. You connived secretly with Louis Napoleon for our overthrow, but we forgive you. You feasted and honored and sheltered our enemies, and obstructed our friends and sneered at them, but we forgive you. You have been the Irishman's hard master at home for 700 years, and you will be his hard master now in America, but no matter, he forgives you, and we forgive you, all and everything, and you shall have your wood tariff bill, which you urge upon us with an eloquence which moves even the unsentimental among us to say, "Take our forges, take our factories, take our prosperities, take all we have, only say we are the one utterly loving, generous, forgiving, forgetting, magnanimous nation that graces the earth." Yes, let her say that to us, and remove the troublesome factory smoke, and it is all we ask. For the one great central idea of this presidential battle is not which is the better man of the two. It is not war or peace. It is not religion. It is not sectional supremacy. It is not national honor, national glory. No, it is none of these. It is factory smoke. It all turns on factory smoke. Other matters are trifling. They are nothing. The supreme and only question is, who will rid us of the factory smoke? Only rid us of the factory smoke, and you rid us of everything else, and on top of it we win England's imperishable gratitude. Now, I beseech you, lay aside all private selfishness and mere considerations of bread and high wages, and go to the polls, vote the good old Democratic ticket, and clear this murky northern atmosphere of its all-pervading clouds of suffocating factory smoke. Then we will all knock off and have a good permanent holiday and a general good time. Vote your full strength for our three great and good Democratic standard-bearers, English of Connecticut, English of Indiana, and the English on the other side of the water. For this fight is an English fight, pure and simple. All the family are in it, and there's nothing else to it. I would vote that ticket myself, but I have grown old in Republican sin, and it is too late to reform. Now, I have spoken somewhat fantastically, but no matter, these fantastic trappings are hung around as solid and real a truth as anyone can utter, and it is a truth which not any of us can afford to whistle down the wind or scoff at or ignore, or banish out of our minds unexamined and undigested, for in plain, simple terms it involves our actual bread and meat, and no amount of fine talk and cooked-up statistics can take away from it that stern and ominous fact. I will close these remarks with a fable. Once there was a community of happy and prosperous sparrows living in a pleasant wood near a lake. In a wood on the other side of the lake lived a community of cuckoos. You know, no doubt, the grasping and piratical habits of the cuckoo. Well, these cuckoos were always crossing the lake and trying to get a chance to lay their eggs in the sparrows' nests, so that the industrious sparrows would have to go to the trouble and expense of hatching and rearing their young for them. But there was a prohibitory protective tariff which the cuckoos could not manage to get around. That is to say, there was a family of eagles living near the sparrows, and before a cuckoo could get in with her eggs she had to pay a high duty. That is to say, the eagles ate her up along with her eggs. That sort of a tariff had the effect of persuading the cuckoos to stay at home, but by and by certain of the sparrows grew discontented and began to complain. They said, "This tariff is too exorbitant. It hampers our prosperity. What we need is a tariff for revenue only. This wood is pleasant, but if we had a wood tariff it would be pleasanter, for then the cuckoos would come over and eggs would be ever so much cheaper and plentier than they are now. Eggs would be dirt cheap, and we should all have just as many as we wanted." This idea began to spread around, and pretty soon more than half of the sparrows were enthusiastic over it. So they went into power at the next election, and the first thing they did was to go forth in their strength and disable the eagles. That removed the protective tariff. Then they passed their wood tariff, with great rejoicings. Straightway, sure enough, the cuckoos swarmed over from the other side of the lake, flocked past the eagles' dismantled custom-house, duty-free, and laid their eggs in the sparrows' nests. The prophecy had come true. There was an abundance of eggs and an apparent prodigious prosperity. But things did not remain so bright. The sparrows found that they had to hatch out those eggs, a heavy job, but when it was done they had a still heavier one before them, for they had to feed the little cuckoos too, as well as their own little birds, for the cuckoo never helps. The cuckoo only furnishes the eggs, that is all. So the poor sparrows had to work double tides, and yet all the real profit went to the cuckoo tribe, for the little cuckoos were strong and voracious, and they gobbled 9/10 of every bite that came into the nest. Wherefore they waxed stronger day by day, whilst the starving little sparrows waxed weaker and weaker. And at last the natural result came about. The powerful young cuckoos, seeing that they were boss of the situation, kicked the young sparrows out of the nests and took entire possession. It was about this time that the community of sparrows rose up as one bird and remarked, "We are but mortal, we are but sparrows, and shall live to do many unwise things yet, but the next time anybody beguiles us with a tariff for revenue only, he will have to get up at a particularly early hour in the morning."
End of political speech read by John Greenman. This is section 34 of Mark Twain speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Funeral oration over the grave of the Democratic Party. Republican Jollification, Opera House, Hartford, November 2nd, 1880. Read by John Greenman.
There are occasions which are so solemn, so weighted with the deep concerns of life, that then even the licensed jester must lay aside his cap and bells and remember that he is a man and mortal, that even his light butterfly career of folly has its serious seasons, and he cannot flee them or ignore them. Such a time, my friends, is this, for we are in the near presence of one who is a passenger from this life, one whom we have known long and well, but shall know no more forever. About the couch of him who lies stricken are gathered those who hold him dear, and who await the coming of a great sorrow. His breathing is faint, and grows fainter. His voice is become a whisper. His pulses scarcely record the languishing ebb and flow of the wasted current of life. His lips are pallid, and the froth of disillusion gathers upon them. His face is drawn, his cheeks are sunken, the roses are gone from them, and ashes are in their place. His form is still, his feet are ice, his eyes are vacant. Beaded sweat is on his brow. He picks at the coverlet with unconscious fingers. He babbles of green fields. Death's rattle is in his throat. His time is at hand. With every breeze that comes to us out of the distances, near and far, from every segment of the wide horizon, there comes a voice heavy with mourning, and the burden of the mourning is, the aged and stricken Democratic party is dying. And the burden of the lament will be, the mighty is fallen, the Democratic party is dead. And who and what is he that is dying, and will presently be dead? A footsore political wanderer, a hoary political tramp, an itinerant poor actor familiar with many disguises, a butcher of many parts. In the North he played protection and hard money. In the West he played protection, free trade, hard money, and soft money, changing disguises and parts according to the exigencies of the occasion. In the South he played tariff for revenue. In the North and West he played the apostle of freedom. In the South he played the assassin of freedom, and mouthed the sacred shibboleths of liberty with cruel and bloody lips. His latest and final appearance upon the nation's stage was in the new piece entitled Forgery, a Farce, in which he was assisted by the whole strength of the company. It was a poor piece. It was indifferently played, so it failed, and he was hissed and abused by the audience. But he lies low now, and blame and praise are to him alike. The charitable will spare the one, the judicious will reserve the other. Oh, friends, this is not a time for jests and levity, but a time for bended forms and uncovered heads, for we stand in the near presence of majestic death, a momentous and memorable death, a grisly and awful death, for it is a death from which there is no resurrection. Heaven bless us, one and all. Heaven temper the blow to the afflicted family. Heaven grant them a change of heart and a better life. End of funeral oration over the grave of the Democratic Party. Read by John Greenman.
This is section 35 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Benefit of Judicious Training, 12th Annual Reunion Banquet, Army of the Potomac, Allen House, Hartford, June 8, 1881. Read by John Greenman. Let but the thoughtful civilian instruct the soldier in his duties, and the victory is sure. Martin Farquhar Tupper, On the Art of War. Mr. Chairman, I gladly join with my fellow townsmen in extending a hearty welcome to these illustrious generals and these war-scarred soldiers of the Republic. This is a proud day for us, and, if the sincere desire of our hearts has been fulfilled, it has not been an unpleasant day for them. I am in full accord, sir, with the sentiment of the toast, for I have always maintained with enthusiasm that the only wise and true way is for the soldier to fight the battle and the unprejudiced civilian to tell him how to do it. Yet, when I was invited to respond to this toast and furnish this advice and instruction, I was almost as embarrassed as I was gratified, for I could bring to this great service but the one virtue of absence of prejudice and set opinion. Still, but one other qualification was needed, and it was of only minor importance. I mean, knowledge of the subject. Therefore I was not disheartened, for I could acquire that, there being 2 weeks to spare. A general of high rank in this Army of the Potomac said 2 weeks was really more than I would need for the purpose. He had known people of my style who had learned enough in 48 hours to enable them to advise an army. Aside from the compliment, this was gratifying, because it confirmed an impression I had had before. He told me to go to the United States Military Academy at West Point, and said in his flowery professional way that the cadets would load me up. I went there and stayed 2 days, and his prediction proved correct. I make no boast on my own account. None. All I know about military matters I got from the gentlemen at West Point, and to them belongs the credit. They treated me with courtesy from the first, but when my mission was revealed, this mere courtesy blossomed into the warmest zeal. Everybody, officers and all, put down their work and turned their whole attention to giving me military information. Every question I asked was promptly and exhaustively answered. Therefore, I feel proud to state that in the advice which I am about to give you as soldiers, I am backed by the highest military authority in the land, yes, in the world, if an American does say it, West Point. To begin, gentlemen, when an engagement is meditated, it is best to feel the enemy first. That is, if it is night, for, as one of the cadets explained to me, you do not need to feel him in the daytime, because you can see him then. I never should have thought of that, but it is true, perfectly true. In the daytime the methods of procedure are various, but the best, it seems to me, is one which was introduced by General Grant. General Grant always sent an active young redoubt to reconnoiter and get the enemy's bearings. I got this from a high officer at the point, who told me that he used to be a redoubt on General Grant's staff and had done it often. When the hour for the battle is come, move to the field with celerity, fool away no time. Under this head I was told of a favorite maxim of General Sheridan's. General Sheridan always said, "If
The siege train isn't ready? Don't wait. Go by any train that's handy. To get there is the main thing. Now that is the correct idea. As you approach the field, it is best to get out and walk. This gives you a better chance to dispose your forces judiciously for the assault. Get your artillery in position, and throw out stragglers to right and left to hold your lines of communication against surprise. See that every hod carrier connected with a mortar battery is at his post. They told me at the point that Napoleon despised mortar batteries and never would use them. He said for real efficiency he wouldn't give a hatful of brickbats for a ton of mortar. However, that is all he knew about it. Everything being ready for the assault, you want to enter the field with your baggage to the front. This idea was invented by our renowned guest, General Sherman. They told me General Sherman said the trunks and steamer chairs make a good protection for the soldiers, but that chiefly they attract the attention and rivet the interest of the enemy, and this gives you an opportunity to whirl the other end of the column around and attack him in the rear. I have given a good deal of study to this tactic since I learned about it, and it appears to me it is a rattling good idea. Never fetch on your reserves at the start. This was Napoleon's first mistake at Waterloo. Next, he assaulted with his bomb-proofs and ambulances and embrasures, when he ought to have used a heavy artillery. Thirdly, he retired his right by ricochet, which uncovered his pickets, when his only possibility of success lay in doubling up his center, flank by flank, and throwing out his chevaux de frise by the left oblique to relieve the skirmish line and confuse the enemy, if such a maneuver would confuse him, and at West Point they said it would. It was about this time that the Emperor had 2 horses shot under him. How often you see the remark that General So-and-so in such and such a battle had 2 or 3 horses shot under him. General Burnside and many great European military men, as I was informed by a high artillery officer at West Point, have justly characterized this as a wanton waste of projectiles, and he impressed upon me a conversation held in the tent of the Prussian chiefs at Gravelotte, in the course of which our honored guest just referred to, General Burnside, observed that if you can't aim a horse so as to hit the general with it, shoot it over him, and you may bag somebody on the other side, whereas a horse shot under a general does no sort of damage. I agree cordially with General Burnside, and heaven knows I shall rejoice to see the artillerists of this land and of all lands cease from this wicked and idiotic custom. At West Point they told me of another mistake at Waterloo, namely, that the French were under fire from the beginning of the fight to the end of it, which was plainly a most effeminate and ill-timed attention to comfort, and a fatal and foolish diversion of military strength, for it probably took as many men to keep up the fires as it did to do the fighting. It would have been much better to have a small fire in the rear and let the men go there by detachments and get warm, and not try to warm up the whole army at once. All the cadets said that. An assault along the whole line was the one thing which would have restored Napoleon's advantage at this juncture, and he was actually rising in his stirrups to order it when a sutler burst at his side and covered him with dirt and debris, and before he could recover his lost opportunity, Wellington opened a tremendous and devastating fire upon him from a monster battery of vivandières, and the star of the great captain's glory set to rise no more. The cadet wept while he told me these mournful particulars. When you leave a battlefield, always leave it in good order. Remove the wreck and rubbish and tidy up the place. However, in the case of a drawn battle, it is neither party's business to tidy up anything. You can leave the field looking as if the city government of New York had bossed the fight. When you are traversing the enemy's country in order to destroy his supplies and cripple his resources, you want to take along plenty of camp followers, the more the better. They are a tremendously effective arm of the service, and they inspire in the foe the liveliest dread. A West Point professor told me that the wisdom of this was recognized as far back as Scripture times. He quoted the verse. He said it was from the New Revision, and was a little different from the way it reads in the old one. I do not recollect the exact wording of it now, but I remember that it wound up with something about such and such a devastating agent being as terrible as an army with bummers. I believe I have nothing further to add, but this: the West Pointers said a private should preserve a respectful attitude toward his superiors, and should seldom or never proceed so far as to offer suggestions to his general in the field. If the battle is not being conducted to suit him, it is better for him to resign. By the etiquette of war, it is permitted to none below the rank of newspaper correspondent to dictate to the general in the field.
End of The Benefit of Judicious Training, read by John Greenman. This is section 36 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "De Woman with de Golden Arm." Reading selection, first used about 1881 and often thereafter. Read by John Greenman.
Once upon a time, away long ago, there was a man and his wife that lived all alone in a house out in the middle of a big, lonesome prairie. There wasn't anybody or any house or any trees for miles and miles and miles around. The woman had an arm that was gold, just pure, solid gold, from the shoulder all the way down. Well, by and by, one night, she died. It was in the middle of winter, and the wind was a-blowing, and the snow was a-drifting, and the sleet was a-driving, and it was awful dark. But the man had to bury her, so he took her, and took a lantern, and went away off across the prairie and dug a grave. But when he was just going to put her in, he thought he would steal her golden arm, for he judged it couldn't ever be found out, and he was a powerful mean man. So then he cut it off, and buried her, and started back home. And he stumbled along, and plowed along, and the snow and the sleet swashed in his face, so he had to turn his head one side, and could hardly get along at all. And the wind it kept a-crying and a-wailing and a-mourning, way off across the prairie, back there where the grave was. Just so, bzzz, imitating the rising and falling and complaining of the wintry night wind through his teeth. It seemed to him like it was a ghost crying and worrying about some trouble or another, and it made his hair stand up, and he was all trembling and shivering. The wind kept on going bzzz, and all of a sudden he caught his breath and stood still, and leaned his ear to listen. Bzzz goes the wind, but right along in the midst of that sound he hears some words, so faint, so far away off, he can hardly make them out. "Where's my golden arm? Who's got my golden arm?" Down drops the lantern, and out it goes, and there he is, in that wide, lonesome prairie, in the pitch dark and the storm. He started along again, but he could hardly pull one foot after the other, and all the way the wind was a-crying and the snow a-blowing and the voice a-wailing, "Where's my golden arm? Who's got my golden arm?" At last he got home, and he locked the door and bolted it, and chained it with a big log chain, and put the chairs and things against it. And then he crept upstairs and got into bed, and covered up his head and ears, and lay there a-shivering and a-listening. The wind, it kept a-going bzzz, and there was that voice again, away, ever so far away, out in the prairie. But it was a-coming, it was a-coming. Every time it said the words it was closer than it was before. By and by it was as close as the pasture. Next it was as close as the branch. Next it was this side the branch, and right by the corn crib. Next it was to the smoke house. Then it was right at the stile. Then right in the yard. Then it passed the ash hopper and was right at the door, right at the very door. "Where's my golden arm?" The man shook and shook and shivered. He don't hear the chain rattle, he don't hear the bolt break, he don't hear the door move. Still, next minute he hears something coming, pat, 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 just as slow and just as soft, up the stairs. It's right at the door now. "Where's my golden arm?" Next, it's right in the room. "Who's got my golden arm?" Then it's right up against the bed. Then it's leaning down over the bed. Then it's down right against his ear, and whispering soft, so soft and dreadful, "Where's my golden arm? Who's got my golden arm?" Then with a sudden fierce spring at the nearest auditor, and a thunderous shout, "You got it!" End of "De Woman with de Golden Arm," read by John Greenman. This is section 37 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dinner Speech. Dinner for Mark Twain, Windsor Hotel, Montreal, December 8, 1881. Read by John Greenman. That a banquet should be given to me in this ostensibly foreign land, and in this great city, and that my ears should be greeted by such complimentary words from such distinguished lips, are eminent surprises to me, and I will not conceal the fact that they are also deeply gratifying. I thank you, one and all, gentlemen, for these marks of favor and friendliness, and even if I have not really or sufficiently deserved them, I assure you that I do not any the less keenly enjoy and esteem them on that account. When a stranger appears abruptly in a country, without any apparent business there, and at an unusual season of the year, the judicious thing for him to do is to explain. This seems peculiarly necessary in my case, on account of a series of unfortunate happenings here, which followed my arrival, and which, I suppose, the public have felt compelled to connect with that circumstance. I would most gladly explain if I could, but I have nothing for my defense but my bare word. So I simply declare, in all sincerity, and with my hand on my heart, that I never heard of that diamond robbery till I saw it in the morning paper, and I can say with perfect truth that I never saw that box of dynamite till the police came to inquire of me if I had any more of it. These are mere assertions, I grant you, but they come from the lips of one who was never known to utter an untruth, except for practice, and who certainly would not so stultify the traditions of an upright life as to utter one now, in a strange land, and in such a presence as this, when there is nothing to be gained by it, and he does not need any practice. I brought with me to this city a friend, a Boston publisher, but alas, even this does not sufficiently explain these sinister mysteries. If I had brought a Toronto publisher along, the case would have been different. But no, possibly not. The burglar took the diamond studs, but left the shirt. Only a reformed Toronto publisher would have left the shirt. To continue my explanation, I did not come to Canada to commit crime this time, but to prevent it. I came here to place myself under the protection of the Canadian law and secure a copyright. I have complied with the requirements of the law. I have followed the instructions of some of the best legal minds in the city, including my own, and so my errand is accomplished, at least so far as any exertions of mine can aid that accomplishment. This is rather a cumbersome way to fence and fortify one's property against the literary buccaneer, it is true. Still, if it is effective, it is a great advance upon past conditions, and one to be correspondingly welcomed. It makes one hope and believe that a day will come when, in the eye of the law, literary property will be as sacred as whiskey, or any other of the necessaries of life. In this age of ours, if you steal another man's label to advertise your own brand of whiskey with, you will be heavily fined, and otherwise punished for violating that trademark. If you steal the whiskey without the trademark, you go to jail. But if you could prove that the whiskey was literature, you can steal them both, and the law wouldn't say a word. It grieves me to think how far more profound and reverent a respect the law would have for literature if a body could only get drunk on it. Still, the world moves. The interests of literature upon our continent are improving. Let us be content and wait. We have with us here a fellow craftsman, born on our side of the Atlantic, who has created an epoch in this continent's literary history, an author who has earned, and worthily earned, and received, the vast distinction of being crowned by the Academy of France. This is honor and achievement enough
for the cause and the craft for 1 decade assuredly. If one may have the privilege of throwing in a personal impression or two, I may remark that my stay in Montreal and Quebec has been exceedingly pleasant, but the weather has been a good deal of a disappointment. Canada has a reputation for magnificent winter weather, and has a prophet who is bound by every sentiment of honor and duty to furnish it. But the result this time has been a mess of characterless weather, which all right-feeling Canadians are probably ashamed of. Still, only the country is to blame. Nobody has a right to blame the prophet, for this wasn't the kind of weather he promised. Well, never mind. What you lack in weather you make up in the means of grace. This is the first time I was ever in a city where you couldn't throw a brick without breaking a church window. Yet I was told that you were going to build one more. I said the scheme is good, but where are you going to find room? They said we will build it on top of another church and use an elevator. This shows that the gift of lying is not yet dead in the land. I suppose one must come in the summer to get the advantage of the Canadian scenery. A cabman drove me 2 miles up a perpendicular hill in a sleigh and showed me an admirable snowstorm from the heights of Quebec. The man was an ass. I could have seen the snowstorm as well from the hotel window and saved my money. Still, I may have been the ass myself. There is no telling. The thing is all mixed up in my mind. But anyway, there was an ass in the party, and I do suppose that wherever a mercenary cabman and a gifted literary character are gathered together for business, there is bound to be an ass in the combination somewhere. It has always been so in my experience, and I have usually been elected, too. But it is no matter. I would rather be an ass than a cabman any time, except in summertime. Then, with my advantages, I could be both. I saw the Plains of Abraham, and the spot where the lamented wolf stood when he made the memorable remark that he would rather be the author of Gray's Elegy than take Quebec. But why did he say so rash a thing? It was because he supposed there was going to be international copyright. Otherwise, there would be no money in it. I was also shown the spot where Sir William Phipps stood when he said he would rather take a walk than take 2 Quebecs. And he took the walk. I have looked with emotion here in your city upon the monument which makes forever memorable the spot where Horatio Nelson did not stand when he fell. I have seen a cab which Champlain employed when he arrived overland at Quebec. I have seen the horse which Jacques Cartier rode when he discovered Montreal. I have used them both. I will never do it again. Yes, I have seen all the historical places. The localities have been pointed out to me where the scenery is warehoused for the season. My sojourn has been to my moral and intellectual profit. I have behaved with propriety and discretion. I have meddled nowhere but in the election. But I am used to voting, for I live in a town where, if you may judge by local prints, there are only 2 conspicuous industries: committing burglaries and holding elections. And I like to keep my hand in, so I voted a good deal here.
Where so many of the guests are French, the propriety will be recognized of my making a portion of my speech in the beautiful language, in order that I may be partly understood. I speak French with timidity, and not flowingly, except when excited. When using that language, I have often noticed that I have hardly ever been mistaken for a Frenchman, except perhaps by horses. Never, I believe, by people. I had hoped that mere French construction with English words would answer, but this is not the case. I tried it at a gentleman's house in Quebec, and it would not work. The maid servant asked, "What would monsieur?" I said, "Monsieur so-and-so, is he with himself?" She did not understand that either. I said, "He will desolate himself when he learns that his friend American was arrived, and he not with himself to shake him at the hand." She did not even understand that. I don't know why, but she didn't, and she lost her temper besides. Somebody in the rear called out, "Qui est donc là?" or words to that effect. She said, "C'est un fou," and shut the door on me. Perhaps she was right, but how did she ever find that out? For she had never seen me before till that moment. But, as I have already intimated, I will close this oration with a few sentiments in the French language. I have not ornamented them. I have not burdened them with flowers or rhetoric, for, to my mind, that literature is best and most enduring which is characterized by a noble simplicity. J'ai bel bouton d'or de mon oncle, mais je n'ai pas celui du charpentier. Si vous avez le fromage du brave menuisier, c'est bon. Mais si vous ne l'avez pas, ne se désole pas, prenez le chapeau de drap noir de son beau-frère malade. Tout à l'heure, savoir-faire. Qu'est-ce que vous dites? Pâté de foie gras. Revenons à nos moutons. Pardon, messieurs, pardonnez-moi. Essayons à parler la belle langue d'Ollendorf strains me more than you can possibly imagine, but I mean well, and I've done the best I could.
End of dinner speech read by John Greenman. This is section 38 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At a dinner for Monsieur Fréchette of Quebec. Hotel Windsor, Holyoke, Massachusetts, January 31st, 1882. Read by John Greenman.
I have broken a vow in order that I might give myself the pleasure of meeting my friend Fréchette again, but that is nothing to brag about. A person who is rightly constructed will break a vow any time to meet a friend. Before I last met Monsieur Fréchette, he had become the child of good fortune. That is to say, his poems had been crowned by the Academy of France. Since I last met him, he has become the child of good fortune once more. That is to say, I have translated his poems into English, and written a eulogy of them in the French language to preface the work. He possessed a single-barreled fame before. He will possess a double-barreled fame now. Translations always reverse a thing, and bring an entirely new side of it into view, thus doubling the property and making two things out of what was only one thing before. So, in my translation, his pathetic poems have naturally become humorous, his humorous poems have become sad. Anybody who knows even the rudiments of arithmetic will know that M. Frechette's poems are now worth exactly twice as much as they were before. I am glad to welcome the laureate of Quebec to our soil, and I assure him that we will do our best to leave him no room to regret that he came. Yes, as I was saying, I broke a vow. If it had been a trim, shiny, brand-new one, I should be sorry, of course, for it is always wrong and a pity to mistreat and injure good new property. But this one was different. I don't regret this one, because it was an old, ragged, ramshackle vow that had seen so much service and been broken so often and patched and spliced together in so many places that it was become a disgraceful object, and so rotten that I could never venture to put any strain worth mention upon it. This vow was a vow which I first made 11 years ago, on a New Year's Day, that I would never make another after-dinner speech as long as I lived. It was as good a vow then as I ever saw, but I have broken it in 64 places since, and mended it up fresh every New Year's. 7 years ago I reformed in another way. I made a vow that I would lead an upright life, meaning by that I would never deliver another lecture. I believe I have never broken that one. I think I can be true to it always, and thus disprove the Reverend Petroleum V. Nasby's maxim that burglars and lecturers never reform. But this other vow has always been beyond my strength. I mean, I have always been beyond its strength. The reason is simple. It lies in the fact that the average man likes to hear himself talk when he is not under criticism. The very man who sneers at your after-dinner speech when he reads it in next morning's paper would have been powerfully moved to make just as poor a one himself, if he had been present, with the encouraging champagne in him and the friendly, uncritical faces all about him. But that discourteous man doesn't do all the sneering that is done over your speech. No, he does only about 1/10 of it. You do the other 9/10 yourself. Your little talk, which sounded so fine and warbly and nice when you were delivering it in the mellow light of the lamps and in an enchanted atmosphere of applause and all-pervading good fellowship, looks miserably pale and vapid and lifeless in the cold print of a damp newspaper next morning, with obituaries and cast-iron politics all around it, and the hard gray light of day shining upon it and mocking at it. You do not recognize the corpse. You wonder if this is really that gay and handsome creature of the evening before. You look him over, and find he certainly is those very remains. Then you want to bury him. You wish you could bury him privately. End of At a Dinner for Monsieur Frechette of Quebec, read by John Greenman. This is section 39 of Mark Twain Speaking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Advice to Youth. Saturday Morning Club, Boston, April 15, 1882. Read by John Greenman. Being told I would be expected to talk here, I inquired what sort of a talk I ought to make. They said it should be something suitable to youth, something didactic, instructive, or something in the nature of good advice. Very well. I have a few things in my mind which I have often longed to say for the instruction of the young, for it is in one's tender early years that such things will best take root and be most enduring and most valuable. First, then, I will say to you, my young friends, and say it beseechingly, urgingly, always obey your parents when they are present. This is the best policy in the long run, because if you don't, they will make you. Most parents think they know better than you do, and you can generally make more by humoring that superstition than you can by acting on your own better judgment. Be respectful to your superiors, if you have any, also to strangers and sometimes to others. If a person offend you, and you are in doubt as to whether it was intentional or not, do not resort to extreme measures. Simply watch your chance and hit him with a brick. That will be sufficient. If you shall find that he had not intended any offense, come out frankly and confess yourself in the wrong when you struck him. Acknowledge it like a man, and say you didn't mean to. Yes, always avoid violence. In this age of charity and kindliness, the time has gone by for such things. Leave dynamite to the low and unrefined. Go to bed early. Get up early. This is wise. Some authorities say get up with one thing, some with another, but a lark is really the best thing to get up with. It gives you a splendid reputation with everybody to know that you get up with the lark, and if you get the right kind of a lark and work at him right, you can easily train him to get up at 9:30 every time. It is no trick at all. Now, as to the matter of lying. You want to be very careful about lying, otherwise you are nearly sure to get caught. Once caught, you can never again be, in the eyes of the good and the pure, what you were before. Many a young person has injured himself permanently through a single clumsy and ill-finished lie, the result of carelessness born of incomplete training. Some authorities hold that the young ought not to lie at all. That, of course, is putting it rather stronger than necessary. Still, while I cannot go quite so far as that, I do maintain, and I believe I am right, that the young ought to be temperate in the use of this great art until practice and experience shall give them that confidence, elegance, and precision which alone can make the accomplishment graceful and profitable. Patience, diligence, painstaking attention to detail, these are the requirements. These, in time, will make the student perfect. Upon these, and upon these only, may he rely as the sure foundation for future eminence. Think what tedious years of study, thought, practice, experience, went to the equipment of that peerless old master who was able to impose upon the whole world the lofty and sounding maxim that truth is mighty and will prevail, the most majestic compound fracture of fact which any of woman born has yet achieved. For the history of our race, and each individual's experience, are sown thick with evidences that a truth is not hard to kill, and that a lie well told is immortal. There, in Boston, is a monument to the man who discovered anesthesia. Many people are aware, in these latter days, that that man didn't discover it at all, but stole the discovery from another man. Is this truth mighty, and will it prevail? Ah, no, my hearers. The monument is made of hardy material, but the lie it tells will outlast it 1,000,000 years. An awkward, feeble, leaky lie is a thing which you ought to make it your unceasing study to avoid. Such a lie as that has no more real permanence than an average truth. Why, you might as well tell the truth at once and be done with it. A feeble, stupid, preposterous lie will not live 2 years, except it be a slander upon somebody. It is indestructible, then, of course, but that is no merit of yours. A final word. Begin your practice of this gracious and beautiful art early. Begin now. If I had begun earlier, I could have learned how. Never handle firearms carelessly. The sorrow and suffering that have been caused through the innocent but heedless handling of firearms by the young. Only 4 days ago, right in the next farmhouse to the one where I am spending the summer, a mother, old and gray and sweet, one of the loveliest spirits in the land, was sitting at her work, when her young son crept in and got down an old, battered, rusty gun which had not been touched for many years, and was supposed not to be loaded, and pointed it at her, laughing and threatening to shoot. In her fright she ran screaming and pleading toward the door on the other side of the room, but as she passed him he placed the gun almost against her very breast and pulled the trigger. He had supposed it was not loaded, and he was right, it wasn't. So there wasn't any harm done. It is the only case of the kind I ever heard of. Therefore, just the same, don't you meddle with old unloaded firearms. They are the most deadly and unerring things that have ever been created by man. You don't have to take any pains at all with them. You don't have to have a rest. You don't have to have any sights on the gun. You don't have to take aim, even. No, you just pick out a relative and bang away, and you are sure to get him. A youth who can't hit a cathedral at 30 yards with a Gatling gun in 3/4 of an hour can take up an old empty musket and bag his mother every time at 100. Think what Waterloo would have been if one of the armies had been boys armed with old rusty muskets supposed not to be loaded, and the other army had been composed of their female relations. The very thought of it makes me shudder. There are many sorts of books, but good ones are the sort for the young to read. Remember that. They are a great, an inestimable, an unspeakable means of improvement. Therefore be careful in your selection, my young friends. Be very careful. Confine yourself exclusively to Robertson's Sermons, Baxter's Saints' Rest, The Innocents Abroad, and works of that kind. But I have said enough. I hope you will treasure up the instructions which I have given you, and make them a guide to your feet and a light to your understanding. Build your character thoughtfully and painstakingly upon these precepts, and by, when you have got it built, you will be surprised and gratified to see how nicely and sharply it resembles everybody else's. End of Advice to Youth, read by John Greenman.